Okay, it's been a minute since we spoke of the Dragon Ball Super manga, but I ain't gonna lie, I'm glad to be back because we got a brand new threat. We have a brand new, well, I'm gonna say brand new because I got some sentiments regarding how he feels in comparison to other villains in Dragon Ball history. But we got a new villain and I'm not gonna lie, I rocks with him heavy. I like the tone. When Dragon Ball gets truly dark and it has a villain that is truly heartless, like, you know, rewinding it back just a little bit a few arcs ago, like when we had the Dragon Ball Super Goku Black arc, Goku Black's merciless approach, you know, Zamas's merciless, well, Zamas, I always have to distinguish the two, you know, Goku Black and Zamas are two different people in my opinion, simply because, yeah, of course, it's technically the same personality that hopped in one, but Goku Black was real smooth, and the way he approached things was like, he wasn't like a wussy, it felt like, and Zamas was, because Zamas felt really powerless, and that's why he used that insecurity to go and take a Goku Black body and just, you know, made a excuse of like, well, you know, this is in the best interest for, you know, whatever ideal I have. So that was that. But still, Goku Black was freaking awesome. And then looking now, because, you know, we had the Tournament of Power, of course, where it was a really cool tournament, really strong foes, but it didn't have that menacing threat of, like, villainry of, like, yeah, there was the threat, I guess, in and of itself, the tournament of, like, hey, we better win, if not, everything's gonna get destroyed, but we didn't have that Goku Black, nasty villain approach that we had in the Goku Black arc, because, you know, again, a couple of arcs in between, whatever, the Broly movie, I mean, Broly wasn't even as menacing in the Broly movie in comparison to, you know, how he was in the previous Broly film. So there was a, I guess, void, I felt anyway, of like, man, I want to see more of that feel I had of the, you know, Fusion Trunks Returns Goku Black arc. And I think since the introduction of the character Moro, I'm feeling that. Moro right now, and I can't wait for the Dragon Ball Super anime to return and approach this Moro arc, this Moro character, because it's freaking brilliant. Because, you know, when we go into the Dragon Ball story, right, coming from where it started to where we're at now, I think we're always left questioning how much more can they do? How much crazier can it get? What bigger threats and foes can we have? You know what I mean? Because we went from martial artists in the beginning, well, we even went from wild animals, martial artists, and, you know, it progressively went bigger and bigger and bigger. You would argue the androids were kind of like a step backward, because, hey, these are basically robots created on Earth, but there's the excuse of, like, you know, that Cell was actually the villain of all that to begin with, and Cell was an amalgamation of all of the threats that they had prior to that arc, you know, combining into one to create this perfect monster that should be able to take on the, I mean, if you think about it, it's almost metaphoric as the Cell saga in a way could have been the end if you think of it, because it was like the culmination of everything that they've ever been with, facing them. Essentially, if you think about it, Gohan surpassing Cell, surpassing his father in a way, doing what his father couldn't, was kind of a great sign of like, yo, this was a great way to end it. And so on and on, the threats kept on getting bigger. I mean, Merus, the gods, you know, those are some of the biggest threats. And I mean, the end goal still to this day, I feel, with the story of Dragon Ball, is to defeat Merus and, you know, or surpass Merus at the very least, and Whis, which Whis is even stronger than Merus. So that's going to be interesting the day Goku can actually take Whis out. I hope when the Dragon Ball Super anime returns, when we get those little scenes of like Goku training with Whis and Vegeta training with Whis, I want to start seeing Whis sweating a little bit, just a tiny smidge of like, whoa, he could have caught me there just now. I gotta actually start caring, stuff like that, to show that Goku and Vegeta, they're starting to make even further progress. I always want to see progress on where they're at right there, right? And again, you know that these are the levels of threats. So coming into what comes after the Dragon Ball Super anime, what's the next story, this arc that we're approaching in right now, and we've just begun. You know, I feel as though we just wet our feet with this one. This arc should last a really long time. Moro, a 10 million year old wizard demon creature that pretty much Daikaio, or I forget what his English name is, but basically, you know, the guy, the kind that is inside of Majin Buu, the one that was fat and jolly or whatever, he fought him 10 million years ago. And the interesting thing where it makes it so that, again, we can have a threat that is credible. Like, why is this creature that we've never heard of as strong to be able to give a threat to Goku and Vegeta? this is where, and I mentioned that in my Broly review, where they kind of missed it with Broly, of like, they should have emphasized more of him being this legendary Super Saiyan, the creature of myth, so to speak, to kind of legitimize the fact that he could go toe-to-toe with Super Saiyan gods and Super Saiyan Blue power and all that stuff. But Daikaio having to use his powers to drain Moro of his powers, and it left him weakened, and that's why Daikaio was defeated by Kid Buu. It makes me wonder, like, man, Daikaio was a strong dude, and I like stuff like that when it kind of fixes issues in the series of, like, man, the Kains were weak, all these people were just weak. No, some of them were stronger. They were just kind of zapped of their power. And of course, the fact that Moro's been, in captivity for 10 million years, that's a long time, but it also showcases his power. And he's like a walking spirit bomb. I saw this theory somewhere that what if Moro is actually the creator of the spirit bomb? I'm not sure if that's the case. I know King Kai taught Goku the spirit bomb, but I can't remember if he was the one that created it or if he just learned it from someone else. So it's going to be interesting to see that. But Moro definitely embodies a lot of very interesting theories and concepts. The fact that he's been, around since, or his time was at the very least 10 million years ago, it gives again a good excuse of why Moro wasn't in the story, so it doesn't cloud anything of where was this strong fighter when this happened or that happened. And I'm really excited about Moro. More importantly for me as a fan, obviously this isn't critiquing it, but it gets me excited in a way. Some can criticize it in a bad way, but to me it's clear as day. Toriyama is taking a One Piece approach of redoing certain aspects, and I'm not sure if this is written by Toriyama or the crew, the Dragon Ball creative crew at this point. Like, who's writing? Is this the rough draft from Toriyama that we've heard of? Infamously, I haven't been keeping up to date with that news in particular, but if this is a Toriyama draft type of scenario, then it seems as though whoever's crafting this story at the very least is taking the approach of redoing older story elements, but with a fresh take on it, with new villains, and hopefully a big difference between, the previous stuff that they're inspired by, and that's that Moro is straight up like King Piccolo. I mean, for me, that's like, holy cow, that's what's getting me excited at the same time, because there's a lot of DBZ fans that have never experienced King Piccolo. Once word to mouth passes around about Moro and how similar he is to King Piccolo, or Piccolo Daimao, people are going to be interested and go, oh, I really need to finally go back and watch the original Dragon Ball and see the epicness of King Piccolo, because King Piccolo was incredible. I love King Piccolo. He really brought a dire feel to the series, and that's what Moro was giving right now. The fact that he's this creature that, the Galactic Patrol, Merus, I believe, he seems as though he's very strong, or at the very least he's very capable, because Vegeta, using his suspicion, whatever, Vegeta, you could argue he's paranoid, or he's very careful and a very smart and strategic person. He was worried, like, yo, why is this guy Merus so strategic and well done? At every turn that Merus did something, whether it was stopping some robbers, whether it was, the way he took Goku and Vegeta out and kidnapped them, it was like, this guy is capable. This guy is playing around. Just because he's a part of the Galactic Patrol does not mean that he's something to, take lightly, and it's showed time and time again. So I'm curious if Merus, like, it'd be crazy plot twist, Merus is the one that freed Moro to begin with, and this is all some elaborate ruse of some sort to power up Moro, but Moro, happened to stumble on the whole concept and idea of the Dragon Balls. Honestly, one of the pet peeves I've had of the Dragon Ball Super manga since it's taken part of the next story after the Tournament of Power, after where the anime ends, is the fight that we've had with Vegeta versus Moro in the past couple of chapters, because honestly, from where the manga, picks up from the anime, it was pretty freaking awesome, and to be honest with you, it's still awesome. My disappointment more so lies with the entire concept that Dragon Ball has abused, especially in Super. We've seen it already, but throughout Z it was abused, of course, the Android Saga, a lot of these sagas, and that's when Vegeta is used as the punching bag to show, yo, if Vegeta took the L, then that means he's really strong and Goku's gonna have trouble. I hate that about Dragon Ball. That's where the fans come in and say, man, Vegeta's been shitting on time and time again. That's what they mean right there, because he goes all the way max out against Moro, and Moro gives him a booty whipping, using his powers that essentially is like, especially in his weakened old state. He's been alive for 10 million years, okay? You think this guy is at his prime or anywhere close to his prime right now? Like, it's strictly the fact that he has a very interesting ability, which is something that I love Dragon Ball Super in particular has incorporated into the Dragon Ball franchises. Instead of it being about who has the stronger ki blast, who has the stronger muscles, it's about being strategic and abilities. And maybe that's something that metaphorically you could even throw, this is an idea outside the box, people, that Dragon Ball Super is almost like taking when they use those ideas of the abilities, you know, and it started with Universe 6 even as far back, of people having unique abilities that the Dragon Ball cast has to overcome, the Z Fighters. I'm still gonna call them Z Fighters even though we're in Super, okay baby? But maybe the whole fun idea you could have around it is seeing characters that come from an older time, a simpler time, when it was just like about transformations and muscles and ki blasts, trying to adapt. That would be interesting to see. I want to see Goku and Vegeta learn some moves that are more about strategy than anything. Maybe there's a certain secret Saiyan ability that Broly knows that Goku and Vegeta can learn their own maneuver of, like a secret ancient ability that Saiyans have, some sort. That would be freaking cool. I would love to see that. But Moro, going back to it, his fight against Vegeta. It started off great. It was awesome, I'm not gonna lie. Of course, we had the classic Dragon Ball. We gotta see them go through Super Saiyan. You know, they gotta start the normal fight. Like, enough digging around. Like, in future fights, can we please skip the, oh, I'm gonna fight you in normal even though you're a capable foe and I'm underestimating you. Like, there was some times where, okay, there was character development for sure in the Dragon Ball Super manga recently regarding Vegeta, which he is, funny enough, the character that the Dragon Ball Super franchise, or the Dragon Ball Super fans, have ostracized time and time again, from him dancing for Beerus and all of the other stuff. But he's the most developed. He's the one that's matured the most. Like, Goku is still the same guy, which is cool. I love Goku for that. He represents the inner child that you always have inside of you. But Vegeta represents kind of that, I guess, overcoming the obstacles. You might not be number one, but it's okay because you're number two, and number two is still friggin' awesome. And what I was referring to is, regarding Vegeta maturing, is the fact that there was a scene, and I know you guys, I'm not sure which chapter it was, but there was some panels where Vegeta kept questioning Moro of why he wants the Dragon Balls. And it was reminding me so much of when he was questioning, it was what, the middle transformation, semi-perfect cell. He was questioning him about why he wanted to swallow the android, and then of course he said it was for strength, and Vegeta said go ahead. That's what it felt like. But I knew from personal experience that Vegeta's already matured, that honestly while I was reading I was like, I bet anything he's just gonna troll him right now. And he did. Vegeta trolled him to get to say what he wants is the Dragon Balls and things like that. And of course Vegeta was like, got him. Nah, you ain't getting him, boy. And that was freaking cool. But then of course Vegeta took the L after, so it's like, hey, like, come on, dude, can you give Vegeta one freaking win of the villain? Like, couldn't Moro just been, well, Moro, I ain't gonna lie, I really like Moro. Like, I really can't wait to see Moro animated. This is King Piccolo all the way, but really cool. I do not care. He's like a goat-looking creature with freaking spirit bomb-like powers, in a sense of keeping his life going and draining everyone's energy as he's... That's freaking awesome and cool. I really like Moro. But I don't like Vegeta constantly being the, hey guys, Vegeta lost, that means Goku's gonna have a real struggle here. Give Vegeta his props, let him win one or something, or let Goku go first and get his ass whipped, and then Vegeta solves it. Like, why it always gotta be like this, bro? I'm just saying. But hopefully Vegeta gets a shot at redemption. I'm hoping that the Moro arc lasts for a decent amount of time, because based on the Galactic Patrol, you know, kind of following him, Merus being, you know, developed, and throughout this one seeming like he's going to be important, Moro only being in his older state, I'm almost guaranteeing that the Dragon Balls will be used somehow or another for Moro to become young again. So there's been a decent amount of setup. I don't think this is all going to be wrapped up within this, you know, one fight of Vegeta falling and then now Goku's gonna have to jump in. But yeah, it's really sucky to see once again Vegeta get embarrassed. Like, you just trolled him, bro. He's like, I don't even know what's happening here. I'm definitely excited to see more though, because we know that the Galactic Patrol now, their main goal, because they think Moro is just this unstoppable foe, and again, Merus is really hinting that he knows more than what he's letting on or whatever. Just saying, but with them wanting to get Daikaio out of Majin Buu, I don't think that Merus is gonna let that idea go just yet. It would be interesting to see one of this, these old Kais, and if they could get access to that information. Well, they wanted Majin Buu. It'd be interesting to see if Buu could spit him out, but then if Buu spit out Daikaio, because I don't think Buu would have that knowledge, if I'm not mistaken. It's been really crazy since the Tournament of Power, I'm not gonna lie. The Moro arc with the Galactic Patrol showing up, trying to kidnap Goku and Vegeta and Buu. Well, not even trying, they kind of succeeded in a way. And seeing this new threat, Moro, this old guy, very reminiscent of King Piccolo. Also, the backstory, like even the flashback, the fight of Daikaio versus Moro, that was freaking awesome as well. And getting references back to the old Kais. What do you guys think, though? Do you think that Merus is a villain? Did he help Moro escape from the galactic prison that he's been enslaved in 10 millions? I mean, if he's that capable that Vegeta's been keeping an eye on him, it could be that he's so capable that nobody in the Galactic Patrol knows that he's the one that let Moro out. Also, your overall thoughts and expectations. Maybe Merus has a stake in all of this and he actually broke him out to kill him. Maybe one of his ancestors or a relative that's still around to this day. I mean, they could stay around for a while, the Kai, so I don't know how long these people that the Galactic Patrol, or Merus, whatever race he's a part of, can live to. And what do you guys think about Vegeta taking the L in the first fight after the Dragon Ball Super anime Tournament of Power against Moro? Does that get you excited for Moro? I mean, yeah, it's like, I ain't gonna lie, I really like Moro. I love his menacing ways. I love how he trolled him at the end too and kind of was like, yeah, to quote you, and oh my god, it's just like, Moro is the bomb. But your overall thoughts of him, I'm kind of curious how you feeling about Dragon Ball Super manga. For this being the first arc after the anime, do you think that this is a nice way to start off? I think this is great. Having ties to Dragon Ball history, again, this is a villain spanning from 10 million years ago that the Kais couldn't defeat, similar to like a Buu situation, needing Buu for the situation, and overall just the insanity of it. Dragon Ball Super manga on a good path. I'm glad, because Universe 6, being the first manga arc after the Frieza film, it was kind of like, yo, it was a great build-up, and then it was just kind of like a chill tournament. This is a cool, really awesome build-up, and it seems like this is going to be a serious threat, because Goku and Vegeta are already struggling against Moro when he's old. If he manages to obtain the Dragon Balls and become younger, he's going to be a problem, baby. And maybe we'll see the return of Ultra Instinct. You think we'll see it in the Moro arc? So many questions. I'm freaking hyped. Dragon Ball Super manga. I'll have a word around here, or a link, or I'll write in the description what chapter to start reading the Dragon Ball Super manga from where it picks up from the anime, so that way you guys don't have to reread stuff that maybe you just don't want to revisit the Tournament of Power or any of that stuff. You want to jump straight into it, so I'll have that information for you guys there. That's all I have for this one, though. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you liked anything I had to say or enjoyed the video, drop me a like. I'd greatly appreciate it. And if you want more from me, make sure to subscribe. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram. Hit the bell to get all notifications. And if you want to follow any of my other social media, links, of course, in the description below. And if you want to support my musical project, My Beautiful Hell, out now on all streaming platforms: iTunes, Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon, SoundCloud, you name it, it's there. I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day, and remember the golden rule: anime and manga for life, boy. Oh, and can't forget the music. Bow. Have an awesome day, people. He was dead before I could even see his face. Moro, what a savage, monstrosity of a great villain in the making, baby, because this chapter of Dragon Ball Super was, 46 right there. 46 reasons why you need to be up on Dragon Ball Super, baby, because Moro, I ain't gonna lie, I was getting early Namek vibes. Let's just jump into this bad boy. And I hope you know that wherever you go and whoever you meet will be better than me. And I hope you know when it's all said and done, I was the best one. Yeah, you know. So the chapter picks up from where the last one left off with Vegeta's L, the big old L that he was catching at the hands of Moro. Moro was tossing him around like a Raggedy Ann doll, and I don't even know if anybody will know that reference, but yeah, he's getting tossed around like a jibba jabba. Again, you might not get that reference either, but that's okay. He's getting just destroyed. He's getting his ass kicked in the beginning of the chapter, and then Goku thinks like, alright fam, yo, we cool right now, we about to jump this dude, we can't beat him, don't join him, jump him, you know what I'm saying? That was the mentality Goku had, but then he gets bopped too, and honestly, it's just really showing Moro, he's that guy right now, because you got to think, okay, they're both Super Saiyan Blue, and they're both their individual power-ups that they had during the Tournament of Power. Then, of course, in the Dragon Ball Super Broly film, they fought a credible foe. So even though they don't get Zenkai boosts anymore, so but the point being is that they went above and beyond. The only thing that they can't, or they haven't done yet, is of course Fusion and Ultra Instinct, and we'll talk about those in a bit. But they pretty much, you know, that they're tip top form. And you know what I mean? They're at the creme de la creme of what they could do as of right now. Again, minus Ultra Instinct and Fusion, which those kind of feel like cheat codes at this point, or convenient plot devices, so to speak, because Ultra Instinct comes in, it's a wrap. We already know that. So Moro, though, definitely a nasty monster, because the way he beats on them is like he don't care. And you can see that it kind of makes you wonder, because okay, Moro, he's not necessarily, if you think about it, let's just analyze the situation for a second. Moro, he has that Android 19 human spirit bomb. Like he's a combination of a lot of the problems that the Z fighters, I'm still going to call them Z fighters, I don't care, have faced in the past. Again, he swallows a giant blast like Android 19. As they're fighting, they're getting their energy drained from them. So you know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't no joke right now. This is serious business. And on top of that, you got to think that Moro is old right now. So there's two sides of it, because there's one side of like, okay, hold on, he's just kind of using the fact that he can absorb their ki and weaken them, and that's why he's getting them, which definitely that's true. But he is also formidable. And then at the same time, you got to think, what would happen if Moro does accomplish his goal of getting some type of Dragon Balls, wishes himself to, which I'm imagining his goal is to be young, kind of like King Piccolo wanted to be young. So or was it revealed already? I'm not sure if that was revealed, if his motive for the Dragon Balls was revealed or not. I'm assuming it's for the age thing. Imagine if he's at his young prime, full power, non-stop against these guys, and they can't even beat him now. So by the end of all this, unless Goku is able to use Ultra Instinct at will, they still won't even have been as formidable as Moro, which again, you could argue Moro is a cheat. You could say Moro, how are you going to put him in this class? Because whatever the case may be, we're in a new era. As I've said in my last video, we're going into a different era where we're seeing the Z fighters, so to speak, having to face a lot of the problems that shonen characters nowadays face. You know what I'm saying? It's not just always the big muscles, you know, strength wins. No, a lot of the times now it's with like My Hero Academia, quirks, or Black Clover. They kind of have quirks in there too. It's like, it's kind of adding that type of element to, well, how do the Z fighters fight this off? Because, you know, they mainly use well, it started off, of course, martial arts, you know, punching, kicking, and ki blasts. You know what I'm saying? So now that they're having to face a foe that is like, oh, he has a technique that, which they kind of faced stuff like that in the past, but this is an incredibly strong one. And again, Goku and Vegeta took a major L, both of them, starting of the chapter. I am like, if that doesn't show how much of a beast Moro is, because I was scared. I thought it was going to be, okay, Vegeta gets his butt whipped, Goku somehow, Moro leaves Goku, or whatever the case may be, done. But no, in order to show how much of a threat Moro is, the writer decided, which I don't know if this is a Toriyama-based draft or how this story is being written at this point, but the writer decides, let's take down not only Vegeta, let's take down Goku as well, and let's show that this guy is not a joke. So again, it antes up the stakes. It makes it seem like, well, how do we beat him at this point? In the chapter we get that Majin Buu is slowly waking up. I would love to see somehow if Majin Buu could spit out the, what was his name, Daikaio, if I'm not mistaken, but again, I believe he was called Daikaio, but you know, the Kai that they're trying to get in order to stop Moro. So I'm kind of curious if they're going to be able to pull him out of Majin Buu and get that information, or Buu is going to have to suck one of them up. Because again, if they rip him out of Buu, because if I'm not mistaken, from what I remember, the insides of Majin Buu, you're in that cocoon, you can't really move, you can't, you know, you're just unconscious there. So they're not going to be able to get to him that way unless they get in there and can somehow read his mind. They have telepathy, then that's a possibility there of how to get the information of how to stop this guy. But again, if they pull him out, I wonder what would happen. It'd be interesting to have a new threat of Buu. I would like to see some sort of threat of Majin Buu again, like maybe he spits out another version of Kid Buu, or imagine he spit out Kid Buu and they just squashed him immediately. That'd be hilarious. Either way, I'm interested to see how they're going to go about with this whole thing of getting the information from the inside of Buu, because Buu don't know none of that. Buu, if I'm not mistaken, he wouldn't be able to tell them any of this because he's Buu. He's silly, he's, you know, like a little kid. So I don't think Buu can tell them. They need to get it from him. So how do you do that without ripping him out, unless you can use telekinesis of some sort, or, you know, telepathy. And let's just talk about Moro for a minute, because Moro, he's being one of those villains which I like when we get these nasty, just cold-hearted villains like a Frieza. That's what Moro gave me vibes of. This feels like this is what Majin Buu should have been, but at the same time it's giving that badassery of Frieza when he first got to Namek and he's just knocking the Namekians down, slapping them around, punching them around, making a joke and a mockery of the Namekians. That's what Moro was doing after he kicked Goku and Vegeta's butt, which again, you gotta look at it like this. Hold on. If Moro did it like that, and then on top of that, basically leaves them out to rot because, you know, his little helper there is like, hey, what about them? He's like, I don't even value them. He has a god complex. Maybe Moro, maybe his wish isn't even to be young. Maybe he wants to be the Omni King. Imagine this is taking kind of like parts of what's happening in the Dragon Ball Heroes anime of their kind of an attack on Zeno. Maybe Moro is trying to have an attack on Zeno, and that's the whole ordeal. That would be freaking crazy because, again, right now it's going to take fighters above what Goku and Vegeta can do. We need a Beerus, we need a Whis, and that's where I'm starting to wonder, like, okay, how is this guy, Moro, going to be taken down? Because Goku and Vegeta on their own, clearly no match, especially as Moro's using that power. He gets even stronger, they're absolutely no match. So it's either going to be, we're going to see Gogeta return, Vegito return, which Fusion, they never get the job done anyway. Fusion's the coolest letdown you'll probably ever get in Dragon Ball. One of the coolest letdowns, because they're always the most badass, their personality is hype, you're loving it, and then it's like, oh, they split before they could finish the job, every single time. So, Fusion, even if we see it, do I really want it? It's cool, I guess the fans will go crazy, everybody will go, whoa! But I don't really care for Fusion like that. At the very least, after especially the Broly film, and again, it couldn't get it done. Which, speaking of the Broly film, could they reach out to Broly and try and jump him on some 3 Saiyan crazy animal type of deal? If that's possible, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, they're going to want to incorporate Broly at some given point, regardless of the controversy that's happening in the United States, which that does affect it a lot because we brought in a lot of money. We voted with our wallets on whether or not Dragon Ball is important over here, and we succeeded. So I still think they're going to want to have Broly in the story again, and Broly right now, he's on that remote planet. Maybe they're going to go find Broly. Imagine Goku and Broly fuse, or Vegeta and Broly fuse. That would be freaking crazy. There's endless possibilities. And again, this is Dragon Ball Super, which is a cleaned up, polished fan service anime for the fans, you know, to give everything that they would love. And honestly, fans would go bananas if Broly fused with Goku or Vegeta. I think the Goku one, we actually seen something like that in the video games, and I'd be all for it, baby. Yeah, Dragon Ball Fusions. I'd be for it. I ain't gonna lie, I'd be sick as hell. But maybe Broly coming into it again. Broly, yeah, actually, no. I think Broly could do it. So maybe they'll reach out to Broly. There's that possibility. There's Ultra Instinct, which I don't think we're going to see Ultra Instinct for a long time. That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong, but Ultra Instinct, it just seems like it's so strong, and it's almost possibly the Beerus level or beyond that. I don't see that. If it happens, hey, it happens, but Goku still hasn't mentioned anything of being able to tap into it since the Tournament of Power. So Ultra Instinct, the likelihood of that being what puts down Moro. I mean, hey, I would love to see Vegeta learn a form of it. That would be freaking insane, but I don't know. I guess quickly to mention that we got to see Bulma's sister. Is it Tights? I want to say it's Tights. Bulma's sister in the manga again. That was kind of cool when Bulma's reaching out. Of course, setting things up because, you know, a lot of the times in Dragon Ball manga, the side characters will have some sort of important role to helping out in the bigger picture. Either it'll be something that Bulma tells Vegeta or Goku that'll give them an idea, or maybe she'll say, hey, what about that Broly guy? So I see that that's where it's slowly leading in. It was classic Dragon Ball there, and that's some of the stuff that gives Dragon Ball Super the feeling that Dragon Ball GT didn't give, is those character moments that Dragon Ball GT was just like, when we see them, it's always in the spare, let's just get fights. This chapter, very amazing fights for the first half. Honestly, it kind of makes me feel like I'm not mad at Vegeta taking the L because Goku took an L too. Normally we would go, Vegeta took an L, and I did. Last chapter I was very upset. This chapter I'm like, well, Vegeta took an L, but Goku took an L too. So that means Moro ain't no joke, and Moro right now is solidifying himself as possibly he could be the best Dragon Ball Super villain. I don't see why not. I don't see why people would debate that, hey, Moro is like Goku Black's attitude without the pussiness, whininess of Zamasu. Like, yeah, I think Moro is in the running, if not already there, for best villain in Dragon Ball Super. It just depends on how long this goes on, the fights that we have, how he's taken down, and all of the above. I don't trust Merus from, the Galactic Patrol. I don't trust that dude. I don't know why. And that another random thought that I want to throw in there. And honestly, just phenomenal chapter. If this didn't solidify Moro at the very least as a very credible threat, and holy cow, this is a dangerous situation, I don't know what will. He took down Goku. He took down Vegeta. He's mercilessly stabbing through the Namekians. And then that technique that the Namekians used is interesting because we've seen it first, of course, in the Namek Saga. The very first time, it was either random Namekians doing it or Piccolo did it with Nail first. I honestly can't remember between filler and a bunch of other stuff. So one or the other, but I want to say it was Piccolo and Nail were the first ones. Then of course we seen they did it with Kami, but to this extent, the first time where they showed this whole idea of combining all of them, I think the Tournament of Power brought forth that idea of having all the Namekians. Well, they were like Universe 6 Namekians combined, and now they're doing it here. So it's interesting. Universe 6 did it first in a way, on that massive level. So kind of cool there. Honestly, it's still freaking crazy that was savage of Moro when he said, "Was this your savior?" Yo, bro, he just impaled him. Moro is honestly the strength that we need right now in the series to keep it interesting, with very interesting elements of like what Boo should have been. Again, I keep saying that because it's going back into Daikaio, it's going back into all of that mystique. If Majin Buu was this cool, man, things would have been different. People probably would have loved the Majin Buu saga even more. Not that I dislike the Majin Buu saga. Come on, Fusion, Gohan after he got the Z sword after the training from the old Kai, like it was a great arc. But man, and honestly, overall, great chapter, incredible action, awesome art, great story development, and the incredible build up to showcase that Moro is no joke. How are they going to take him down? I'm wondering right now. Again, is it Fusion, Broly, Ultra Instinct? Are the Kais going to have to get involved? We did see a little bit of Beerus and Whis. Eventually, Beerus will step in if the threat is too much. You know what I'm saying? So, gonna be interesting to see that there. Kind of curious what you guys think of all of this insanity with Dragon Ball. Again, how are they going to take him down? Honestly, do you guys think Moro right now is already the most interesting or the best villain we've gotten in Dragon Ball Super? It's King Piccolo meets Frieza meets Majin Buu all wrapped in one. He is truly, pun intended, corny joke intended, the GOAT. And your overall thoughts and expectations for Dragon Ball Super Chapter 47. I ain't gonna lie, Goku and Vegeta took a L. What's going on? How we gonna do it? Okay, so it's been a while since I've talked some Dragon Ball Super, and I caught up with the latest 2 chapters of the manga. And there was something definitely that I was wondering regarding the Kai and his return in Majin Buu. So we're gonna talk about a lot of different things, especially the fact that, holy cow, Majin Buu getting some action. It's been a while since, I want to say, what was it, the Tournament of Power, since we've had a really good Majin Buu fight, and it was really awesome to see him go up against Moro. But yo, you cannot deny Moro greatness right now, baby. Let's talk. Whether Facebook, Twitter, or the two, make sure to steer clear, cause I'm coming through like... So I love how with this arc, once again, it's interconnecting to different things in the past. I think that's very important and a staple, especially with how far we in with the Dragon Ball story in general, not just Super, but, Z, the original Dragon Ball, all that good stuff. Because this arc really, especially with Moro and Buu's history, it really connects into the history of, the Dragon Ball universe. So Moro can't absorb Buu's power, and Buu, even though he's, he can't really put in the work against Moro per se, because like he gets up a hand here or there, but there's a back and forth. And once again, just builds up that Moro is a beast and you cannot stop him. And that's one of the things that I really, really appreciate about this arc, is that it's showcasing the villain in a way like earlier arcs. I like arcs like in Super, honestly, the one arc where I say like it just felt absolutely hopeless was the Goku Black arc. I would still say that when Zamasu and all the god power, everything, the Super Saiyan Rose, all of that stuff, I feel as though the Dragon Ball Super arc that really showcased a level of threat was that one, because aside from that Super, like, we had a big tournament that at the end of the day, yeah, the universe was at stake, but most of us already kind of suspected that there was going to be some type of catch to it, because if not, it would really show that like Goku messed up making this tournament, and they try to save it in between the arc. But regardless of what, that arc felt menacing, and it felt like there was a villain that was threatful to things. We've already seen that Moro was clearly capable of taking out 2 strong beings like Goku and Vegeta. Granted, people are arguing back and forth, well, it's just because of his power that he's able to, like, he's a walking spirit bomb in a sense, but still, Goku and Vegeta took an L, a major L at the hands of Moro. So I'm kind of curious moving forward, how is anyone anyone's gonna be able to stop this dude, because the Kai returned in Buu, and we're gonna get to that in a bit, because honestly that's something that I'm kind of really questioning because of certain things. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a second. Another thing I wanted to throw in there, and I've said it before, but Merus just kind of strikes me as odd. If anybody's going to be some type of traitor or something to our side, it's going to be Merus. I'll just say that. Something really big that happened recently in the 2 chapters, or in the latest chapter, shall I say, is Porunga was summoned. Then you know things is getting spicy when the dragon, like, it seems as though that's kind of been par for the course though with most Dragon Ball Super arcs at this point. Like, a villain gets their hands, or somebody gets their hands on the Dragon Balls. Well, that's kind of par for the course with most Dragon Ball arcs, isn't it? I guess, hey, it's called Dragon Ball, right? So how are we gonna complain about that? Although I will say, for having 3 wishes, I really freaking hate that the first wish was wasted on healing up freaking one of Moro's cronies. I mean, I guess it's cool that a crony actually did something that strong, because think about it, when do, like, little cronies, which I wish he didn't get stabbed from the back from Moro, to be honest with you, because when do cronies, I guess, well, no, I was gonna take it back, when do cronies get a big wish, but the very first wish was by somebody, a pig for underwear. So yeah, I guess anybody gets their hands on the Dragon Balls. Let me stop right there. Very, very odd with this chapter. Dragon Ball introducing VR. I'm curious if that's just because they know that the technology for VR is becoming a staple in video games, something like that, because it was really freaking weird. So we're on Namek, and this dude is able to put a VR headset on an Namekian and use that to make his wishes, because you know you gotta talk in the Namekian language to Porunga in order to get your wish. What is, I'm sorry, that just kind of felt a little bit odd out of nowhere. Like, hey, let me put this VR headset on this kid, and this Namekian kid. They're like, when do okay, then the big thing that I wanted to talk about, because there was some awesome stuff, again, Buu versus Moro, and showcasing that Buu ain't no joke, but Moro still, like, at the end of the day, he's an absolute monster. But the end of the chapter, one big thing that happens is that Buu switches back into the older Kai, or the Kai that pretty much had basically vanished Moro into that prison and whatnot. And I just gotta ask, and we're gonna jump to something else in a second, but I just gotta ask, if he had that capability of doing this all along, why didn't he do that during the Buu arc? I'm just saying, when Buu was good against Kid Buu, you know what I mean? Why? What happened? I'm just a little, I mean, is it because something, it could be this, because also there's some big element too. There's a couple of big elements. I would say that one of the biggest is, of course, the shocking thing that the Kai returned in Buu for now. He said he's swapping places for the moment, and they're going back to meet up with Moro, which is, it's kind of like a back and forth with this manga, or this arc per se. Like, they're instant transmissioning now again. But the last wish, Moro finally gets his hands, he's at full strength now, which makes me more excited, which I guess in a way, it's upping the ante, because now how the hell are we gonna have to resort to fusion again? Because they were already wiped out with Moro being old. Now he's got 100% of his magic, which is really weird. A lot of weird things are going on with this arc, that they're introducing magic now into the Dragon Ball. I mean, I guess it's kind of been there in early Dragon Ball, but since then it's been like, you know, Z and on, it was all straight up energy beams and stuff like that. So them introducing magical elements, and now him being 100% power. I thought we were going to get a King Piccolo deal. I'm disappointed there. I thought he was going to revert to like a younger looking person, but his body looked exactly the same, and now he's 100%. And then we get a third wish that we don't know, which this is an interesting thing. I don't know. I haven't been reviewing Dragon Ball manga, like, you know, in the Z days, obviously, so I don't know if there was Z chapters that were cliffhangers, but we don't know what that final wish is going to be, and I'm really excited to see, because Moro was off hiding somewhere, which honestly, with the type of power, you know, with the Dragon Balls that they have, I hope it was a decent wish. Because, okay, the second wish is what I thought was going to be his big wish. I'm honestly kind of really wondering what he's using that third wish for. I thought his main goal was, let me just be young again, or let me just have my full strength. So if he used his second wish, which the first wish was wasted on that, again, that petty soldier, which, that's such a shame. He should have stood around, you know what I mean? He was kind of crafty or whatever, but he did betray Moro. Moro wasn't on that shit. Like, he was kind of doubtful. So, you know, Moro, being a true villain in true villain fashion, had to do it. So I guess the two big questions right now is, What is the third wish that was made by Moro? Is it that he's capable of completely absorbing energy within a one shot? Like he could do like a vacuum that just absorbs everything in an instant now? And does it have any connection? Because the only way out of this that I see, why didn't the Kai within Buu show up back in the Kid Buu arc? Like, at the very least in the Kid Buu arc, okay? You didn't want to ruin the whole thing, bam, fair enough. And of course, obviously, they didn't have this idea, but to keep it in continuity, maybe it could have something to do with either the second or third wish by Moro. Whatever the third wish by Moro is, then possibly it could have something to do with that. Because otherwise, why not? Why didn't he use that? Why didn't he show up to stop Kid Buu? So maybe again it could be something to do with the third wish, or possibly Moro getting his 100% power is connected somehow. I'd highly doubt that. I'm imagining whatever the third wish is, but man, freaking crazy. I'm not gonna lie, Moro is truly, aside from Goku Black, which again in the end it was kind of disappointing or whatever, but aside from him, Moro is the most villainous. I really hope this arc keeps continuing to heat up as it's been. Past 2 chapters have been freaking crazy. Majin Buu action, Moro getting, like, this is huge advancement. He's at 100%. The big question I'm wondering is, how are they going to be able to stop him, though? Are we going to tap into Ultra Instinct again? Is that going to be a possibility? Is it going to be Fusion? I highly doubt Broly will show up this soon to help out. So a lot of questions. Or is some special power from this Kai going to be able to help them wrangle him up? It seems as though Merus is pretty crafty as well, but again, I'm really wondering about Merus. Maybe I'm just off and a bit paranoid about the character, but he seems odd to me. And your overall thoughts and expectations for the future of the Dragon Ball Super manga. Honestly, whenever the anime returns, the Moro arc, whenever they get to this, it's going to be freaking heat. I think it's going to be a while from now. I think they're going to do a lot of anime original stuff before this, but man, Moro, baby, freaking hype. So the Dragon Ball Super manga, I believe it was November when we started the Moro arc. Since then, we are currently, as of the recording of this video, up to chapter 51. And I guess before we jump into it, I want to ask you guys a question. In comparison to the Broly film and the Tournament of Power, where do you think this content right now, with the new villain Moro, the reintroduction of the Galactic Patrol, the introduction to Merus from the Galactic Patrol, as well as all the awesome stuff that we've had thus far, where does it stand for you in comparison to the prior arcs that we had in the story? Let's jump into it.
Whether Facebook, Twitter, or the two, make sure to steer clear, cause I'm coming through like...
Okay, so I believe the last chapter I talked about with Dragon Ball Super was either 47 or 48. So we got quite a few chapters to talk about, but for the most part, I'm not even gonna lie, I still stand with where my opinion was 3 or 4 chapters ago, in terms of the fact that Moro's a freaking awesome villain. In fact, he's shown time and time again what type of villain he really is, and that it's not just one of those powerhouses. Because I honestly, before you can move forward, you gotta, address the past. And with a villain like Broly, for example, Broly was just a massive, hulking monstrosity of power. In comparison to Moro, he's the exact opposite. Moro isn't physically that strong. He's not like, oh my gosh, he can knock you out with one hit. But it's his magic that really transcends him to a different level. And this arc in general so far has just felt very different. I noticed that, when they were talking about moving forward with Dragon Ball Super, when they announced the movie, that they wanted to do things different. Of course, with the Tournament of Power, we had this overall just royal battle royale, Royal Rumble type of deal, and that was freaking cool. And then of course we have Broly, where again it was just fighting 1v1 against this animal that was so freaking strong. But with Moro, he's a lot more methodic. He's definitely heartless. This arc has reminded me so much of the Frieza saga, the Namek saga, just seeing the destruction of the Namekians, the horrific events, and Moro has shown that he is a heartless, cruel monster. Like Moro, if I would compare him to any of the villains again we've had in Dragon Ball Super thus far, he's more along the lines of like Goku Black, in terms of he's evil. You know what I'm saying? Granted, Goku Black had his motives, and Moro, for the most part, from what I've gathered, he just basically wants to eat planets. He wants to keep on gathering energy. That's what the extent of what he said anyway so far his goal is. So goal very simple, but at the same time there's something about this villain that he just feels different, but at the same time it's very freaking awesome. Because one of the things that I gotta note, and let's talk about it, Moro has taken 2 W's to Goku and Vegeta, to the point where he refers to them as like, they just livestock that I let, linger around there. They strong, they rare for strong people. Yeah, they rare, whatever. But they just like livestock. I just let them linger. So the fact that Moro took 2 wins at the hands of both of them, he defeated Goku and Vegeta twice, if I'm not mistaken. And on top of that, he drained Namek, which again, that's one of the things that makes this arc feel like man, this guy is no joke. You know what I'm saying? He took out the main heroes twice. It wasn't even like a fluke. He actually just legitimately gave them a whipping by, of course, using the magic that he has in order to drain them of their ki, their energy, whatever you want to call it. But it's definitely been one hell of a ride, and a dark ride with Moro, especially, again, look at what happened to Namek. The 3 wishes, let's talk about that real quick. One of the wish, of course, was to get his magic power back. I was really tight, I'm not gonna lie. I always say with Dragon Ball, because for me, I look at it as, when you summon one of these dragons, whether it be Purunga, Shenron, the Super Dragon, whatever you call them, these wishes are very valuable. So when it was, I believe, Moro's crony that he ended up impaling or whatever, when he used that wish to heal himself, I was disgusted. I was like, oh my gosh, we really doing this right now? That really had me pissed off in a way. Looking back, I was like, okay, we wasted one wish. But then one of the other big wishes, which is what kind of catapulted us into an extension of this arc, because it's the classic thing in Shonen, in case you don't know, whenever they gotta extend an arc and they want to give more, I guess, smaller threats, so that way we have a barrier to the main villain, they usually do things in a different way. I think this did a different twist. Instead of just like, ah yes, my 4 royal guards that you guys didn't know about or anything of that nature. No shots there, by the way, that was just off the top of the head. But he more so, okay, I'm gonna break out all of the people that were jailed in the Galactic Prison, which was freaking different, but also at the same time it's crazy. Like, yo, Moro's letting the convicts loose, baby. He's like, free my people. Although, to be fair, you think about it, they're convicts, they're criminals, so there's probably gonna be some type of I guess, problematic aspects internally. You can see that some of the people that he freed are about themselves. They're like, Moro, okay, yeah, you know, they're using the opportunity that they got from Moro to be free, and they're just like robbing planets, killing as many as they want, and then saying, there's no energy on this planet or whatever. So you could definitely see that by the end of it, Moro's probably gonna have to put a few of these people out of their misery, because a lot of them, they're not even listening. I believe one of them even said, oh yeah, all we had to do is pretend that we give a shit about this Moro dude, and he let us free. So you can see that the prisoners from the Galactic Prison are probably going to have some sort of self-destruction, because the way they're moving, they're not moving as a unit, they're not moving in unison. So Moro probably will end up killing them as well, especially once he catches wind that they're lying. If Moro's biggest goal is he just wants to keep on consuming as many planets as he can without any interruption, people that are messing with his goal, if he catches them, it's a wrap for them. And honestly, they've been okay. They're not even that strong, though. Vegeta even said, my youngest son, you know, or my son can even take care of them. And Trunks is like, what, just a Super Saiyan? So they're not all that credible. Honestly, if it's in terms of the villains, Moro is really where it's at. I'm not really that excited about the galactic prisoners that have been freed, especially, again, like, you see, they really ain't much. Although, to be fair, now, this is where the other Z Warriors, I guess, are going to get involved, because they've also been empowered by Moro giving them energy and, you know, basically using his powers to enhance them. At the end of, I believe, the latest chapter, they're headed toward Earth, so probably that's where we're gonna get the Piccolos, Krillins, 18s, all of the Z Warriors, or the Super Warriors now, right? I don't know. We're gonna probably get them involved via that way, because Dragon Ball Super, for a while now, honestly, I want to say, well, people would argue the entire series, but for, at the very least, this arc, it's mainly been Goku and Vegeta get bopped, running away, Galactic Patrol comes and saves them, they get bopped again, so it's kind of been only really Goku and Vegeta. This is probably how they're planning on bringing in the other characters, which is good, because as much as I love Goku and Vegeta, that's a nice breath of fresh air. I don't want to only see Goku and Vegeta, although it's been freaking hype, and that's one of the ways, again, how you show that a villain is credible. I like that this arc didn't only take the approach, because normally what they do with Dragon Ball, especially with Super, is they usually take Vegeta, have him be the example, get him whipped up, and then that's the end of it. But the fact with this arc that they took Goku and Vegeta, both of them, and had them take 2 L's, is a bit of a breakaway from the norm for what they do, where they usually just use Vegeta as a scapegoat for Goku to later come and say, yes, I'm strong. Which, let's talk about the Galactic Patrol for a little bit, because the Galactic Patrol, honestly, I still to this point am a little bit suspicious of Merus, or Merus. I'm kind of wondering if he had a role in breaking out Moro. I'm still wondering if there's any fishy business there, because the dude has been hiding his strength this entire time. Why didn't he immediately go ham and capture Moro instantly? Is it that maybe he possibly broke him free in order to later capture him? Because there's a couple things that I'm little bit concerned with Merus. I'm still not all the way convinced, despite the fact that now he's supposedly going to go and train with Goku to
master Ultra Instinct, which I don't know if that's really, I would like, honestly, for them to hold off on Ultra Instinct, the silver hair. Maybe the black haired form, Goku be able to use it for an extended amount of time, but the silver haired form, I still don't want him to master, because I feel as though that's like end game type of deal. That's where if he masters that, he should be able to take out Beerus, in my opinion, or be close to there, because Beerus did make comments in the Tournament of Power like, whoa, what is that? What's going on here? He's getting close, you know, something along the lines of that. Obviously not the exact lines, but if he masters this now, we're really close to defeating Beerus at that point, or surpassing Beerus, and the end game goal is to surpass Beerus and probably Whis, right? So despite the fact that they're going to be training, I still don't necessarily want him to be able to all the way master it. Maybe he'll be able to tap into it a little bit more frequently, but not that he can do it like Super Saiyan, go at will into Ultra Instinct, because then it's like, for me, Ultra Instinct, I look at it as the reason why the hair is that way is because it's wisdom, and you probably need to be older to have that. Kind of like when Gon from Hunter x Hunter used his power to become, you know, that older form. I feel as though that's something like what I feel with Ultra Instinct. Maybe I'm just off about it in general. Obviously, there's explanations for it, whatever, but for him to be able to use it at will now, if he trains with Merus, I don't know. And also, I don't know how I feel about Merus being this freaking strong. Somebody from the Galactic Patrol, where Jocko jokes around. Like, I honestly thought the Galactic Patrol, for the most part, was maybe a few people stronger than Jocko. Nothing really fantastical. But the fact that we got somebody like Merus that basically, he's, in a way, better than Goku and Vegeta. He was hiding his strength. Goku does that whole, alright, let me see what you about, and goes through all his Super Saiyan forms, and at God mode he had to stop. I'm curious to see where Merus' skills are at, but also, again, it doesn't completely alleviate the fact that, who knows, maybe Merus had a hand in letting Moro free, or is up to no good. Maybe he wants the promotion of recapturing Moro so he could lead the Galactic Patrol. I mean, that still would make him crooked in a way. I don't know, I just don't completely trust him. And then we also have one of the big things where Vegeta, he didn't want to go with Goku anymore, which I thought that was awesome, because we've seen a very big change in Vegeta's character. Don't get me wrong, it's been for the better. He's been a better father. He just changed into a better person. He grew, he developed great stuff with Vegeta. I know there's a lot of people that hate that, and they're like, ugh, I want my old badass Vegeta back. I understand it, but it's for the better of the character, the betterment of, hey, he became an Earthling, hey, he had a family, hey, he slowly became more of like what Goku became, just living there his whole life. Vegeta's now on that path. So cool stuff there, but it was nice for him to finally say, yo, I'm done with all of this instant transmission. Kakarot, get your hands off me, fam. Like, don't touch me. Because it gives room for him to grow on his own. Just like when he obtained, what was it, the new transformation that he had that was like in between Super Saiyan Blue, but it wasn't like Ultra Instinct, that new form evolution, was it? When he did that, I was like, okay, Vegeta getting his own thing. So him refusing to use the instant transmission with Goku, great move, but also the fact that he wanted to go to Yardrat. I thought that was a nice game changer. Now, to be honest with you, maybe he will learn instant transmission upon arrival in Yardrat, but also, I think that this is a good move because the people from Yardrat, maybe they have other techniques, not only instant transmission, or Vegeta can use instant transmission to create his own techniques itself. Maybe a instant Big Bang attack of some sort, something like that. That'd be freaking insane, but I applauded that move. I felt as though Vegeta going to Yardrat, Vegeta saying no more, was a good move, even though they had to run like rats. And again, Moro was talking to shit. That's why I really like Moro. Moro, again, he's one of those, he's like a Goku Black before the Zama's, hey, I'm a little whiny, you know what I'm saying? So I'm expecting some really big things with Vegeta, you know, going to Yardrat, new techniques from him. I think now Goku training with Merus, maybe he won't tap into Ultra Instinct, you know, or master it. Maybe he'll learn something, or a smaller version of it. Likewise with Vegeta doing his own training. It's good to separate them so that they're not just, oh, he's blue, he's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want them just to be constantly alike. I will say with the Dragon Ball Super manga, probably pacing would be an issue if I had to point out anything, where it's like, hey, the Galactic prisoners got free, and then in the same chapter, hey, they've arrived, or the very next chapter is like, time goes by really quick. Vegeta left to Yardrat, the next chapter, he arrived at Yardrat, or in the same chapter, I don't know, I read it all in a bunch, but like, it goes by really quick with the pacing. The anime will probably pad that out whenever they do decide to do this stuff. I'm imagining they're probably waiting, letting it stack up of some sort, but that's probably the only issue I would say is the pacing. Goku and Vegeta taking L's, it gives more credibility to Moro, so no problems there. Vegeta doing his own thing, no problems there. Merus, a little questionable. Galactic prisoners, not the biggest fan of them, because again, Vegeta described them as They're pretty much like weaklings. Like, my son could take them out. They ain't shit. And Moro, once again, just being a breakaway. He's not that he's strong per se. It's more so that his abilities are incredible. And seeing that instead of doing the whole or a remake of King Piccolo, of using the wish to be young again, the energy that he's been consuming has kind of brought him back to his youth in ways. Like, my body's almost completely back to how I used to be. So advancement in that aspect without making it a dramatic, like, I need the wish. A lot of really awesome stuff. Dragon Ball Super manga lately, honestly, it's been pretty freaking cool. Again, I would only argue, like, maybe the pacing is whatever, but it seems as though possibly the next chapter with these galactic prisoners, which Trunks can take him out on his own. I think that was the setup so that the Z Warriors can have a fair shake at something in this, because again, it's only been the Goku and Vegeta show against Moro and getting their tail whipped, which I ain't mad at it. Kind of curious what you guys have thought about the Dragon Ball Super manga lately. How have you felt about Moro? Again, I want to say it was November 2018 when we started this. How do you feel in comparison to Broly or the Tournament of Power? I really want the anime to come back and do this at some given point, because Moro's a freaking badass. And what techniques do you think Goku and Vegeta are going to get out of this, you know, secluded training? Goku with Merus, do you think that he's just gonna master Ultra Instinct, or maybe he'll figure something else out? And with Vegeta, what do you think he's gonna get from the Yardrat people? You think it's just going to be a different form of instant transmission? Because he said he wanted to learn from them some techniques. He didn't necessarily say instant transmission. I think he'll gather that or something similar along the way, or say I didn't even bother to get that, because at the end of the day, you want to keep Goku as unique as possible, and instant transmission has been something that is exclusive to him. So maybe he won't use that per se, have something different or something even more advanced, which would be freaking crazy. And your overall thoughts for the future of Dragon Ball Super's manga, how you think this arc is going to finish off. I am looking forward to seeing what they do with Moro. I'm looking forward to seeing how he's defeated, because based on the way he's doing things, it's like, you have a problem. He can suck up all your ki before you, like, they really got to just get him quick. They got to double team him, get him as quick as they possibly can, especially before, because he's like consuming all this energy. He's going to get too strong to a point where they're not going to be able to do much. In fact, they've already gotten their tail whipped again twice. How are they going to take him out? And one last thing real quick to throw in, the Lord of Lords, Majin Buu's form, I wasn't a fan of how that went either. The fact that he couldn't use the technique. It was cool that they did a flashback and they showed, you know, that basically the power went to Kid Buu and all of that stuff. But it was kind of like, hey, we have a plot device. Hey, no we don't. So Vegeta's finally made it to Yardrat. About to get into that. Goku is training with Merus. Ultra Instinct might be returning. Merus's mysterious past is about to come out to light. Piccolo putting in work. Let's talk some Dragon Ball Super, baby. Let's go, the Moro arc.
Whether Facebook, Twitter, or the two, make sure to steer clear, cause I'm coming through like.
So at the beginning of the chapter, Vegeta made it to Yardrat, which it was pretty quick, honestly. Like, I'm glad it didn't stall or anything. We got to Yardrat, Vegeta made it there, and we start off with some callbacks. The fact that the Yardratians, is that how you would refer to them? They knew of Vegeta because Goku already had told them about, which makes sense because when he went to Yardrat, it was about the Namek arc, if that was the last time he went. I can't remember if he went to Yardrat since then, but by that point he already knew Vegeta, even though, well, they might not know that Vegeta actually changed. So maybe that's why they actually were prepared and had all the clones and everything. It kind of makes sense now. It adds up. Because their last information, if it was from Namek, Vegeta was still kind of a halfway bad guy. And the fact that they also brought up the Ginyu Force, like, yo, thank you for taking care of the Ginyu Force. Really cool to get those callbacks. It really makes the story feel like, yo, this is a continuation of Z. It doesn't make it feel like, oh, you know, they don't really, you know, I love the callback. So that was really dope. Although, it's crazy when we first get there, the Yardratians look like the Yardrat people that we remember. But then there's also some different species that look kind of different, but they're still from Yardrat. And then we meet after, well, we first meet one of the Yardrats that he's like, oh, you know, a group of people, shall I say, and we find out that he's only one person, and then we meet the elder Yardrat that actually taught Goku instant transmission. So very cool that all these years later, like, yo, how long ago was it? Probably about 17 years ago, 15 years ago, that me and you watched this on Toonami or however the hell, you know, you watched it back in the day, and we learned about Yardrat and everything, to finally find out who exactly was it that taught Goku instant transmission. That is really freaking dope. And it's Elder Paibara, which, okay, whatever, it's a name, I guess. And we find out that the Yardratians don't have multiple techniques. It's not like they know this and that. So Vegeta's bubble was kind of busted, because I could imagine Vegeta's like, yo, I'm about to learn a lot of shit. But at the same time, it didn't really make sense. They contradict themselves, because they know how to master one technique that does different features, I guess you could say. So they halfway telling the truth. I mean, hey, it does multiple things, but it's still one technique, and it's called spirit control. And to be honest with you, the way it's described, it's starting to show like maybe for what a lot of people give Dragon Ball flack for, the fact that it's like very simplistic of like it's either throwing punches or throwing ki blasts, which ki is essentially what the spirit is, you know, they call it ki or whatever, or Goku calls it ki, but it's, you know, called spirit control on Yardrat. But the difference is that spirit control is manipulating the ki, so to speak. So it definitely reminds me, I remember when I was on Twitter and people were saying, yo, it sounds like Dragon Ball is going into Nen, and this is going to make battles, assuming that Vegeta really utilizes all of these techniques and doesn't just go to, I'm just gonna Big Bang attack it. We could have some very complex battles with Vegeta at the very least if he really learns how to utilize spirit control to his advantage, because there's 3 different things that they showed off the bat, and who knows what else they can do with it. They could use clones. They can make a bunch of themselves. They can make themselves really big. That one, I don't see how that's gonna really work. I mean, what, a giant Vegeta? The clone thing also, I'm like, okay, you know, I mean, if you move fast enough in Dragon Ball Z, and that was like around Ginyu era, you could do something like that. I mean, not even that. What am I saying? Like, the after image technique in Dragon Ball, which I guess is a little bit different, cloning yourself, opposed to the after image technique, but it's not that far off. I don't know. I just felt like, okay, these techniques, maybe they'll help. And of course, instant transmission, but who knows what else could be done, because Vegeta, very, very smart. He could utilize all this for something else. Maybe he could utilize the spirit control to make his blast ginormous, even if it's a small ki blast, make it the size of a freaking planet or something like that. So that's what I'm hoping for, because other than that, it was like pretty simple techniques. That's probably why Goku didn't really take the time to learn a lot of that stuff, because he's like, yeah, what could I do? But Vegeta, a sophisticated, very trained, very intelligent fighter, would figure out a way to use all of that to make something incredible that we haven't seen before. Then we cut to the king over at the Galactic Patrol, and he's basically sending Jocko to go get somebody, like, yo, we need some recruits, fam. We need to do something about this Moro situation. And I love how they even brought up Monaka, but it seems as though the king knew, like, yo, Monaka ain't shit, like, let's stop. He's like, nah, let's get the Namekian, bring the green motherfucker in, which I'm glad. And I kind of called it, I mean, everybody called it, to be honest with you. It seems as though, oh, okay, this was a good setup to have some type of way of including the other Dragon Ball fighters into this, because at the end of the day, it's really been the Goku and Vegeta show. They kind of excluded most of the other cast for this arc, which I think, I don't want to say that's unintentional. I want to say honestly that's by design, because if you think about it with Dragon Ball Super Broly, honestly it wasn't until very close to the end that Piccolo showed up. Other than that, it was really the Goku and Vegeta show, which it's cool and all, but I do want to see some of the other characters from time to time, but I also want it to be in a sensible manner. I don't want Piccolo just going up to Moro and being like, yo fam, grabbing him by the neck and saying, yo, I'm Piccolo, I'm green and I got muscles and I'm gonna smack the dog shit out. Like, no, not that. Although it'd be fire if it made sense, man. Let's make Piccolo relevant again and strong. Like, I would love it. But Piccolo and Dende are discussing pretty much that they know Namek has been ratified. What the hell is going on? The Namekians that know telepathy are pretty much all dead. So it sucks, honestly. Like, that's one of the things that I feel as though with this arc in particular, and unravel something from Dragon Ball Z, after all the carnage and mayhem and everything bad that happened to Planet Namek during the Namek Saga, the Frieza Saga, you know, them blowing, all sorts of stuff. They finally found a new home. They were living in peace, and then it gets all unraveled. So, I mean, that's the cost you pay when it comes to, like, having a series that achieved a lot of peace in it, that was, you know, very disruptive, like, similar to Naruto, where peaceful times, but if you're gonna do a spin-off or a sequel, you gotta kind of unravel the piece in order to make it interesting. So I kind of feel in that regard like, damn man, the Namekians never got a break. These people don't stop, leave them alone. But Moro's goons show up to Earth, and Piccolo makes light work of them. He's like, fam, yeah, you kidding me right now? So honestly, I'll be real with you, it kind of really makes me look at Moro's wish like, so we wasted 2 wishes, because Moro used one of the wishes, you know, from Purunga to restore his magic. Okay, cool. Great wish right there. One of them was that, you know, his helper guy used it to restore his health, and I was like, that was a trash wish. And then the third wish, which was held up like, whoa, what could this be? It was to release the prisoners from the Galactic Prison. Like, okay, maybe there could be some really nasty people in there that would help. But it's been told that they're like, you know what I'm saying? At best, like, Trunks could probably take him out by himself. So that wish from Moro, even looking at the way Piccolo handled these dudes, is like, okay, you know, whatever. Like, that was a wasted wish too, because they ain't much. Like, they they got handled by Piccolo. And Bulma comes to deliver the message from Jocko to Piccolo like, yo, they want you. And of course he finds out after, which that just goes to show how benevolent Piccolo is. Like, Piccolo should definitely become the guardian of Earth at some given point, assuming Dende, you know, eventually passes the role or whatever to him, which, I mean, Dende's younger, so I don't know exactly how that would work. But, like, yo, he let them go. He let Moro's goons go, only to find out, of course, like, yo, they're gonna send somebody a lot stronger. You better stop them, motherfuckers. And then, of course, you know, blows up their plane, and he's like, you try to trick me, fam, huh? It sucks that these are the roles that our heroes from the, you know, Dragon Ball Z are relegated towards, like, taking out the little small runts from Moro's group, which, again, it also shows that, like, why did he waste a wish on that? He could have wished for a lot of other things, like, hey, how about a cool cape? Okay, that'd be terrible, but, you know what I'm saying? Like, these dudes are getting handled in a very easy manner, and Moro hyped it up, or the story was hyped up that these guys are gonna be, you know, that was the third wish on the Dragon Balls. It's supposed to be something huge, and it was wasted on them. So then, after they, you know, give the message to Moro, thankfully Moro himself isn't going. He said, I'm gonna send a second stronger brigade of people to check out, and then if they let me know, then I'll go over there. So it's not like Moro's gonna come and, like, because at the end of the day, Piccolo and them, they can't do nothing against Moro. But we'll have some more credible fighters that'll probably give Piccolo and them a run for their money. Eventually, we'll bring in Ten Shinhan, Tien, Krillin, all of them in order to have a good battle. So I'm imagining when the second brigade of Moro's people show up, then we'll probably see all the Z Warriors back in action or something like that. Again, it's good that Moro ain't sure, because let's be honest, Moro would go suck up all of Earth, and that'd be the end of it, and we'd have to use the Dragon Balls at the end of it to revive everything, because nobody on Earth right now would be able to do shit against him. Then we got Goku training with Merus, and there's been something about Merus that I've been wondering this entire time. Like, to be honest with you, I'm starting more and more to rule out that he could be a bad guy, to be honest with you, because I thought for the longest time, like, he's the one that let Moro free somehow, some way. Like, he did it because he just seemed like he was very sneaky, and there was something that he was hiding. This chapter is starting to blow open. Possibly he's an angel, maybe he's connected to Whis somehow, something along the lines of that, because one, his power, he knows about Ultra Instinct revealed in this chapter, and just the way he maneuvers and everything, like, there's something off about him. Like, he's definitely potentially an undercover angel or something along the lines of that. I don't want him to be an angel. It'd be cool if he was like maybe a disciple of Whis at some given point, or maybe he trained with Whis, or who knows, imagine he trained Whis himself. Like, there's so many possibilities for who Merus really is, but then it also makes you wonder, why did he go to the Galactic Patrol? Was it that they needed somebody really strong and that's why he went? But also, why hide your powers? Why go to the Galactic Patrol, hide your powers, and stay hiding out there if you're somebody like that high up? Because they start talking about, you know, achieving Super Saiyan and Ultra Instinct. With Super Saiyan, it's rage. You gotta use rage, but with Ultra Instinct, it's pretty much the exact opposite. You gotta be able to have self-control when a crazy situation happens, and basically control your emotions. Like, so if something bad happens, instead of like going and raging, like if Krillin would have died in front of Goku, and he obviously had the training or whatever, instead of going into complete rage, if he would have just stayed calm and not let the shock to his emotions make him bubble up and go nuts, he possibly could have gone Ultra Instinct right there against Frieza all the way back then. And then Merus, after revealing the secret that he's been keeping, takes Goku into these pyramids. I thought the setting was pretty freaking dope. I like that. And the pyramids bring him into a hyperbolic time chamber, but it's a mini chamber, which I was kind of like, okay, so we're introducing variations of the hyperbolic time chamber, also not aging the characters dramatically, because with the hyperbolic time chamber, it's 1 day in our time equals 1 year in there. But with this one, it's 3 days in there, so it's not a real big, like, you got a couple extra days for going in there, and I was glad, because at the end of the day, the characters are going to age rapidly already as it is. Let's not age them that much. But also, again, it feels like a cheat code. Like, 1 year in there definitely would give him an incredible amount of ideas and opportunities to be able to take out Moro. And it's also draining at the same time. So 3 days, screw it, gives an extra boost. And then Merus reveals that now he can use his full power without anyone finding out. I wonder why he doesn't want anyone to find out. Again, is he undercover to find out that there's maybe corruption in the Galactic Patrol? Something along that? I don't know. And Goku's basically ready to go. So we got the training at the end, basically, while Vegeta is going to Yardrat to learn these different techniques. Goku's gonna try and master Ultra Instinct there with Merus, which that's really dope, bringing Ultra Instinct back. I'm really curious though what Vegeta's gonna come out of there being able to accomplish with this key control, spirit control. Like, is it gonna be similar to like Nen? I don't think it'll be as complex, because it's Dragon Ball at the end of the day. They don't like to do that, but it's definitely gonna be interesting with that. Also, the whole Piccolo thing, like, kind of curious what you guys thought about this chapter, to be honest with you. It was like, it wasn't the craziest, but it was a pretty damn good setup chapter. We got, again, Earth right now is about to be in trouble with some more Moro's people. Again, thankfully it's not Moro, because we know that there's no way in hell that anybody's gonna be able to stop Moro that's on Earth right now. So it's not Moro, but maybe once the second brigade shows up, they might send word to Moro, and then once Moro's like, okay, I'm gonna head to Earth, that's when Goku and Vegeta will finish their training up or whatever. Also, what do you think Vegeta's gonna again come out of the planet of Yardrat with? What techniques you think he's gonna possibly be able to use? Basically combining the gigantification, instant transmission, and the cloning technique. I mean, imagine a bunch of giant Vegetas instant transmissioning around. Like, that just sounds weird. And what do you think is Merus' role? Who is Merus? Is he an angel? Is he somebody high up? Why is he hiding the Galactic Patrol, hiding his powers? Maybe he's a criminal himself and he's hiding there, but they don't know, so they're using his abilities because he's strong. And your overall thoughts and expectations for the future of Dragon Ball Super with chapter 53 and beyond. Honestly, it was a solid chapter. I want to say for a build-up chapter, it was about like a 7.5 to an 8 around there. It was good to pretty good, or good to very good, but yeah, basically just set up with some pretty interesting stuff to come, foreshadowing. So it seems as though once again, Planet Namek and the Namekians have fallen. We have 3 remaining survivors, and I feel as though chapter 53 of Dragon Ball Super, while it did point it out, that's a big deal. I don't see many people talking about that. It's like, man, Planet Namek, how many times do they have to go through destruction, whether it's in the manga, the anime, the movies? It's like, poor Planet Namek. But also we got Goku and Vegeta training, we got the Z Warriors throwing down in this chapter. Can't stress enough how much I appreciate seeing some of the other characters besides the Goku and Vegeta show throwing down, baby. And the return of our boy, the boy wonder, Gohan. Let's talk some Dragon Ball Super, baby.
No matter how you move, get it done. No matter how you move, get it done.
So this chapter of Dragon Ball Super, it seems as though they're putting more importance on some of the other characters, and I'm really happy. Now, it felt clear as day, which it's unfortunate that the wish that was kind of built up with a lot of suspense from Moro, like what was that final wish, was really a wish to give the fans some fights for the other characters, because since then, you know, the people that were released from the Galactic Prison have been heading towards Earth, and with this chapter yet again, we got more stuff going down, and we got Piccolo and all these people throwing down, which I ain't gonna be mad at it. I want to see my boys throw down a little bit too, seeing Krillin, Piccolo. I wish there was more. I wish we would have got some Tien in here. Poor Yamcha. Poor Yamcha. They always shit on Yamcha. Like, why? But we get a little more of a setup of what's happened. Well, even before the setup, once again, let's just quickly talk about Planet Namek's destruction. Now there's only Dende, Piccolo, and that one kid, Eska, I want to say his name was. So now there's only 3 Namekians left. I really hope at the end of all of this, whether it's with the Super Dragon Balls or some type of Dragon Balls, Planet Namek gets restored, because it's ridiculous. Like, the Namekians, the most peaceful, beautiful race out there, once again down to 3, and I feel as though they should have stressed that a little bit more with this chapter. We had like a couple panels, and it's like, damn, you know, Namek took it again, and then after that it's like, oh, well, we got these fights to go on, which, don't get me wrong, you can't really be stressing over this while you got a battle to, you know, take care of, but it's crazy. Like, poor Namek, that actually really messed me up a little bit. I'm like, yo, long live Namek, baby. But then Jocko starts, once he figures out who are the people coming to Earth from Moro's squad, you know, the next set of people coming through, he starts breaking down, in particular, one of them, which he looked a lot like Hit to me. It's somewhat anyway, like Hit from, you know, Universe 6. This guy, OG73, which I ain't gonna lie, I've been having a blast with his name. OG73, an OG from 1973, boy. But yeah, OG73, which we find out a little bit of his technique, which, once again, Dragon Ball Super, branching off from what the previous series and a lot of the other series beforehand have done, which this one, again, it's more so lining up with what's going on in modern shonen manga and anime, opposed to it just being about, you know, ki blast and throwing punches. It's kind of like, you know, ability based, and this guy, he's able to steal abilities for up to a half an hour after he basically chokes you out. So he gotta grab you by the back of your neck, and then he's able to steal abilities, which pacing in this one very quick, because it starts off with there being about 10 days, and then literally about 10 seconds later, oh shit, they're here. I mean, don't get me wrong, we did get a little bit of seeing what was going on that planet and how they were able to jump over, where OG-73 and the other two are, you know, demolishing these, which they kind of look like the kamikaze versions of Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, but they were like some porcupine, I don't know what the hell, but they had some crazy ability to be able to teleport, like basically instant transmission in a way. They were able to jump universes, or not universes, galaxies essentially in an instant, and that's how OG-73 and the OG-73, I can't get enough of that, Dave. But then that's when we get a battle. We finally got some fights going down, which, don't get me wrong, in comparison to like fighting a grandioso villain like Moro, or, you know, just the top dogs, these definitely ain't top dogs, but at the very least we have a way, which again, like I've said, Dragon Ball has been using abilities to be able to have some decent fights where it doesn't feel like, oh, this is so unrealistic, you know what I'm saying, like how the heck they throw him, because OG-73 catches Piccolo slipping and steals his abilities. I mean, special beam cannon, stretchy arms, all of that good stuff, which, to be honest with you, I was a little disappointed with Piccolo, I'm not gonna lie. Now granted, you could throw out the argument and I will give him this pass, like, you just found out your home planet has been wiped out and it's only you and 2 other people left from Namek. So maybe that's why he's thrown off right now. Even Jocko's like, fam, I just told you about his ability and you let that happen. He's like, I was sloppy. But I was a little disappointed. I'm like, yo, Piccolo, get on your A game, fam. We in Dragon Ball Super now. You know what I'm saying? This ain't Dragon Ball. This ain't Z when you was top dog against like Imperfect Cell. This is Super. Take it serious. Stop being sloppy. But again, I will give him the excuse. He's probably in shock at all this that just happened. On top of that, he's a little bit confused because you gotta remember, for the Z Warriors, you know, whatever our cast, they're still getting used to fighting people that have these unique abilities, or, you know, I guess able to steal abilities for that matter, but they're not used to that. They're more so used to just a straight up battle with punches and ki blasts and who's stronger. So it probably caught him off guard, but Piccolo, don't lack anymore. Next time you say you're sloppy, fam, I'm calling you out. Which, by the way, quickly to talk about 73. He's an artificial creation that was created on a planet of science and stuff like that. I'm wondering if there's any connection at all. Maybe these are early connectors trying to connect to Dr. Mew from Dragon Ball GT that created Baby and all that stuff. It kind of gave me a little bit of a vibe of that. Maybe he's an early prototype of what eventually will become of, like, you know, again, his ultimate creation, Baby, because it just seems as though, like, nice getting a backstory on this guy. I'm wondering if it's going to amount to anything other than Piccolo probably, or, well, not Piccolo at this point, it would be Gohan, but him getting his ass kicked at the end of all of this, because, like, that was a good setup for it, possibly, again, introducing, whether it be Dr. Mew or something else, because he comes from this planet of science, and if this dude is that strong to be able to copy abilities and all this other stuff, who knows what else comes from that planet. And getting back to Piccolo, like, damn, yeah, no, they caught him lacking a couple times. Like, he was about to kill Pasta and them, they grab his arm. He's about, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Piccolo was slacking in this one. Don't get me wrong, Krillin, which, hilarious team up. I love it. Krillin and Mr. Satan working together, even though Mr. Satan really, like, what is he gonna do? But that was a funny pair up. But, yeah, again, I don't want to keep on harping on Piccolo, because I love the dude, but get your shit together, fam. Like, you sloppy. But we get a big battle with OG-73 versus Piccolo, and it's pretty much an even matchup. You see, they both throwing the same blast, throwing their arms, conking heads together. And I mean, if you're gonna give a battle and you don't want to bring more powerful people that we've never heard of that are this strong, because you got to think at this point, Piccolo or any of the Z Warriors, they're very, very, very strong. Like, you know what I'm saying? And at once upon a time, Frieza and his old form was said to be the strongest of our universe. So if you're gonna have, you know, at the very least, okay, he has an ability to be able to copy somebody that is that freaking strong to put up a good fight. Now, Krillin's battle against the other dude, I don't know how that's gonna go down. And then, of course, you got Jocko, which I want to see Jocko shine. I think this is a good opportunity as well to give Jocko a good moment, because right now he's a little bit scared, a little bit runny. You got Piccolo making mistakes, but maybe we could see Jocko put in some work. I just hope that they don't leave it all to our boy, which, now I think about it, I won't even be mad about it. Leave it all to our boy that just arrived on the scene. Gohan, baby. I was so hyped, I'm not gonna lie. When Gohan showed up at the end, he's like, sorry, I'm late, fam. Better late than never. Gohan, to me, is always like, he is basically, even with the Saiyaman stuff and everything, he's kind of like Superman of our universe, essentially. He plays it off very well. But, like, him showing up, you gotta think, after the Tournament of Power, I don't know if his powers went dormant that freaking quick. They better not have, he should be able to take out somebody that is on Piccolo's level and probably this whole entire crew. Now, obviously, Moro's a different story. I don't see him holding a candle to Moro, but at the very least, these flunkies that came after Pasta and them, like Gohan, I'm hoping he takes them out. Like this guy that, here's a theory, I'm imagining that somehow, some way, OG-73 is going to be able to copy Gohan's abilities, because if not, he shouldn't be able to hold a candle to him. Gohan is way stronger than Piccolo, and right now he's just moving off of Piccolo's abilities, Piccolo's moveset. Gohan is 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger, faster, and everything than Piccolo. So yeah, I'm betting he's going to find some way, or they're going to triple team him, these guys, to be able to copy Gohan's abilities to then really put up a good fight. Because if not, Gohan's about to body it. Either way, I want to see some Gohan action. He's been out of the story for too long. He wasn't active in the Broly film like that. Like, was he even in the Broly film? I don't even remember if he was in it or not, but he didn't do nothing in the Broly film. I know that. Like, let's see Gohan put some work in. It's been a while. And then after our boy shows up on the scene, we're going to have to wait another chapter or two to see what he's actually going to do, because we cut to Goku and Merus training, and Goku's like, man, how did I ever achieve Ultra Instinct? I'm starting to wonder if I actually did it. And now he's going to be basically fighting a life or death situation to recreate those circumstances against Merus, which is building up Merus very, very freaking high. Like, you got Jocko that he's a clown from the Galactic Patrol. Meanwhile, you got this dude Merus that he's no joke. If he's able to push Goku to that point, which Goku looks a little damaged or whatever, I'm curious to see exactly, which we've already had the speculations and theories that he's connected somehow to the angels, if he knows about Ultra Instinct and all of these things. So yeah, Merus, there's probably more to him. This would be great setup, honestly, for Merus having some, whether he's an undercover angel or he's an angel that was casted off, something there, because to push Goku to that limit, to be able to give Goku that, like, alright, I'll fight you to the death. Like, it's Goku, fam. So Merus, very, very strong dude, and it was a cool scene to build up the stakes even higher, that, like, okay, now Goku is going to push it to that limit, like, you know, to life or death situation. And then on the flip side, Vegeta's in harmonious peace, which it shows an interesting duality if you think about it. While normally it would be the opposite, it would be Goku in some tranquil, peaceful place, but a lot of what Dragon Ball Super has been trying to show, I want to say since that early Resurrection F Whis training, was Goku being more like Vegeta and Vegeta being more like Goku, and this is a theme that they're even carrying on into this, and I appreciate that they're not forgetting something that Whis tried to teach them early on. While Goku is fighting a savage fight to the death, which is something that Vegeta would do. I mean, just remember when he was trying to go Super Saiyan, how that meteor almost splashed him and everything. Vegeta's in harmonious peace in planet Yardrat, basically trying to get these abilities by keeping himself calm, but it seems as though it's going to take way too long and Vegeta's getting pissed off. So while Goku is struggling to, you know, in this all-out battle against Merus, Vegeta's struggling in this all-out peaceful land, trying to really become calm and one, so that he could learn some of these techniques to be able to use or utilize against, you know, Moro in their next upcoming battle. But I'm curious how they're going to cut that in half, because if it took Goku, well, mind you, Goku was a lot weaker and a lot less skilled than now when he did it, but it took Goku 150 days, and Vegeta is way less from what they described than like what Goku was in terms of being able to be one with his senses and all that stuff. I think Vegeta's smart enough that he'll be able to figure it out way quicker than that, but yeah, it seems as though it's very, very tricky for both of what they're going through. But either way, chapter, I appreciated the battles with Piccolo and them, the Z Warriors, getting a little build-up of Moro's crew. I hope there's more to OG-73 than just, like, him getting owned by Gohan in the next chapter too. Like, you built him up, you built up his home world, we could do something more with him. Also, I guess I want to ask you guys, what do you think about what's going on with Goku and Vegeta right now? Like, is it proving more and more that Merus is an angel of some sort? He gotta be. I mean, at the end of the day, he's with the Galactic Patrol. They don't seem that strong. Like, you know, Jocko's been very impressed by Goku and Vegeta, and there's been hints already, like, if he's fighting Goku in a life or death battle, that gotta say a lot about how strong Merus is. And on the flip side, how you think Vegeta's gonna be able to pull it off, to be able to cut down from 150 days that it took Goku, and he's way less on that tranquil line, so to speak, to be able to get out of there quick, because, you know, they only have a limited amount of time before Moro is gonna show up and planet Earth will be in trouble. And how do you think Gohan versus OG-73 is gonna go down? Again, I see OG-73 somehow, some way, he is going to be able to get his hands on Gohan's neck, and then that's when they're gonna be in trouble, because if not, Piccolo's strong, Gohan's way stronger. And your overall thoughts and expectations for Dragon Ball Super's manga with chapter 54 and beyond. It's heating up. I'm glad we got Krillin throwing blows, Jocko, Piccolo. Things is looking hype. I know every Gohan fan, upon reading this chapter, at the very least the first half of Dragon Ball Super chapter 54, was like, yeah! Gohan going in again, finally! It's been a while. The Moro arc has been almost consistently just focusing in on Goku, Vegeta, you know, the big key players. But this chapter, baby, Gohan going in, and it took some cheating. It took some Game Shark. Any old people or older people know what Game Shark is, or we take it back, a Game Genie, in order for OG73 to do something. But for the time being, Gohan was going in this chapter. That ending, though, the angels, what is going on? Another training session incoming, like... This is about to be intense, baby. This was intense. Let's talk about it.
No matter how you move, get it done. No matter how you move, get it done.
That's right, people. Dragon Ball Super Chapter 54. We got some Gohan action, and I was all for it. The boy wonder that has been shafted time and time again. I want to say, since the Tournament of Power, throughout the Moro arc, I don't even think we've seen Gohan. He wasn't relevant at all. I don't even remember if he was he even shown in the Broly film? Because obviously the Moro arc takes place after the Broly film. So I'm not sure if we've even seen Gohan since the Tournament of Power. It's been that long if you really think about it. We've had a whole movie, which if the anime comes back at some given point, they're probably going to do the same thing where they're going to readapt the Broly film into the anime and then probably do the Moro arc. So there's a lot of content already if you think about it, if the anime was to return. But that's a side note. We haven't seen Gohan doing his thing, and even in the Tournament of Power, a lot of people felt like Gohan didn't get his just dues. I'd argue to a certain degree, like, he had some pretty good moments. I think it was dope. I wish he would have been at the end. It would have been awesome, especially if the anime teased it, like if it was gonna be Goku and Gohan. I want to say it was one of the endings, or yeah, it was one of the endings where you see Goku and Gohan together. I would have loved for them to be, you know, father and son at the end of the Tournament of Power. It didn't really play out that way due to Frieza, right? If I'm not mistaken, again, with the anime, I get confused with the anime and manga, but it was Frieza. You know, he basically allowed Frieza to continue, and he took the L and was eliminated, and it was like, alright, but now we here, baby, and OG73 got his ass whipped by Gohan in this one. I was loving it. I mean, from the cover page, they was telling you, Gohan's here, baby. He was jabbing him, kicking his ass, and OG73, like, yo, what you really thought? Like, the thing about it is, why Gohan was able to do this is because they were miscalculated. Their calculations was all wrong because they had info from Earth 10 million years ago. Even at a certain point in the chapter, Moro was like, hey, 10 million years ago, what, wasn't Earth just a bunch of monkeys? Like, what the hell's going on here? You know what I'm saying? So their info was very outdated, but Gohan showed them the folly of their ways, mate, because he was just kicking so much tail. I loved it. The first, you know, I want to say what was like maybe 5-10 pages, I can't really remember, until Gohan switched his outfit up. Piccolo gave him that, and I love that. You know, everybody always says the memes and everything, but it always just feels so true that Piccolo is really Gohan's father, in terms of, like, you just see the admiration and pride, and it hurt Piccolo's pride, and it hurt mine too, to have to admit it. I'm not gonna lie. When Piccolo's like, I ain't gonna lie, it does hurt a little bit that you was able to, you know, whip down a clone of me that easily. But at the end of the day, come on, like, Gohan has surpassed Piccolo 1,000 times over. I mean, at the end of the Blue Arc alone, Gohan was like a god compared to Piccolo, and it sucks. I want, at some given point, I think if any character at this point in the story deserves like a massive boost, it would be Piccolo at this point. Like, Gohan's had a pretty big boost. Granted, it's not what we would like, and it seems as though it's been a long time, and they're probably never going to steer that way again, since it was like Gohan is the destined one. It's already been kind of confirmed that, like, he's cool with his life on Earth. He's cool with being the family man. Being a fighter isn't his thing, and, you know, we got to accept that. So, hey, if Gohan is just going to be from time to time doing some kick-ass stuff and then going back to the books, can Piccolo get some shine? I'm just saying. And then when OG73 went giant form, maybe I'm just not remembering, but has Piccolo ever canonically done that in the series? I know the only thing that comes to my mind of a Namekian going giant form was Lord Slug. I don't really remember Piccolo ever doing this, but hey, if he did, you know, I'm wrong and I'm just misremembering. But the only thing I remember was like Lord Slug was able to become massive. He was like a super Namekian back in the day, and when he did that, I was just like, big mistake, fam. Like, you just made yourself a giant target. That's why I'm not even that much of a fan of one of the techniques that Vegeta could potentially use that he's learning on Yardrat, of being able to become like really big. Is like, what does that really do? Okay, you might have strength, but you're gonna be ridiculously slow, and you just became a gigantic target for whoever you're fighting. So when OG73 did that, I was like, you're kidding, right, fam? Like, you just gave Gohan the ace in the hole. And then this is where the game shark, the game genie, the cheat codes came in, and I was like, oh, you can't even give Gohan this. You can't even give him the win against some of Moro's flunkies. Moral of the story, we in a galactic prison, okay? Like, why can't Gohan just get the win? I was like, no. When OG73 pulled out the technique that he has apparently now another thing where he can store some, I guess up to 3 abilities. So he had the porcupine looking dude that he can, you know, transfer through dimensions. The Piccolo one ran out just as Gohan was about to blast him down. And then he has Moro's power, which, wow, cheat code and a half, I'm just saying. And it just shows how cheap, in a way, Moro's technique really is, that it don't even gotta be Moro using it. This dude OG73 is using Moro's techniques, and it's still ridiculous. He's only draining, what was it? He said when they was over the walkie-talkies to Moro, like, he's only draining 4 people's energy key, whatever. Like, he was only draining, what, Piccolo, Gohan, like a few people there, and he was still able to. That's when Gohan just was like, no good. Even after, like, because for a bit, when they realized, like, they messed up taking Piccolo's abilities, and he was trying, you know, he's with his gigantic arm trying to grab Gohan's neck or whatever, realized that wasn't gonna happen. Gohan is way too much for you. Then again, he pulls out the stops, and I'm like, okay, I guess if we're gonna be cheating now and you're gonna use the big boss's powers, whatever, OG Krusty 3, like, I'm sorry, the Gohan fan in me was just reading this like, how you do my boy like that? He was supposed to get that win, darn it. But it's clear that this was also a major setup for more to come, because yeah, we're getting, I don't want to say a time skip, because time skips in Dragon Ball is like irrelevant. Like, you know how much time has passed in this series, which is dope because we've seen the characters grow up, so many, you know, years have passed or whatnot. But we got a little reprieve, and it was thanks to Piccolo opening up his mouth, because if Piccolo didn't say, oh, you know, you could beat us, but Goku and Vegeta are gonna come back, which it kind of felt a little convenient, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they're on the walkie-talkies, because Moro, it just, I guess it adds to how much of a tyrant he is and how much he just wants to have control of everything, because it's like, even to use the technique that Moro allowed OG73 to copy, and he's like, yo, I don't like people touching my neck. I don't like people touching my neck either. I'm kind of like Moro in that regard. But anyway, it did feel a little bit like convenient, like, oh, so they got a call. But again, it's like, it adds to the same time that Moro just wants everything. He wants to know everything, be in control of everything. And then at that point, it was like, oh, Piccolo opening up his mouth, Goku and Vegeta, which at first I was like, you really telling them what's about to come? You giving them this info? But it turned out to be for their benefit, because then once Moro heard about that, he's like, ooh, a whole bunch of energy key I can be absorbing. So he pulls his man off of there, and Jocko comes in and also adds an extra month to it by saying, hey, that's not enough time. So it goes from, what, 20 days to 2 months that they have a reprieve. And honestly, I just felt sour. Like, it was a dope part of the chapter, I'm not denying that. It was awesome to see Gohan, and it was awesome to show that despite the galactic prisoners' abilities didn't seem like that credible to begin with, it turned things around in terms of him having that copy of Moro's ability, and it showed that they're a credible threat. But I was just salty as a Gohan fan. I was salty as a Gohan fan, salty as a Piccolo fan, that even after this incredible triumphant moment of Gohan coming in, rushing through, knocking dudes down, they still did it to us. They still did it to us. Shueisha, Jump, Toei, why? Why can't Gohan get that moment? I'm just saying, damn! But it leaves us to have some training. Also, it's setting up for a very big climactic final battle with not only Moro, but also his goons, his squad. So you think about it, when they come back in 2 months, we're going to have the Goku and Vegeta versus Moro, but also it's not just going to be that, because we've already kind of had a bunch of that, Goku and Vegeta solo, and, you know, Merus going up against Moro. Now we're going to have Moro, the galactic prisoners, coming through, fighting Piccolo, Gohan, and them. We're gonna get more training. I am hoping, and this is what I am hoping, the fact that despite Piccolo getting shitted on, despite Gohan getting shitted on, that this can allow for Piccolo to have a huge advancement, as well as Gohan. Gohan, go train with Whis or something. Gohan, go do something because I'm tired of you taking them L's. Likewise with Piccolo, I want to see Piccolo back to that greatness. You know, once upon a time, Piccolo was one of the strongest. Once upon a time, Piccolo was going to initially be the Majin character, and it wasn't going to be Majin Vegeta, it was going to be Majin Piccolo, and he was going to have a gigantic power-up. Can we get something like that to make Piccolo a credible force for Earth's, you know what I'm saying, defenses? I think maybe, just maybe, I'm going to have a little bit of faith that that was foreshadowing when Piccolo was like, man, I'm kind of disappointed a clone of me was beaten that easy by you. Maybe that's some type of small hint, and I know I'm grasping at straws, but maybe that's some small hint that Piccolo is going to get a massive power up in these 2 months of training that they're about to embark on, now that Moro's goons is bouncing and giving that opportunity. So we gotta wait and see on that. And then the last bits of the chapter, there's 2 more bits I guess you could say. We got Goku and Merus. Now they found out the information, but they're gonna have basically 6 months of training because they're going into this 3-day hyperbolic time chamber nonsense or whatever, which 2 months times 3 days, which if 1 day over here equals 3 days in there, yep, 6 months they're gonna have to prepare for this. And it was kind of cool in a way. I mean, it was hinting more and more about Merus' origin when Merus was like, I could eat, I could not eat, it don't really matter because, yeah, the angels, they don't really need to eat. And it was kind of a little out of character, but cool. I thought it was dope for Goku to say, oh, you ain't gonna eat, I ain't gonna eat either, because we know that Goku loves to eat. That's a staple. This dude will shut down your restaurant, your buffet by himself. You know what I'm saying? So a little out of character for Goku to say, we're gonna skip these meals, baby. Let's do these 6 months of training. But I think that'll push Goku to the limit. I mean, maybe it's a forgotten trait, something that's totally not a big deal anymore. But if you go back to OG Dragon Ball, when Goku was hungry, he was kind of useless. Like, he would be just laying there like, I can't do nothing, I'm starving. So there's also going to be pushing past his limits and hopefully get him to that Ultra Instinct. Maybe that will be hilarious. I would love that. And comedy has been kind of stripped from the Dragon Ball story, especially in the manga. It's not really that prevalent, but that would be awesome if one of the things that pushes him beyond his limits into Ultra Instinct is the fact that he is starving and he goes and he's like, alright, yo, I'm going Ultra Instinct, I need to eat already. But lastly, probably the spiciest of the chapter, the ending, when we find out Whis is watching everything and he's watching Goku and Merus train, and he goes to the Grand Priest, baby. You know things is getting real when we're involving Whis and the Grand Priest. And he's like, yo, no, you know, we angels, we don't get involved in the affairs of our universe, which, again, if Merus, which is all in there, if Merus is an angel, he is breaking laws. So he goes to the Grand Priest and he's like, nah, I ain't asking to come help our universe by any means, but I want to know about the laws of angels, right? You know, confirm some stuff. And the Grand Priest already knows about Merus. So it makes me question so many different things. Okay, if the angels, especially the Grand Priest, is already onto Merus, they know that Merus is there and he shouldn't be there, why are they allowing it? Is it that he's on some secret mission to begin with? Is he a fallen angel? Is there something radical about it? Is Merus not a good guy in the end? Maybe he's using this all to his advantage because he has his own motives or goals. Or is it just that he's allowed to be there for a specific reason? What is his exact connection? We know at this point, seemingly he's an angel, but why is he there? Is it because maybe his universe was destroyed, and once your universe is destroyed, you kind of got nowhere to go, so you just settle wherever? Like, what's up with all of this? And your overall thoughts and expectations for the future of Dragon Ball Super? I'm not gonna lie, it was a dope chapter, a little bit shady with certain aspects of like, oh god, the cheat code, they got Moro's power, Gohan was just putting in work, whatever. But that really gets me mad. I wanted Gohan to freaking win. Hopefully this sets up for a bigger victory. Hopefully this sets up for Piccolo to have massive training and a huge power boost to where he's not a inferior product to Gohan. And also Gohan has a better power up. Man, go train with one of the angels. Go train with Beerus. Just go do something, damn it. I want you to win. And your overall thoughts and expectations again. Moro, what's going to happen? How many chapters do you think it's going to take to get past these 2 months? I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the next chapter we're already past the 2 months, because time flies with the manga. Also, no Vegeta in this chapter. How do you feel about that? And just, the insanity, this chapter, it had me on the edge of my seat, and then I could have, like, I don't know, thrown a freaking house at how mad I was that Gohan didn't get that victory. Like, damn. So a whole lot went down in Dragon Ball Super Chapter 55. We got more advancements on Vegeta's training. We got Vegeta fighting against somebody from seemingly the Zarbon race. I'm not sure if that race has a name, but Uzun.
we also got some stuff, big revelations with Merus, his identity, who he's related to, and so much more. This chapter of Dragon Ball Super, last chapter of 2019, and they made sure to give us a nice bang and get us set up for 2020. Let's talk about it. So, Dragon Ball Super Chapter 55 picks up, of course, from where the last one left off, with Whis and the Grand Priest having their conversation about Merus, and we find out everything about Merus now. It's been a while. I was hoping like this chapter would, and it delivered very greatly regarding Merus's identity. According to the Grand Priest, he sent them to basically learn. He sent them to Universe 7 to kind of experience things and get a broader understanding, which I'm curious why. Was it that he was just like very sheltered or coddled, or why exactly he wanted him to learn? Is that just something that the angels in general all have to go through at some given point, or why in particular the Grand Priest sent Merus on this quest, and that he was dangerously close to breaking the rules? Because we all know, as it's been stated many times, angels aren't allowed to get involved in things. And if you think about it, Merus has kind of been getting involved in things, even in the fight against Moro, despite the fact that he's been using human, or not even human, but like, only weapons and stuff like that, and not his true power. He still has kind of been meddling to a certain degree. But I guess you could also throw the argument that, well, if that's the case, Whis has meddled in, because remember, he rewinded time from when Frieza blew up Earth. So there's the argument there that Whis already broke the rules long ago, and a lot harder. So I don't think Merus shooting his little gun and jumping in on some stuff with the Galactic Patrol is a big deal. And the Grand Priest basically says, he didn't use his full powers, which, yeah, Whis, maybe he should be a rat. No, let me stop. And it's interesting how when Whis was talking to the Grand Priest, he's like, well, I've trained humans before. And the Grand Priest is like, yeah, but you did it for food. I'm wondering if that was a kind of cover-up that Whis used to begin with to kind of evade the whole idea of, again, he's breaking the rules. Because obviously these angels, they seemingly, not all of them, because we've seen some in other universes, like in the Tournament of Power, they kind of seemed a little bit like assholes. But at the very least, Whis and Merus, they want to help out. So probably that was like Whis' cover-up to the Grand Priest of like, yeah, I was doing it for the food, man. I like me some sweets. I like me some good grub, so to speak. So I'm wondering if that's why Whis has been using that as a cover, or they at the very least are writing it that way of, yeah, he did it for the food, or it could just be that, yeah, he did it for the food. And of course, Whis heads out to go collect Merus, because the Grand Priest is like, I don't want to lose an angel, which it would have been interesting if he said another angel. And it's also interesting the fact that he said, I don't want to lose an angel, and he didn't say, I don't want to lose my son, because of course what we find out later in the chapter. But nevertheless, I guess he really abides by the rules, and he would actually eradicate Merus if he would have went the long route and actually did some damage to Moro and used his full powers. Then we cut to Vegeta on Yardrat, and he's continuing his training. They actually announced that he's actually already surpassed what Goku did, and he's doing very good in his training, which it's been a minute that he's been there already. So yeah, good thing that there's already some advancement. And then they mentioned that Vegeta's not quite ready for learning healing techniques. And to be honest with you, as cool as it would be, or not even as cool, as useful as it would be for Vegeta to be able to heal, I'm kind of glad that they said like, oh yeah, that's some advanced level shit, you're not ready for that. Because let's be honest, who wants to see Vegeta being like the healer of the squad, like the big badass, the one that is like Leroy Jenkins and the lead of shit, is gonna be healing people now. So I'm kind of glad that even though that's one of the techniques, and who knows, maybe he could learn a very small moderate version of it, that like, he could do it one time during a battle. At the very least, he can't reach that, because I don't know, I just don't want to see Vegeta becoming like what Dende was on Namek. And honestly, this chapter gave me quite a few vibes of the Namek arc in a way, because of course, he's with these alien people, and then we got Moro's people attacking Yardrat, and then we got, of course, Uzun, that he seemingly is from Zarbon's race, because he looked like Zarbon, had the transformation, had the little bell in front of his forehead. And thankfully we've come a long way since the days of Vegeta struggling against Zarbon. That would have been ridiculous if Vegeta was like, I can't do anything. Also felt a little bit convenient that they went all the way out and found Yardrat, and that was one of their targets. I mean, I think it was more so of a way of giving the information to Vegeta without somebody else reaching out to tell him that, hey, Earth is on Moro's course, he's about to head there. So it kind of gave him an idea of like, I need to hurry up, because my home planet where I love my family and everything is going to be in danger soon. So I guess that's probably why they did it, of having like this guy say like, yeah man, Earth is our next course, like thanks for handing in this information without no reason to hand it in. And it's interesting how
instant transmission is considered the basics of their techniques. I mean, one of the most useful things in the Dragon Ball franchise that Goku has used time and time again to dash across the universe is a basic technique, and Vegeta's like, I don't want to learn. To be honest with you, I don't think Vegeta will learn that in general. Like, that's one technique that even if he learns it, I think it'll be like some type of variation, just because it's a signature thing of Goku. If Vegeta has it, it kind of takes one more unique trait away from Goku, and I just don't see Vegeta learning that. In fact, he even says, like, I don't got time for that right now, fam. Teach me something useful. I need to take this Moro dude down. Like, stop the nonsense. And then in the fight against Uzun, Vegeta goes in, and of course Uzun really ain't no match against him. And it's interesting when Vegeta launches one of his attacks that, you know, he kind of learned from Yardrat, and it kind of looked like Spirit Gun from Yu Yu Hakusho. He like just points a finger and blasts, and he's just in awe of like what he did. It even gave me vibes of like when Gohan first learned of the power he unlocked from the old Kai. Kind of gave me that vibe of Vegeta being just so shocked, like, damn, I've advanced that much already when he did the Spirit Gun. I'm gonna call it the Spirit Gun. I'm gonna say Vegeta's running around with a Spirit Gun now. It just looked like it. It was awesome like it. I like it. And Vegeta goes in on a quick battle with Uzun, which again, I had no expectation. It was just more so like a very quick skirmish. I didn't expect Uzun to be able to do much. Again, if he's part of the Zarbon's race, and I'm not saying that Zarbon was the peak of his race or anything like that, but like, come on, we're like 10 million years away from the Namek arc with Zarbon being a threat. And they go at it for a little bit. We see one of the things where, if you see my spoiler video I was talking about, where the guy, the Uzun, was able to use some of his ki and attach it to, I don't know if that was a part of a house or a building, or was that a spaceship? I don't know what the hell that was, that he threw at Vegeta, and was able to harden it and use it to basically like make it more of a weaponized thing. So that's where we're starting to see more and more of those techniques being implemented into the manga, and that's also a good thing. Like I said in my spoiler video, kind of making things a little more complex than just punches and kicks. And I think the Moro arc has kind of done that better than almost any arc thus far in the series, where it's really showing different techniques that they're learning. Of course, Goku is mainly still trying to learn how to use Ultra Instinct at will, but Vegeta is the one that's getting all these various techniques that he's learning. Even though the Spirit Gun shot that he basically did, I'm referring it to Spirit Gun, I know I'm gonna keep doing that. It kind of looked basic, but from what that guy, the Uzun, was able to do, I'm hoping that they incorporate more of that stuff. It's making it shake up a little bit and not just be, again, the standard punch, blast, repeat. And I ain't gonna lie, Uzun was a bonehead. He was an absolute idiot. Like, he got destroyed and murdered by his own damn doing when he threw the building, and it eventually hit him as he's trying to escape, even though Vegeta would have taken him out in a heartbeat anyway. But yeah, he was pretty idiotic, and I guess that's how you explain why he would spill the beans of what Moro's next plan was, where he's going to Earth and everything. He was just an idiot. He was an idiot from the Galactic Patrol, so kind of makes sense in that regard of like, yeah, he spilled the beans, he killed himself on accident. Like, Uzun was just a plot device to deliver that information for Vegeta, and also just show off a little bit of what he's been doing on Yardrat. But also it shows, again, a more advancement in Vegeta, the fact that he's like, oh, Earth is okay for now, which, again, Yardrat is very, very far away. It took Goku forever to get from Yardrat back to Earth, back after the Namek arc, but the fact that Vegeta is able to sense all the way over there, that's a huge advancement for him. And it shows that everything that he's doing on Yardrat is actually adding to something. I'm liking that, because again, Yardrat is a ways away from Earth. So Vegeta being able to sense that everything is okay over there, they're not going to need King Kai as much anymore, which is a shame. But the voice actor, because you know this is going to go to an anime at some given point, I'm imagining that's why they're having alternatives to being able to sense things from far away and all that stuff, to not have any really involvement with King Kai anymore. Now Vegeta can do it. And then we get a shot of Moro, which I always get annoyed where, like, okay, when there's a little bit of a time skip going on and training going on, like for example when Cell gave them that reprieve of, what was it, a week or so to train up and stuff like that, Moro, because he senses that Vegeta's still alive, and at this point it's like becoming a game for him, he's like, okay, well, I'm gonna absorb more and get stronger as well. He's getting stronger, I'm gonna do the same thing. So we're not gonna get the same Moro either when the battle returns. He's probably gonna have better techniques, or his, you know, ability to absorb is gonna be massive, or who knows, maybe he won't feel like he needs to absorb because he's going to be so damn strong when the fight goes on, and that'll be his undoing, because as you know, that ability was one of the biggest things that gave him the edge. In fact, when OG 73 went up against Gohan and them, that again gave him the edge. If he doesn't feel that he needs to use that ability come the next time they battle, that could again be his undoing. Then we cut back to Goku versus Merus, you know, the training that they got going on, and Merus, as he's about to go all out, gets interrupted by Whis. And man, I'm not gonna lie, even though, yeah, I don't want to see him eradicated, because these angels, they don't play. Like, they're strict by the rules. The Grand Priest will kill his own damn son for disobeying the rules, but he was just about to go all in against Goku, and who knows, at this point I'm imagining Goku's probably able to go into Ultra Instinct at will, because if that's been the focus of their training, he was probably just about to go into it, which makes sense why it would be necessary to interrupt it, because you got to save that ideally for the battle with Moro. Or who knows if he learned something even different besides Ultra Instinct, or an even more refined version of Ultra Instinct, since he's been training with Merus in this hyperbolic time chamber and whatnot. And we get the reveal, like I said earlier in the video, that Merus is Whis' brother. That's interesting, is, you know, extending the family bloodline. But again, I'm wondering, why is it that he was sent on this mission, his brother in particular? Whis obviously has a good heart and cares for him. You know, he goes all the way out here to stop him before he breaks the rules, because if he would have used his angel powers, for even if it's for training, which, if you got to think about it for a second, look how strong Whis is if he actually never really used his full potential in the battles or the training of Goku and Vegeta. Because if he had, again, he would have been up on the chopping block for eradication. So that just goes to show what level Whis is on. He's on a whole other playing field. Like, they haven't even begun to see exactly how strong the angels are, which I hope one day we get to see. Like, that'll be the day when we know that, okay, a villain is ridiculously strong, when they're able to just straight up kill somebody like Whis, or, you know, battle somebody like Whis and really put them on their ass, because they're on a whole other level. Because Merus, everything that he did in the Moro arc up until now was without using his real power. He hasn't used it yet. And Whis, before revealing that that's the only way angels can die is if they're eradicated for breaking the rules, takes Merus and bounces, leaving Goku there to figure out that spaceship. Even though, you know, maybe it's just that the alien technology that spaceship in particular inhabits is just vastly different, because let's go back a little bit again to Namek, which this whole arc just reminded me of like Namek in a way, or this whole chapter gave me like Namek vibe. Didn't Goku learn how to use Frieza's ship within seconds of having to get off of planet Namek? And now he, you know, in this one he's like, how am I supposed to do this? You'll figure it out, fam. You did that in seconds, a couple minutes, you'll be able to do it. Overall, this chapter, absolutely amazing. A lot of big revelation. Merus' identity of being an angel, also being Whis' brother, Vegeta's advancement, cool throwback to Zarbon, Goku seemingly at the end of his training. I think we got the 2-month time skip as well, so the battles is about to begin, starting with next chapter. Very, very big advancements. Honestly, one of the better chapters that we've gotten recently of Dragon Ball Super. 55 was absolute fire. Curious what you guys think about this though. For starters, why do you think is it that Whis hasn't ever gotten in trouble? Because he's meddled in more than anything that Merus did, and they were saying basically that Merus is dangerously close to breaking the rules. Whis used his powers to rewind time. Whis trained Goku and Vegeta, and I mean, I guess you could throw the argument again that he really wasn't using any of his true powers, which again, that shows where he's at. But do you think one of the reasons why Whis kind of has been thrown in, oh, I just did it for the food, was to show that he really wasn't trying to meddle in, and it was just like a kind of quick, selfish, funny gag? Also, what do you think, why is it that Merus was sent to kind of learn about things to begin with? Is that like part of an angel's journey as they're getting, you know, more established, or was it just in particular with Merus? Maybe he's a problem child. And what do you think about Vegeta's new spirit gun that he used on Uzun? Again, cool throwbacks to Namek. Honestly, this whole thing just, again, gave me those vibes. Really awesome stuff, and I can't freaking wait for the next chapter. Goku and Vegeta are ready. Moro's about to get them beats. Them paws is gonna be thrown. I don't know which part about this chapter I'm excited about most. Between the fact that Yamcha has not died yet. He has not died yet, and that is a good sign. Or that big spread panel of the Z Warriors, looking kind of like reminiscent of the Resurrection F panel, where we get to see all the previous heroes, you know, Tien and all of them. Or the androids showing up, Gohan and Piccolo working together. Really, really awesome battles. And honestly, again, for what it's worth, despite the fact that some people had issue with the final wish of Moro's to bring, you know, the people from the Galactic Patrol free or whatnot, I think to a certain degree, if anything, it really helped to give us some cool moments with some of these guys and kind of have a warm-up to the finale before Goku and Vegeta show up to face Moro. So with that being said, let's talk about it. Dragon Ball Super, I want to say chapter 55, if I'm not mistaken. Shit is going down. The warriors from the Galactic Prison have finally arrived. Moro's people, I want to say Moro is right there too, waiting in the wings to see what's happening. And the fight commences. And I ain't gonna lie, like, the Dragon Ball fan of me, especially because I've been playing the shit out of Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, so I'm really right now on a Dragon Ball high. Like, seeing a moment like this, it felt so, you could argue it's fan service, seeing all these people, but I just can't help but fall in love with seeing my guys from my childhood showing up again to throw down, despite the fact that, yeah, again, honestly, this whole thing, if you think about it, is really contrived just to give them a moment. The fact that the Galactic prisoners were even involved in all of this, to be honest with you, it was all set up so that they could have a moment, and again, maybe, you know, a precursor, a setup before we get the final battle. But yo, let's talk about it. For starters, before we get to one of my favorite parts of it, Master Roshi, the shit that he pulled with Krillin, where Krillin's like, oh, we're gonna work together to take this dude out, and Roshi's like, damn, but there's some ass over there, fam. Like, there's some big booty bitches. Like, hold up, Krillin, you cannot keep on relying on your master anymore. Even though you went to Namek, and you fought Frieza, and the Ginyu Force, and you fought, you know, you threw some shots at Cell, and you did a lot, but you can't rely on me anymore, man. I'm gonna go take after those girls. I got them. You do your thing by yourself. And I was like, Roshi, really? I will say they're handling his perviness better than some early parts, especially some of the shit that the anime did. Honestly, thinking back to Dragon Ball Super anime, I know it's a little off topic, but the way they handled Roshi's perviness, it was downright disgusting. Like, he looked like a creep in the anime. So the way they did it here, it was just funny. It was funny, but at the same time, like, damn, whatever happened to bros before hoes, fam? You just did that's your student right there, what? But still cool shit. I'm hoping for some Chaozu moments. I don't really remember this chapter, other than seeing him there like, hey, it's been a long time, and it's gonna be longer because, based on everything I've ever seen with Chaozu, is like, Chaozu, you're not loved by the writing staff, so didn't really get much of. I don't even think really Tien was shown that much in this one. We more so got the Roshi and Krillin part, and also the thing that I want to talk about, which again, there's a couple other things I really want to. I want to talk about a lot about this shit. Okay, I love seeing my Z Warriors or the Dragon Warriors, whatever the hell you want to call them, going at it. But Yamcha, a lot of us, including myself, I know, when we opened this shit up and we saw Yamcha on the battlefield going up against some of these galactic prisoners, and on top of that, that one of them had the audacity to say what the fandom is thinking of, yo, you weak as shit, bro, you garbage, you trash, man, you trash Zilla up in here. I was like, oh man, they really know how the audience feels about Yamcha. But I was so proud of our boy. I was so proud. It felt like the old Dragon Ball days when Yamcha actually mattered and he wasn't used as a measuring stick of how badly beaten up these dudes can get. He had a body, a pile of bodies of the galactic prisoners, and I was like, thank you for Yamcha getting a moment. I gotta admit, like, I was scared. I was like, damn, man, it'd be crazy if Yamcha dies in this shit. Like, please don't do that. So it was cool that the staff decided, you know what, we're gonna give him a moment. We're gonna have some shit go down with him and show him in some cool epicness, and I was appreciative of it. I mean, he's been shit on so much. The writing staff, even again, they wanted to say some nasty shit. Like, now if Yamcha would have got cocky, that's when I would have been knowing 100% before anything else happened, like, oh, he's gonna take L. Because usually with Yamcha, if he goes cocky, that's when everything goes bad for Yamcha. That's when I know, oh, he's about to take an L. But the fact that he was kind of humbled, even after the dude basically said, you're weak as shit, you're trash, I was like, okay. And Yamcha got a cool win, so good for Yamcha. I'm really glad. But then we got another moments, father-son moments. Yes, I gotta use the meme. Gohan and Piccolo versus OG-73, going at it blow for blow. And I like the fact that, because it would have felt like, wow, like, because I am gonna lie, when OG-73 appeared in back of them and copied their abilities, I was like, we doing this again? But I was so happy, so happy at the fact that they actually prepared for that. And they actually were like, yo, we're just gonna double team this dude. You can't beat him, don't join him, jump him, fuck him. Like, yo, I was like, I like that strategy, guys. And seeing the battle, the panels, like, first of all, some of the art was just awesome. Gohan and Piccolo working together, I love seeing it. You know, again, like, and I hate to keep bringing it up in a review, but Dragon Ball Z Kakarot just came out, and right now, like, I've been playing for so many hours, and I'm still only in the Saiyan shit, and just seeing some of those moments, reliving them, of Gohan and Piccolo when, you know, Gohan was a little child and everything, to see from there that I'm playing the game and just seeing this again, and now seeing the manga, reading the manga, and seeing them working together. It's really fulfilling in a way. It really is. So, and the fact that Gohan or Piccolo didn't get bodied, that they worked together, put him down, and then when he tried to pull the cheat code, that was one of the things I was scared of too. Like, I was scared of him taking their abilities and being able to do whatever with it, and I was like, hopefully they got something in the bag for that, right? They did. They planned for that. Then I was also scared of him pulling out the Game Shark and going Moro on them. And then that's when I was like, okay, what they gonna do? What they gonna do? And bam! The androids, 17 and 18, show up. And for some reason, I couldn't get Chuck Huber, the dub voice, out of my head as I'm reading 17's dialogue. I don't know. For me, even though I'm more sub all the way for pretty much anything anime, but I kept reading Chuck Huber, you know, the English voice of 17 as I'm reading the dialogue. And I'm not like that with all the characters, but for some reason, that just was stuck in my head. I know it's a random quaint relic of a thought right there, but I just had to say it. And the fact that he like messed up his name and he's like, oh yeah, the 73 guy, whatever, like what's going on with him? I love seeing the androids there. It seems like just everybody is showing up again for some cool shit, like opposed to when they did a moment like this when Frieza showed up in Resurrection F and you had a lot of these people there, and it just kind of was like, this one just feels cooler. Like, if no pun intended, Frieza cooler, but it feels better for me. I don't know, just seeing all of them showing up and everything, because I guess the threat of Moro also feels like it's such a looming threat that seeing these, you know, undercard fights, so to speak, and seeing everybody working together and stuff, especially after the ginormous struggle they had in the Tournament of Power. So seeing, you know, even 17 showing up with 18, it was cool, and I liked it, and I thought it was really awesome to see OG 73 didn't have his way, because I was like, yo, how do you, he's basically Moro in a way, like he has Moro's powers, so how do you stop that? And the fact that the androids is pretty much, I would love to see, honestly, 17, just like he was a part of the Tournament of Power, you know, finale against Jiren. I would like to see 17 maybe throw his hat in the ring against Moro when he shows up. He ain't gonna be affected by it, right? They said the androids, they don't got keys, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, throw 17 in there. Let's get a somewhat repeat of the Tournament of Power. I fucks with it. I love me some 17 in battle. And then towards the end, you got Moro. He's like, yo, these dudes couldn't even meet my lowest of expectations. He's getting up from the chair and ready to go. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm hyped for this. I'm hyped for the final battle, because at the same time all this is going on, Vegeta and Goku, well, Vegeta is still training, Goku is lost, and we're going to get to that in a second, but just it feels like, okay, the big baddie is already, he's like, enough playing with you guys suck. You guys are getting your ass kicked by, you know, all these people here. Let me show you how it's done. And I'm curious who he's going to go after first, because if Goku and Vegeta are still nowhere close and he's about to step outside his spaceship and start wrecking shit, is he going to go after Gohan and Piccolo first, or are they going to show up Vegeta and Goku just in time? Because then it cuts to Vegeta still training, trying to learn this one technique in particular. Curious what the hell that's going to be, because, you know, the Yardratians, they have some weird shit going on with their techniques. But either way, Vegeta's still not completely ready for this. Also, he got to get healed up. And did he learn in between all of this instant transmission, or he just completely skipped it like he was talking about in the last chapter? How is he going to get here this quick when the battle is already about to go down? A lot of questions there. And then Goku, he's lost, which I think that's a bit ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure the universe is vast and space is vast, and, you know, he has that spaceship or whatever, but dog, can't you just instant transmission, like get close to life and keep on using it until eventually you get close to a key that you recognize, whether it's King Kai or whatever, and get there? Like, that felt a little bit like, oh, typical, we wait for Goku to save our asses squad on the battlefield first, and Goku is lost. It reminds me so much of like why One Punch Man is awesome, of how they always 100% show like, yes, we are using this to get Saitama out the way because he will kill everything and destroy shit and win. So yeah, that's what I feel like it's very obviously happening with Goku being lost. Like, bam, use instant transmission and get over there before I go up in that manga and make you do it my damn self. Curious what you guys thought about this though. Which of the Z Warriors had the best battle out of all of this? Did you like Yamcha not taking that L, finally getting a little W? How did you feel about the Roshi and Krillin scene? What did you think about Piccolo and Gohan working together on OG-73 and the other dude? Did you like seeing the androids? There's just a lot of really cool moments. This was like a Dragon Ball fans bonanza. If you love Dragon Ball and you love a lot of the cast, not just Goku and Vegeta, I think you really would enjoy this chapter. And what do you think is going on with like Goku being lost? I think that that's just silly. I think that's just like, come on, stop it. Like, I know the universe is vast and you gotta use instant transmission to somebody that you can recognize their ki, but it just feels like, why are you even in the spaceship, fam? Just teleport over there. And what do you think is the technique that Vegeta is trying to perfect before he gets to Earth to fight Moro? Who do you think Moro's scouting first to fight? Like, a lot of questions. Overall, this chapter though, it was a Z Warriors bonanza, and I rocks with it. Okay, so while we got some moments for the Z Warriors, that let's not front, we've been dying to get some more moments for the characters, the cast of characters aside from Goku and Vegeta. We've been complaining for years that, yo, don't get me wrong, it's awesome when Goku and Vegeta do their thing, but it'd be feeling like the Goku and Vegeta show. So with this arc, they were like, I bet we're gonna pull one, we're gonna give you guys the Z Warriors going in. And while, hey, you know, that's what we asked for, I guess sometimes to a certain degree, you be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. And this chapter of Dragon Ball Super, you know what? Let's get into it. So now, I don't want to come into this review and completely slam the chapter because there was some interesting bits to it. There were some comedic bits that I did enjoy. And all around, again, I gotta stress that awesome that we got to see some of the other fighters actually have a moment. It was cool to see Krillin going in, and Krillin actually catches a W in the beginning of the chapter. Let's talk about that because I want to lead with love on this one. Krillin catches a W. Dope. Glad to see it. I like seeing a little bit of the strategy in the battle and everything. Although, to be honest with you, some of these fights felt like, especially the wannabe Magetta, it felt like recreations of the Universe 6 bouts. Like, what was his name? Botamo. It kind of reminded me, like the opponent that Krillin had, reminded me of like Botamo in a way. Obviously not as strong, I would say, because Krillin made some kind of like work of him. I mean, he gave him a little bit of a run for his money, but for the most part, Krillin got the best of him and took the W. Dope shit there. But then we get some other stuff where I'm like, okay. Because after Krillin makes light work, or, you know, does dude in, he goes to help out Roshi. Which, funny shit there. I'm not even gonna lie, like, Roshi, he was probably the funniest bits of the chapter. Although, to be honest with you, it feels as though they're really pushing forward of how much of a perv this dude is. Like, Roshi, he would in the past not be this bad. I feel as though it doesn't feel as funny as it felt like in Z or in Dragon Ball. Now it just feels like, yo, Roshi, relax a little bit. It looks like he's ready to bop Shorty over her head, or all of them over their head, and drag him to his sex dungeon or some shit. Like, Roshi just comes across a little bit different, and I don't know if it's the circumstances. I don't know if it's just that they making it like this man just took like 1,000 Viagra pills and he just can't help himself the way he's going in against these females. But we'll get back to that in a second. Because the Tien situation, Tien and Chaozu, while I was happy to see that Chaozu had a moment, he actually did something. It was like, whoa, they remembered Chaozu is not a mannequin. He's not a ventriloquist dummy as much as sometimes they make him appear to be. But Tien felt as though like they completely forgot what he was originally characterized as. And what I mean by that is, let's not forget that Tien and Chaozu originally in Dragon Ball appeared as villains. They were with the Crane School. They were in a rivalry with the Turtle Hermit, and like they were bad people. They weren't good. Like they had some really twisted ideals, and Tien used to talk some shit. He broke Yamcha's leg. Like, Tien was not a good dude. So when he's going up against this fake Magetta, you know, and he has to basically disrespect him and talk crap to him in order to take him down, and he just can't find the words and he just keeps messing up. I'm like, yo, Tien was a nasty dude. He used to say slick shit all the time, him and Chaozu together, and at least they remember that, hey, Chaozu knows how to talk some shit. He's like, you nasty hunk of metal trash, and I'm like, alright, thank you, Chaozu. One of you remembered what you were originally introduced as, because Tien is just like, oh, I get it. Over the years, you calm down. Master Roshi taught you the way of being a better person, all of that jazz, but damn, like, you can't remember how to say an insult. I would have said, yo mama is shit, yo daddy is shit, whoever created you. Like, I would have went in, bro. I would have roasted the dog shit out of that fake Magetta. I would have been like, just on some next level. So to see Tien, that again, he was originally introduced as an asshole, not be able to come up with some insults that were decent enough to hurt dudes' feelings to knock him out, I'm like, what are we doing here? And why are we even focusing in on this right now in the midst of this is supposed to be this big battle against these galactic prisoners that were, you know what I'm saying? This is supposed to be grandioso. And instead, like, they took the time to make some comedic stuff, but then at the same time, it even waters down because it's just like, I don't know, it just felt like, okay. Then we cut back to Roshi, and he has blindfolded himself to be able to take on the 3 chicks that were, you know, again, these galactic prisoners, or yeah, the escapees of the galactic prison and whatnot. And we see Roshi is putting in work, which again, while it doesn't make much sense how Roshi is keeping up with all these people, like Roshi's power level was what, like 100 and something, if I remember correctly. So even at his peak, is like whatever. I guess, you know, the Tournament of Power kind of did some Deus Ex Machina shit with Roshi's character, and they just all around changed a lot of things that were originally introduced. Elements is like, well, now Roshi could keep up with like all sorts of shit. It's like, it feels as though he's Krillin's equal in a way, but him and Krillin are going up against these chicks. Roshi is able to whip them down, and then they reuse an element from the Tournament of Power. Felt as though, like, honestly, it just felt like a lot of reused elements for some unnecessary fights when they go all Ribrianne on us. And if you watched my super anime episode reviews regarding Ribrianne, you know I hate Ribrianne. So once that happens, and like Roshi and Krillin basically gotta hightail it and hide from them, I'm just like, we hiding from Ribrianne again? Like, what are we doing here? I was just like, why? To be honest with you, a lot of my criticism of this honestly comes from, first of all, the chapter felt like it's dragging to get to the point with the Moro situation. Thankfully, the ending of it saved it. Like, okay, we're moving forward. Son Goku is finally here. Awesome. Great shit. But it just feels as though the Galactic Prisoners was a very, very obvious insert in order to slow things down from getting to the final bout against Moro, and to give the Z Warriors basically an object and a plot device to give us some fan service of seeing the Z Warriors throw down. Like, I wish there was more of a connection and an importance to Moro himself. Like, maybe these were his legendary warriors that rode with him to every battle, and you know, he's only as strong as many of his warriors are standing next to him, and as you onslaught, you know, you take them down, Moro gets weaker, something like that, where they would have more prevalence to, like, hey, this is why they are important. Instead, it just feels like, well, let's get some flunkies for Moro because he was introduced as like some King Piccolo without the tambourine and all those people, and let's give some good fights. I will say, I do appreciate that it's showcasing that Moro isn't completely heartless with his crew. Like when OG 73 and the other dude get whipped down, how he tells the other dude, like, yo, take him, get back to the ship, heal him up. And, you know, he's even like, yo, I told you don't be whimsically using my powers and shit. It's like, okay, Moro, to a certain degree, cares about these people. Maybe he's done some really heartless and reckless shit beforehand, but at the very least, it shows a little bit of something there. But it still feels as though, like, let's just get to the final battle. Like, let's get there, fam. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was really happy to see, once again, 17 and 18 throwing down, kicking OG 73's ass, because obviously, even if they use the Moro ability, they're androids. You can't really do that on them. So it was cool to see. It was dope, like a lot of the panels of the action between 17 and all of that jazz. Really cool shit. But again, it's just like, who are they fighting, and why should I care, considering is like, they don't, like, you take out Moro, you got Goku and Vegeta on the battlefield, take out Moro, what are they? You know what I'm saying? Then, in another ditch effort to stall a little bit, Moro uses one of his warriors from Jidambo or Gazambo, or I can't even remember the dude's name, and gives him some power, and all of a sudden he goes from a regular warrior to he's able to beat up every single person that is on the battlefield, takes them like rag dolls, and it's just like, alrighty then. I really feel as though one of the key elements that is missing from making this a lot more interesting and not feeling like it's dragging on is the setup for these villains. Like, it felt as though, like, oh, he used a wish to get some people out of a prison and now he got flunkies. Like, I I can't really care too much about battles that don't really have any, like, don't get me wrong, the stakes are high in one aspect, but once again, it just feels as though something that's been redone over and over and over again in the Dragon Ball story is like, let's hold out until Goku gets here, and let's hold out until Goku and Vegeta get here. Like, that's really what all of this, again, felt like. It felt reminiscent to a certain degree of the Saiyan saga, but not nowhere near as deadly feeling as the Saiyan saga, because again, you got Roshi, like, you know, using his other head to fight. Like, what? And then, oh my gosh, like, yo, you give Yamcha a moment. What was it? Was it last chapter? Yamcha got a really cool moment. I was so like, yeah, they gave him a moment. This one, he's getting whipped around again, and now he's gonna team up with Tien and Chaozu in order to fight. Like, I guess the glory of Yamcha was very short-lived of one chapter, because now he needs help, and it's like, oh, Roy, then of course Krillin conveniently at the last moment saying, hey, let me power up so that Goku could feel this one last burst of energy and hopefully show up and save the day. And of course he shows up, kicks fake Ribrianne's ass, and here we are. Goku has arrived on the battlefield. Honestly, this chapter, and maybe you take it like throughout this thing, it wasn't really more so a rant. I just felt as though this chapter really dragged things along at this point. Like, the battles wasn't as interesting as I'd hoped. Tien's battle was ridiculous. I felt Magetta was ridiculous back in, you know, the Universe 6 saga. Like, you lose by getting insulted? Like, sticks and stones, fam. You ever heard of that? Krillin got a cool win in the beginning, but then the Ribrianne recreation was just like a nightmare and a half. That random soldier getting powered up by Moro and being able to take everyone down. It was just like, let's cut the malarkey. Let's get to the center stage. Get Goku here. Thankfully, he's here now. Hopefully, Vegeta shows up. I really hope, to be honest with you, it would be ill as hell. One time. Can Vegeta save the day one time? Like, Goku gets here. Like, that would right here change a lot of my perception of what we're doing at this particular point. Because remember, Goku's the first one to arrive now. It's not Vegeta that showed up and then Goku's gonna, maybe Goku could take the L and then Vegeta shows up with all he learned from Yardrat and be the final blow to take out Moro or something. That'd be dope. Thankfully, at least we got some progression at the end with Goku finally arriving on the battlefield. But again, it just feels as though, like, this chapter was like dragging along. Like, it's not a terrible chapter. It was really cool to see the Z Warriors throwing down all of that jazz, but it just feels as though, Moro, let's get that ass whipped already, fam. So if I was to give it a score, which I rarely do that anymore in these reviews, but it was like a 6-ish, 6 out of 10, 6.5 out of 10. You could argue even maybe a 5 out of 10 if you really want to go there with, like, it was average. It wasn't a bad chapter, but it just felt as though it was unnecessary. Like, it wasn't as interesting as I would have liked or hoped, and that's due to, once again, a very lacking of characterization, character build-up, and setup for the escapees of the Galactic Prison. Curious what you guys thought about this chapter, though. Out of the fights, which one you enjoyed most? How did you feel about Yamcha once again getting shitted on? What do you think about Roshi's battle? How did you feel about OG-73 getting his ass kicked and then getting dragged away by one of Moro's flunkies? And Goku's on the battlefield now. How do you think things are going to go? You think there's a possibility that we could be getting set up for Vegeta to be the hero of the day? That would be ill as hell, and it would change the dynamic, and I would love it. And your overall thoughts and expectation for Dragon Ball Super's manga with chapter 50 something and beyond. I don't know what chapter we're on right now. I think it's like 54, 55, 57. I think we're on 57. I want to say 58 and beyond. Let's go with that. It's about time, baby. We've been waiting. We've been highly anticipating. How long has it been now? Let's think about it for a second. How long has it been since we last seen a smidgen of Ultra Instinct? It wasn't showcased in the Broly film. We haven't seen in his arc. Like, the last time, to my knowledge, if I remember correctly, was with the Dragon Ball Super anime. Maybe I'm misremembering, and if I am, I know I will not hear the end of it. But it's been since about March of 2018. 2 years since we've seen anything with Ultra Instinct. So seeing Ultra Instinct sign, give me a damn hell yeah. I am so freaking hyped. Although Ultra Instinct sign, I'm pretty sure it was already named that, but I still like to call it the Omen form. I don't know where I had heard that or whatever, but yeah, I like that name better. But either way, Goku is ready to kick some ass. Although, to be honest with you, I feel as though, you know what, let's get into it. So the fated fight is here. Goku is throwing down. Goku's kicking major tail. The cronies of, Moro, they're getting put on lockdown again. They're heading back to the big house, so to speak, thanks to Son Goku, which I felt as though there was a couple of little interesting tidbits in this chapter. A little bit of build up for Jocko. The fact that Jocko is able to catch the movements of Goku, opposed to damn near nobody else could really catch on to what he was doing. Kind of neat, even though Jocko's like, I can't move like that, fam, so just don't relax. I'm chill, but I can see what's going on. I like that. Gives Jocko a little bit more than just like, oh, hey, he's just a scaredy cat with a little pistol that he ain't about to do shit with. But this chapter, there was a couple things that I really was rocking with. I mean, just seeing Goku showing up and save the day, nostalgia. Is it great? Is it like, whoa, we're reinventing the wheel? Of course not. But it was cool to see him throwing down and kicking some of these fodder guys out of the ring. Although, I ain't gonna lie, I think there was a line where Yamcha said something like, yeah, they were weak. We were able to take them out. Fam, last we saw you was getting your head kicked in. You had to double team. So relax with that, Yamcha. Don't get too cocky or we're gonna have another Saibai-Man incident. Okay? Alright? Relax. There was one part of the chapter that I was a little bit just like, alright, okay, because Piccolo and Gohan are alongside, I want to say 17, 18, the androids. Everybody is trying to throw down against Sagambo. And Sagambo, because he has Moro's energy, and Moro is basically pumping him up with this key steroid, he's kicking major tail. And I ain't gonna lie, there was some gorgeous drawings of Gohan and Piccolo together. I was really excited to see it. I was like, yo, when this gets animated, this is gonna look great. My problem with it is I was disappointed that Goku had to save them. That's one of the things I was like, damn, can we get the father-son combo going right here with Gohan and Piccolo? Can Gohan's little bit of training with Piccolo amount to a W, just a solid W with some teamwork and some planning and shit? I understand Moro's there being an asswipe, and even though he's not throwing his hands, he keeps on just, here's Sagambo, you want another doggy treat? Kick their tails in. But man, I wanted to, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to see them take the W. The fact that Goku had to go in there, and don't get me wrong, it showcased just how ridiculously strong Sagambo was, to the point to he lost his damn mind. They about to strap him into an all-white padded room and shit. But nevertheless, that was one of the parts of the chapter that, as a fan, I was just a little bit put off, because I wanted to see, yo, I love Piccolo, I love Gohan, I'm never gonna stop. And mind you, they did add 2 lines in there to once again establish something that most of the fandom will scream and say, and I get it, but I'm always going to, no matter what. And again, this is me more so speaking from a fandom's perspective. One of my favorite moments as a youngster was watching Gohan go Super Saiyan 2 against Cell. I understand that it was just really out of anger. That's not who he is, and this chapter once again wanted to push that. When Goku apologized, I'm sorry you had to go and fight again. That was once again them reinforcing, you're never getting that Gohan back, fam. He's never going to be the hero you want him to be. Once he went up against Super Buu at the end of DBZ and couldn't get the job done, and Goku had to come and save again, that was over. No matter how much in Super we was like, yeah, Tournament of Power, he's back. They ain't letting it happen. And then 2 other lines, one of which I was just like, damn, when Piccolo was like, yo, at what point was it that you got so far ahead of us? And to be honest with you, I think the Super Saiyan aspect was one of the things, because you got to remember, there was a couple points where Piccolo himself, and even Gohan, yeah, I mean, I was just talking about with the Cell shit, they've had their moments when they've kind of surpassed Goku. At one given point in Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo was stronger than everybody. It was short-lived, but when he fused with Kami, Piccolo was stronger, so it would be a bad argument to say that once Goku was Super Saiyan, it was a wrap for everybody. I'd say it was probably during Cell or after Cell. After Cell, because Gohan took the lead at that particular point. After Cell, towards the end of DBZ, is where it was no match. And then once Super started, there was definitely no match at all. So that's to answer Piccolo's question, when did Goku get so far beyond what they were capable of? Assuming he was talking to Goku and not Sagambo, just saying there. And one line that hurt that Piccolo said was, no point in training if we can't even save the Earth or defend the Earth. I was like, oh my God, no, I don't want to hear that. I want you to be the man. One day I want, which this arc is looking like it's shaping to cut the mold and do something different. And we'll get to that in a second. But I want one day an arc for Piccolo to somehow be the big guy that saves it. I know at this particular point that's probably just a lost cause, but I would like that. And the fact that Piccolo is saying things like, at what point do you surpass so far away from us? What's the point of us training if we can't defend the Earth and shit? It hurts. It hurts me in the feels. And I was like, damn. But you know, chapter, pretty cool. Seeing Goku, he went Super Saiyan Blue, kicking Sagambo around. Moro keeps on charging him up. And I like the little back and forth between, like, this is some of the things about Moro's character that's cool. You know, his personality's a little bit, like, I guess an asshole. Like, he's like, yo, I want to see that power you was doing earlier when, like, nobody could detect how you was moving. So he keeps on pumping up Sagambo, showcasing that Moro's a little more complex then, you know, like on the surface you would think, he's just whatever, he's just that guy. But we've seen instances where he actually has cared about his comrades, when he's like, yo, take them back to the ship. What was it, like a chapter or two ago, after dude got his ass whipped and shit like that, OG 73. So we've seen instances of him caring, but then in this one, he didn't give a shit about Sagambo. Like, he was, I'm gonna pump him up. Oh, the dude is going nuts. Like, somebody give him some drugs to calm him down. I'm gonna give him more. And then blasts him away. Like, Moro a little more complex. He has like a love-hate relationship with his crew, or it's just, I guess, if you're really letting him down, I don't give a shit. I got that king's mentality. You're nothing to me. So maybe that's what it was with Moro. And then the end of the chapter where Goku is like, oh, I bet. You want to see that technique that I was using earlier? I'm going to do it against you. And so he goes Ultra Instinct Sign. That's, if I'm not mistaken, the black-haired form. That's the precursor to the true Ultra Instinct. So it seems as though he's possibly able to use that as like a base, and then Ultra Instinct maybe still not completely in his grasp to be able to like sustain it for long periods of time. That's what I'm guessing. But either way, he used the sign form, which, if I remember correctly, when he used it against Jiren, he was able to kind of keep up for a bit, but it was just like taxing on him. Now that he's trained, obviously, with Merus, maybe it's a different story or whatever. But we got to see the sign transformation, which was obviously the best and most exciting part of the chapter. One of the things that, what I mentioned earlier, that I feel as though this whole chapter and this fight and Goku showing up is once again pushing forth, maybe, just maybe, what I won't get with Piccolo anymore, because Piccolo is losing all hope of being relevant in this series. What I probably will never see from Son Gohan, that legendary transformation of Super Saiyan 2, that moment, we might get with Vegeta, baby. Because you think about it, we said it last time, I gotta keep on saying it. If Goku is showing up first and he's pulling out stops like Ultra Instinct Sign, maybe he's going to get taken down by Moro and Vegeta's gonna show up to save the day. Fingers freaking crossed, okay? Like, I know we've had instances in the past, like, what was it, the Frieza Resurrection F shit, where Vegeta showed up and he still kind of didn't do anything because they had to rewind time because of his cockiness still being there, his pride or whatever. And at the same time, you still got to keep in mind that Goku has yet to use the Silver Ultra Instinct. If Goku uses the full-on Ultra Instinct with the white hair, silver hair, whatever you want to call it, and Vegeta's not there, then I'm going to say this might be Vegeta's moment. But since he only is in Sign right now, there's still a possibility that Vegeta could show up, Goku gets his ass kicked in Sign, Vegeta goes, gets his ass kicked in whatever he learned from Yardrat, and then Goku uses full-on Ultra Instinct. So there's that possibility. I'm not going to completely say, yo, Vegeta's taking the win, he's going to be the savior of this arc just yet. But either way, at least we got some major progression where Goku's there, he's using one of the major abilities that we've been dying to see for ages now, and it's kind of exciting at this particular point. Some letdowns, I ain't gonna lie. I really am disappointed that Piccolo and Gohan didn't get the job done, but it is what it is, I guess. We're just gonna have to abandon that one as much as it hurts. I want my boy Piccolo! Curious what you guys think about this. How did you feel about Gohan and Piccolo taking the L, essentially not being able to finish off Sagambo? Again, you also gotta look, Moro was charging him up, so it wasn't fair, per se, I guess. What do you think about Jocko being able to keep up? Is that foreshadowing for any big Jocko moments to come? What do you think about Goku going Ultra Instinct Sign? Do you think that that's gonna be the precursor, or Vegeta's gonna show up after? Like, how do you think this is gonna play out? I feel as though there's a possibility for Vegeta to be the hero, but then a part of me is like, will they allow it? Will they freaking allow the Prince of All Saiyans to shine once? We'll see. So Goku versus Moro has finally kicked off with Chapter 59 of Dragon Ball Super. Goku being able to activate the Ultra Instinct sign transformation that we last seen. What was it? We didn't even get to see that in the Broly film, right? Like, the last time we saw that was in the Tournament of Power against, was it Jiren? So it's been a long time since we've seen this form, but we finally get to see it in action against Moro. But there's a lot to be said about Chapter 59 of Dragon Ball Super. Let's get into it.
That's how it be, though.
So like I said, Goku versus Moro, the long-awaited battle has finally kicked off with this chapter of Dragon Ball Super. And while there's definitely a lot of action, I gotta continue to say this. I really wish that this was animated already. Like, in the manga, it's cool and all, but personally, as a Dragon Ball fan, I've always been more of a fan of the anime. I can only imagine what this would look like in the anime, opposed to just seeing it in the manga. I mean, it's cool in the manga, the sign transformation looks alright, everything looks fine, but I just would love to see this animated. With that being said, let's talk about one element of the chapter that I wasn't the biggest fan of. Let's talk about what was going on with the dialogue in this chapter. There was a few different points where I'm just like, okay, Captain Obvious, like Gohan and Piccolo like, hey, is that the Ultra Instinct sign transformation? Ah, yes, indeed it is. Then another dialogue moment where 18 was like, hey, does that mean that Goku has come back stronger than ever? It's like, fam, it felt a little bit corny. I don't know if it's just Viz's translations that is just kind of like, yo, it comes across as like, what the hell, like an old Batman, the old Batman TV show where it's like, gee willikers, Batman, they got us surrounded. Like, no shit, Robin. You know what I'm saying? Like, the dialogue just feels like very obvious. Like, yeah, that kind of seems to be the case. I don't know. Or even when Goku is telling Piccolo and Gohan, like, yo, y'all need to back up even further. Shit is getting real. I'm like, well, goddamn, these people, like I said in my last video, like, they really have been downgraded to, like, glorified spectators at this point. But another moment let's talk about is Vegeta. We get to see a little glimpse of Vegeta, which I'm surprised. I thought he was going to be completely excluded until he shows up in an ever so glorious arrival to Earth to kind of, like, either save the day to a certain degree or something. But we actually got a glimpse of him in the chapter. He's still on Yardrat, seemingly still training, and he just now caught on that Goku is there fighting Moro. To be honest with you, one of the things is the fact that, well, he's in Yardrat. Even if, let's just say, Vegeta does not learn, all you gotta do is tell one of the Yardratians, like, yo, come over here, take me to Earth real quick. So Vegeta can get there at any given point that he wants. So in essence, the longer Goku fights against Moro, the more that they can hold off Moro on Earth, the more Vegeta can learn, which, honestly, it really feels like when you see a chapter like this, the roles really have been reversed, where normally it's that Vegeta, or whoever the case may be, is like they're trying to thwart off the villain until Goku shows up, and that was the case up until like last chapter when Goku showed up. But when you see Vegeta still kind of training, it almost feels like Vegeta's the big dog, and I hate that. It's hard for me to say with confidence, like, yes, this means that Vegeta is going to be the big hero, but it does feel like that. It does feel like Vegeta is going to be the big savior, because we see in this chapter that it's not a clean cut like Goku is just kicking Moro's ass. Like, Moro is still pulling out tricks. He's still doing his thing. He hasn't completely taken any type of L yet. He hasn't gotten to absorb Goku's, you know, abilities yet, his ki or whatnot, but it's not like Moro's taken an L yet. So the fight is still going. So the longer it goes, the more Vegeta can train, but I'm just kind of curious how that's going to play. Like, eventually, are we just not going to see Vegeta for another 2 or 3 chapters, and then he's going to pop up? Because if not, kind of ruins a little bit of the suspense. Like, everybody, including myself, is like, man, I wonder what Vegeta is doing. Oh, he's still training. So I don't know. Seems like there's a big build up for Vegeta, but again, we could be disappointed, and it could turn out that, because there's still something in this chapter that is like, oh, well, there's still more to Goku that's waiting in the wings, which kind of makes me a little nervous that they're going to bring Vegeta in to look like the hero, only to take the L for Goku to rise up. Because that's really how I feel it's going to go. Like, at some given point, Goku is going to get outwitted or outmatched somehow, some way by Moro in this battle, because we see that the sign transformation clearly ain't enough. And Moro already figured out that one of the keys to beating Goku in this is he got to outlast that sign transformation. He already knew for a little bit now that Goku is on a timer with that, because that's not the true Ultra Instinct. Because him saying, oh wow, for such a low scumbag to be able to use such a divine technique is surprising. So that means Moro probably knows a good majority about this transformation, or about, at the very least, the god powers and shit like that. So he probably, since he already knew back in the, what was it, Jagombo fight, he knew that, oh, Goku's on a timer on that one. He just got to outlast him. So essentially, it's kind of like, think of like when they would go fusion, how they have like, they got 30 minutes to defeat the villain. Goku has X amount of time until he loses the sign transformation to be able to take out Moro. Because we get the big revelation in this chapter that Merus, as he's talking with Whis, and don't get me wrong, Whis is like giving props, like, damn, you got him to be able to use the sign transformation at will now. Before he had to snap and go nuts to do it or whatever. Now he's able to do it at will. But we find out that he is not able to tap into the true mastered silver-haired Ultra Instinct form. I think Merus said he wasn't even able to do it once. So essentially, he's able to get to the gate, but he's not able to open the gate, so to speak. Like Ultra Instinct Sign, I look at it as kind of like he gets to the gate, he's holding on to the gate, but he can't pull the doors open, the gate open. So he has somewhat of the power, but he's not able to completely, and it's not a sustainable transformation. I mean, if we go back to the Tournament of Power, when Goku initially used it against Jiren, we've seen that it's very unstable, and it's also very draining, opposed to the true Ultra Instinct form, where it's kind of like, he's kicking ass, he's not struggling to maintain it and shit like that. The regular Ultra Instinct, or the sign transformation, is just, it's not perfected, and it's kind of like Kaioken in a sense, where you can only use it for short bursts. Which therein lies where I feel like, once again, it's leading to Vegeta being cheated out of a victory. Because I feel as though, even if Goku, let's just say he's putting the works on Moro, again, Moro is using different magics. He tells Goku, like, you thought me absorbing energy is the only thing that I can do? Are you kidding me right now? So even if let's just say Goku is able to throw a little bit here and there, I don't think that he's going to be able to do it in a timely manner. I mean, when in Dragon Ball have they ever been able, like, you got 30 minutes for fusion, get it done? Like, you've never seen it in Dragon Ball. So I fully think that at some given point, Goku's either not going to be able to tap into the sign transformation anymore or something. Vegeta's going to show up. He's going to give him the works a little bit, Moro. Then something else is going to twist and turn. Maybe one of his lackeys is going to show up with a gun, and we're going to have a replay of Resurrection F, only this time Vegeta getting shot through the chest or something. And then Goku's going to go mastered Ultra Instinct and defeat Moro. That's how I see all of this playing out. With them leaving that he hasn't tapped into Ultra Instinct yet, it'll be a big shock for him to go into the true silver-haired Ultra Instinct against Moro. But it just depends on how things go. Because again, right now, it just seems like a desperate struggle for time. But overall, the chapter, it was pretty dope. A lot of action, a lot of action, to be honest with you, which, hey, it's Dragon Ball. You love you some action. The twists and turns regarding, like, okay, Goku can't truly go into Ultra Instinct. It's like, well, I guess it leaves open room for further developments and further shocks, because if Goku is able to go into Ultra Instinct and then that's defeated, then that means that Vegeta has to come with something even stronger than Ultra Instinct, or they gotta resort to fusion, which I don't think they want to continue to abuse fusion. We just did fusion in the arc before this, technically the Broly movie, which the Broly movie, they did fusion. They keep doing fusion. It's like, what? That's how every villain is going to be defeated from now on. So we kind of got to leave that out there for a possibility. But even then, who knows if Ultra Instinct isn't able to take him down. I mean, Ultra Instinct Goku wasn't able to defeat Jiren technically in the Tournament of Power. It took like a whole gang jumping on top of Jiren in order to stop him. So it just kind of leaves things open of like, well, it could happen like this, which I guess is leaving it somewhat unpredictable, even though despite the fact that it still feels like classic Dragon Ball, like, I got the upper hand. No, I got the upper hand. No, this guy's going to show up and have the upper hand. Like, seems as though it's going that route, but again, only time will tell. Curious what you guys think about this chapter of Dragon Ball Super, chapter 59. How do you feel? Do you feel as though Goku is disappointing right now with the Ultra Instinct sign transformation? The fact that Moro is able to discern what exactly is going on, the fact that Moro is still holding his own and he doesn't even need to use his magic draining technique on Goku. Do you think that Vegeta is going to be able to truly be the hero? I gotta keep asking that. Or do you think they're gonna cheat him out at the last second to make Goku come with the true Ultra Instinct after being enraged about something or figuring something out, and that's how it's all gonna play out? Or your overall thoughts? To be honest with you, it's kind of like, why doesn't Merus just show up and take out Moro? I mean, I guess that's the easy answer for everything, right? And he doesn't like to really meddle into these type of affairs, but Moro's a threat to the entire universe, and this is Beerus's universe. Just saying. So, who knows? Maybe that could be the ending of it. Moro does all this shit, and eventually Beerus is like, you know what? This one time, Fuck it. I'm gonna take this dude out. Get over here. Come on. Take this Hakai like a man. Come on. And your overall thoughts and expectations for the Dragon Ball Super manga with chapter 60 and beyond. I hope this fight gets a little bit more intense moving forward, a little bit more unpredictable, because right now it's like, okay, Goku seemingly can have the upper hand as long as he's in the Saiyan transformation, but he has to do it in a timely manner, and Dragon Ball fights never end in the way that they hope to have things play out when they train. Okay, people, so not only do we got Dragon Ball Super chapter 60 to talk about, Vegeta showing up on the scene, very hyped stuff with that at the very least. Goku versus Moro, some conversation with Whis and Merus. We got some stuff to talk about with the chapter, but also V-Jump came out and actually gave some pretty interesting news regarding Vegito and Beerus, so something to talk about there as well. So yeah, without further ado, let's talk about some Dragon Ball Super, baby. Okay, so hands down, a good majority of the chapter was really awesome drawings and art, but nevertheless a battle, or the continuing of the battle of Goku versus Moro. I mean, probably a good third, maybe half, somewhere around there of the chapter was Goku going up against Moro, and then maybe you could argue that a certain amount of it as well was the androids, but the androids really wasn't on the scene that much. It was really, a lot of it was Goku versus Moro, and showcasing that despite being able to go into the Omen form or the Sign form, you know, the pre-full-on Ultra Instinct transformation, that Goku just couldn't hack it with Moro, and Merus made a severe miscalculation. Like, maybe if Goku was able to use the true Ultra Instinct form, it'd be a different conversation right now, but it seems as though Merus, for an angel and for being, like, you know, the trainee to Goku, he really miscalculated. And I definitely feel as though there was some form, and I don't know exactly, I can't pinpoint it what it is, but there was some form of foreshadowing or a story element that maybe is going to be later explored when the conversation happens in front of Beerus, between Merus and Whis. Merus and Whis was talking about, again, like, oh, it's unfortunate, doesn't look like a miracle is gonna happen here, seems as though Goku's gonna take the L, Merus miscalculated, all of that jazz, and you can see Beerus kind of gets frustrated. But before that, or it was either before or after, Beerus says, yo, I'm hungry, let's just go, let's get something to eat. Whis says, yo, the authority to be able to interfere in matters such as this is not with us, the angels. We don't have a say-so in none of this shit. The only people that can really intervene in any of this is the God of Destruction, Beerus, or the Lord of Lords, aka Zeno. So there's only two people that, from their realm, so to speak, that could actually even involve themselves. And Beerus getting frustrated and saying, yo, let's go, kind of made me look a little bit like, is that some sort of foreshadowing? Maybe Beerus is going to get fed up with the bullshit going on with Moro and say, you know what, I'm gonna come through and stop it. I mean, I don't know how that would feel. I guess that's the first question I want to pass off to you guys. Do you feel like if Beerus was to step in to this battle with Moro and say, yo, I'm gonna just put an end to this dude Hakai, would that be anticlimactic? Would it feel like, what the hell is going on? Why are they doing this? To be honest with you, I think if they set it up properly, if there was a way where, like, maybe Beerus didn't 100% necessarily have to step in, something along the lines of that, maybe it would be acceptable. Maybe Moro is on his final legs in a battle, Goku and Vegeta somehow, some way figure it out how to put him down or almost get him to the corner, and like they're about to win, and Beerus is like, I've had enough of this, Hakai, you piece of goat shit. Then maybe I wouldn't be mad at it. But I feel as though it could be just like, you know, throwaway lines, or it could be that there's some value to that, and maybe it'll be touched up on in the next couple chapters. Because again, Goku versus Moro goes down, Goku really can't do shit, eventually he loses the Sign transformation, and just as he's about to get his ass handed to him for good, get his energy sucked out, Moro is about to do some weirdo shit, sucking on Goku, the androids showed up. And I ain't gonna lie, I love that part. Out of all the combat in this one, don't get me wrong, the art for the Goku versus Moro panels, it looked like Toyotaro had a blast drawing that shit. It looked really good, so kudos on the art department. I gotta give credit where it's due. But I was way more excited when the androids showed up, when they were even talking that cocky shit and they were going against Moro. Not that it makes the greatest amount of sense, because to be honest with you, even going back to the Tournament of Power, I never thought it made sense of how 17 was keeping up with, especially like the preliminary stuff, the training stuff leading to the Tournament of Power. made no sense. Like Krillin going up against the Super Saiyan Blue and all of that jazz. Like, what the fuck? So, and you know, retrospect, yeah, probably doesn't make much sense. But hey, this is the state of Dragon Ball at this particular point. Power levels have been essentially retconned and all sorts of shit. Where now the androids are able to take on a foe that Goku in some incredibly 10 billion times more supposed powerful state can't even do or take out. They're kind of throwing their hands. But I was still overall really excited about it, and it was dope to see them going in. I love those two. The androids is badass, especially 17. I just gotta say, man, yo, from the Tournament of Power, he still kept his epicness, so good shit there. And then we get some scenes with Vegeta, which, to be honest with you, I like that they were throwing in a little bit of comedic stuff where like Vegeta uses instant transmission and shows up in the trash can and all that, like funny stuff there, to be honest with you. I mean, for the most part, you could tell that they really, for whatever reason, maybe Toyotaro wrote himself into a corner because of the distance and whatnot. Again, Paibara would have made sense, like, okay, you know, Goku, he lost his Ultra Instinct form, he could sense him, like, I guess that would have been a way. So I don't know what was the reason to teach Vegeta the instant transmission technique, and he's like, well, I'll probably never be able to use it again, and I'm not trying to use it again after he uses it to, you know, teleport to where Goku is. But yeah, it kind of just made no sense. It was like, I thought maybe like he wrote himself into a corner, but no, at a point Paibara was like, oh, I could use instant transmission to take you over there, and he's like, no, let me do it. I just want to show Kakarot that he's a bitch, and anything he can do, I can do better. I can do it. No, okay, stop it. And I was disappointed, I'm not gonna lie. Very, very small, petty nitpick, but I was disappointed when Vegeta changed out and he had them transform his clothes from the Yardrat clothing to his typical Saiyan armor. Like, I would have liked him staying with the Yardrat clothing, to be honest with you. And if they weren't going to do that, hell, I missed the outfit that he had without the Saiyan armor for like the Majin Buu saga, where like, you know, it was just like the blue clothing or whatever without the armor. Like, I'm getting a little sick of seeing Vegeta with the armor. That's been like his whole outfit throughout Dragon Ball Super. It's like, dude is on a fucking cruise ship with his wife and he's still in Saiyan armor. Like, do you need that much fucking protection? What has Bulma been doing that you need that much protection when you getting in bed with? No. So yeah, the chapter, it was kind of par for the course, to be honest with you. If anybody says that this was like, oh my god, I never saw it coming in a million years, so far it's playing beat by beat, for the most part, how I've expected it. Goku, because he wasn't able to tap into Ultra Instinct, he wasn't even able to tap into it once the true form in the training with Merus. I figured, I said this already months ago, okay, Goku's gonna take the L, Vegeta's gonna show up. I'm imagining, depending on what Vegeta's technique is, but even regardless of how epic it may be or awesome it may be, I still don't think he's gonna be able to do it. Vegeta's probably gonna get taken out within the next chapter or two, and then bam, Goku's gonna go Ultra Instinct, or Broly's gonna show up, or Beerus is gonna be like, yo, I want some food, I'm gonna have some goat meat, and just like fucking turn this dude into a stew or some shit. So I think we're playing par for the course. I really, really hope it's not the case that they're gonna cheat Vegeta out, but I'm expecting the worst, okay? I am expecting by the end of next chapter for Moro to be teabagging Vegeta and saying, yeah, you like that energy, huh? You think you're better than Kakarot? You ain't shit, bitch. Like, that's what I am expecting when it comes to the Prince of all Saiyans, the prince that always takes the L, the Prince of all L's when it comes to Kakarot and competition. Like, it's what I'm expecting. So if it doesn't go that way, if Vegeta does become the hero, which this chapter made it seem like, oh, Vegeta's on the scene, he's the hero, it would be amazing. It would be more surprising to see Vegeta take the win than it would be for, oh yeah, Moro gets the upper hand. And yeah, that's just kind of how I feel. Okay chapter for the most part. Vegeta really was the shining spot of it, with coming in second by a distance, I would say, the androids, and then the Goku versus Moro is like, yeah, whatever, kind of expected it. So with that being said, okay, cool chapter, we talked about that, but now I want to talk about a little bit of news that came from V-Jump regarding the Dragon Ball Superverse. And there was one line in particular, but we're gonna read more or less what was said. It's not that much information, but one line in particular that really got me like, there's a discussion there. So let's read what V-Jump released and we'll talk some more. So it's explaining Super Saiyan God. It says Super Saiyan God, originally this is the form achieved by concentrating the power of many Saiyans holding hands on some weirdo shit. However, Goku and Vegeta become able to transform on their own, and then the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, aka Super Saiyan Aoi, this miraculous evolution, a Super Saiyan variant of Super Saiyan God, is achieved through training with Whis, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan Blue God, Super Saiyan, yeah, a lot got a Super Saiyan. I'm just saying. Further evolutions of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. My God, please just say Super Saiyan Blue, for fuck's sake. Blue Vegito. And right here, this is, I want to say, the line that is going to maybe stir up a little controversy, get a little bit of a discussion going. I don't know, maybe people won't give a fuck, who knows, but let's read it. Achieved through activating Super Saiyan Blue after fusing. Possesses power to rival Merus. There's a little bit more. Let's just read what's left over, and then we'll get to that, because that's the big enchilada that I really want to talk about. Perfected Blue. This evolution locks Blue's overflowing power inside the user's body, allowing them to fight for extended periods at full strength. There's Blue Kaioken. Utilizing the principles of Kaioken, the user is able to temporarily increase their power as a Super Saiyan Blue. And lastly, Blue Evolved, which was Vegeta's blue technique that he had in the Tournament of Power. Vegeta overcomes his own limits to achieve this uniquely styled mastery of Blue. But going back to Blue Vegito, possessing powers to rival Beerus. Now, you know, one of the things that Toriyama said many years ago is that the end goal of Dragon Ball Super is for Goku and Vegeta trying to catch up to Beerus, and, you know, Beerus is the end goal. So Blue Vegito is capable of taking on Beerus. It kind of all comes full circle. To be honest with you, if you think about it, one of the things, going back to like the Resurrection F arc when Whis was training them, the big lesson he was trying to teach both of them is for Goku to be more like Vegeta and Vegeta to be more like Goku, but working together. I think even Beerus said it at one given point, they're like unstoppable. And this right here confirms that Blue Vegito basically rivals Beerus, which they just need to get to that point. Basically, however strong they were when they were Blue Vegito is the end goal post for the strength that they need in order to complete what Toriyama set out to do, and that's surpassing Beerus. So I'm curious what you guys think about that, and also what do you think about the chapter? How do you feel about Goku taking the L and Vegeta showing up, and do you think Vegeta's going to take the massive L? Do you think Beerus is going to get involved somehow, just say, you know what, fuck this motherfucker, I'm hungry, bro, and he's just gonna like turn this dude into goat stew? And where you think the story is going? To be honest with you, last few chapters with all of it, aside from like the transformation and like, oh, Goku can use sign now, yeah, that was cool and all that jazz, but it doesn't really feel like the Dragon Ball Super manga is doing anything at all different. And maybe if this was the anime, we would all be excited, because there's something about the Dragon Ball Super anime that just supersedes everything that the manga can do. But in terms of the manga, it's just kind of like, oh, okay. And your overall thoughts and expectations for the Dragon Ball Super manga with chapter 61 and beyond. I just want to see Moro take an L already. Like, Moro, just stop sucking shit up. Like, yo, he's sucking more than a prostitute on the corner of fucking Skid Row. Okay, so Moro from Dragon Ball Super, the latest villain to impact the story in the manga, hasn't hit the anime yet, obviously, because the anime hasn't returned since the end of the Tournament of Power and the Broly film, but early on with Moro, I heard a lot of praise. A lot of people loved Moro. They said he was the second coming of King Piccolo. He was insanely strong. A lot of praise was given to Moro as a villain, as a character, and just overall people were real hype about him. But I want to say over the last few months, maybe 4 or 5 months, I've seen a different response to the Moro villain. I've seen people kind of turn their backs on their initial reaction and opinion to the character. Let's talk about it. Is Moro a bad villain? So early on, I just heard so much praise about Moro, including myself. I was like, yo, this character is awesome. I mean, if you just look back, he whipped Goku and Vegeta down in, I believe, 2 battles already, 2 separate instances, them trying to go their max at the time, which obviously Goku, since the Tournament of Power, has not been able to tap into the Ultra Instinct transformations. Of course, in the recent chapters, he, you know, tapped into Sign, but in the beginning of the battles against Moro, he couldn't do that. But in their max of, you know, Super Saiyan Blue and Vegeta's extra transformation and all of that jazz, you know, Kaioken, everything that they could do, they still weren't able to take down Moro. And a lot of people praised him. Moro got the job done in a lot of different aspects. He managed to obtain the wishes that he wanted on the Dragon Balls, reclaimed his power, and it was very reminiscent of King Piccolo, which a lot of people, including myself, argue that the original Dragon Ball before the Z portion, which at the end of the day in the manga, the Dragon Ball story is all Dragon Ball, up until Super anyway, is all Dragon Ball, but it really felt like, wow, you know, they're redoing some of the best parts of the story. When King Piccolo hit the story, it transformed everything. Dragon Ball took an even darker tone. There was death. There was just so much about it. And the character himself was menacing. And Moro felt like he brought back that vibe. Because, you go to the Broly film, while it was an intense battle, it was mostly just like, this nut, this brute, and Frieza kind of, being comedic relief to a certain extent behind the scenes, so to speak. And then before that, it was a tournament where, yeah, it felt like the stakes were high, but in the end, it turned out the stakes really weren't high. And aside from like Goku Black, the Dragon Ball Super story itself didn't really have one of those menacing villains. Again, excluding Goku Black and the Zama stuff, because that was pretty dark and whatnot. But Frieza's resurrection, Frieza wasn't really, they were able to kick his ass multiple times. He wasn't really much. And then Beerus, before that, there was so much comedy and it felt very lighthearted that it was hard to take that as a, oh my god, he's just complete evil. So again, minus Zama's Goku Black, Dragon Ball Super really just hasn't had that level of threat where somebody just felt like they are freaking evil and they don't care about nothing. Incoming Moro changes the whole perspective. He kicks Goku and Vegeta's ass multiple times. He's able to use the Dragon Balls to get his wishes. He frees all of these prisoners from the Galactic Patrol, and everybody is just excited. So why is it that now I've seen murmurings around the community and throughout the Dragon Ball fandom of people saying that Moro is just not the best villain, that if anything, he's turned into a disappointment. Now, one of the things I'll say that separates Moro from somebody like King Piccolo is mainly his powers. He kind of is introduced into what the Dragon Ball, I guess, series has become, where it's not just about, power-ups and muscles, which, don't get me wrong, that is still an element to it, but it was more so like a different type of technique, using different abilities to be able to get the job done. Again, opposed to just like, oh, I'm stronger. He was using similar to like a quirk, so to speak, to do something different, to where Goku and Vegeta, they're not necessarily weaker than him. He just has a hacked technique that he can absorb your ki, and then you're kind of screwed. So that separates him from like a King Piccolo, the ability. But aside from that, I think one of the biggest reasons why people are saying that Moro just isn't the greatest villain is that he's not showing anything different than we've already seen in the Dragon Ball story. I mean, just think about it for a second. He was very heavily compared to King Piccolo, and essentially he got a lot of the job done. But what is really different? What is really fresh about Moro, especially up until this point, that kind of makes him, exciting and invigorating and just something different to the franchise? Again, I personally am a fan of Moro. I really enjoy what he's done. I'm glad that he was able to give the Saiyans that are just overly hacks at this particular point a run for their money in Dragon Ball Super. But I can definitely see where people are coming from with the whole thing of Moro just isn't doing anything new, and it gets to a point where it's kind of boring. Because again, comparing him to King Piccolo, which seems to be the inspiration for him, is like, okay, old guy that wanted to get his powers back. I guess for King Piccolo, a little different. He wanted his youth, which brought back his powers. He just wanted his powers, which brought back his youth. So a little bit of a difference there, but it's kind of similar thing. Him bringing back the galactic, prisoners, or freeing them, shall I say, they kind of really didn't amount to much. Like OG 73 was okay-ish, but none of them were that exciting. So it's not like he had like this epic force that like, yo, you don't want to mess with Moro's people, because for the most part they weren't all that. And then once Goku arrived at the battlefield, it showed that, yeah, they weren't much at all. And if it wasn't for OG 73 using Moro's powers, or Moro in general injecting his powers into these people, they probably wouldn't be much. So as far as his crew goes, opposed to, again, you go to like a Dragon Ball, which I gotta keep referencing, where I feel most of the inspiration for this character comes from, Piccolo, King Piccolo's villains, Tambourine, all of them, it was exciting and interesting. The King Piccolo arc kicks off with Krillin being murdered in cold blood, which at the time, death in Dragon Ball had a lot more weight than it does now. And I think throughout the arc, using similar formulas that we've seen time and time again in Dragon Ball also doesn't help the case, because it just kind of messes everything up. I don't think that's at Moro's detriment per se as a villain, but the whole, oh, they've been defeated, yeah, they gotta go train to get stronger, oh, they're back. It's kind of just repeating a similar formula, and Moro is repeating similar formulas that we've seen before, with the whole one-upping each other, like, oh, Moro has a secret technique he hasn't used yet, oh, rinse, recycle, repeat. And as far as what we know about him, I think to a certain degree they should have expanded a lot more, and we should have got a lot more of the lore of what he really meant. Like, it started off really interesting again, and I think this is where people were initially hooked, where we find out, oh, you know, the original Kais, and it was that he got locked in a prison because of that and all the battles. I think they needed to, and they should have, expanded more on his backstory. What was his initial goals? Was it just complete and utter destruction? I mean, seemingly right now we see one of his main objectives is he just wants to swallow up all the energy ki from all the planets around, and it's like, okay, is there more to it? Is he just a psychopath opposed to like a Kid Buu where he was just nuts and just wanted to blow everything up and not giving a shit? What is Moro like? Is that all there is to him? He just likes to eat, essentially, like eat ki. It just seems as though early on there was so many impressive things about Moro, so many exciting new traits, you know, just finding out again the backstory of why he was locked up for 10 million years and all that stuff, that later on it kind of fizzled out, and then we're just relying on battle after battle of, like, you know, Goku and Vegeta once again going up to the plate to try and take him down, where it kind of just got lost in translation of, hey, this is why Moro is an awesome character. So do I think personally Moro is a bad villain? Absolutely not. I just feel as though he lacks a lot of invigorating, innovative quirks, traits, or just in general as a character to really hold things up. The arc as a whole, the Moro arc, it started off so strong, and I think because of the pacing that we've had thus far and how everything's been moving, it's been to, again, Moro's detriment. Like, if things would have wrapped up a lot sooner after, like, you know, the 2 1v1s or the 2 2-on-1s that we had with Goku and Vegeta versus Moro, maybe things would have been a little bit more smooth. But because things have continuously stretched, and then of course we had the Galactic Prisoners that they really just weren't all that impressive, it again reflects on Moro and what he brings to the table. It's like, okay, his flunkies are all basically no good. You know what I'm saying? They're not that impressive unless they're using abilities from Moro. And then Moro, it seemed as though up until the latest chapter, at the very least as of the recording of this video, that he was kind of a one-trick pony. It's like, you could kick his ass, but once he absorbs your ki, it's all over from there. So I definitely don't say that Moro's a bad villain. It's just that there's not much at this particular point, especially as long as the arc has been going, that is new about him. It's like, at first it was fresh, it was innovative, and it was so many different things. And then, you know, especially go back to that wish that he made on the Dragon Balls, I thought it was going to be a lot more grandiose, so a lot more just like, holy cow. And when it was just to release the Galactic Prisoners and then they didn't amount to nothing, it's like, so that was what was on your mind? Like, you were locked up for 10 million years and it's like, free the homies. Like, okay, Moro. But I'm curious what you guys think. How do you feel about Moro as a villain after we've been in this arc for, it's been quite some time now at this particular point? Do you think he's a good villain? Has he been disappointing? Do you feel as though he's just kind of dull and boring? Or is it the arc surrounding him that makes it feel less exciting about Moro? Or you totally disagree with all of it and you think that he's an incredible villain, a great villain? Again, I feel as though a lot of the beginnings of Moro is what makes me immediately say, like, no, he's not a bad villain. He's not a disappointing villain. It just feels as though the length of the arc and the amount of time we've had to spend with him, and the fact that there hasn't been anything really new about him since chapters already at this particular point, quite a few chapters, it just kind of starts to feel as though, like, okay, we need to wrap this up, because the longer we go, the less interesting Moro is becoming. And your overall thoughts and expectation for the future of Moro in the Dragon Ball Super manga. Again, he is very heavily inspired, in my opinion, from King Piccolo, and I think there's just so much potential for him, and there's still time to do different things. I mean, he's right now in an intense battle against Goku as he, you know, just used the Ultra Instinct Sign transformation. Let's see what more there is to him, and maybe we could get a little bit more of the lore and the backstory as this fight continues to kind of just open up more about Moro and just get a little more excitement about the character. He started off so freaking strong, just character-wise in general. I would like to see more of that. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Man Talks About Disappointment in a Manga. Hey! People are gonna be like, whoa! But, I mean, you gotta agree with me. There's no way you can not agree with the fact that they did it to Vegeta again. So you want to play with the Prince of Saiyans again, fam? Man. And I know there's the arguments, like, people are going back and forth sword fighting, like, well, he did catch a W somehow, so we're going to talk about all that. We're going to break down Vegeta's new ability, the fight against Moro, the trick that Moro pulled at the end of the chapter, the conversation that I felt was probably the most important, in my opinion, or one of the most important parts of the chapter between Piccolo and Goku, and just overall, Dragon Ball Super Chapter 61. A lot of anger, a lot of disappointment, and some cool shit. Like, yeah, character development is always great. So we're gonna give fair dues to where they're due, okay? We're not gonna completely shit on shit for the sake of it. We're gonna break this down. Let's talk about that Dragon Ball Super, baby. Let's do it. Vegeta versus Moro. After coming back from his training on Yardrat, Vegeta's back, baby. He's back. The fight is going good. The first few pages, Vegeta, I mean, he's still getting bested by Moro, but Moro's complimenting him like, oh, you got a little bit stronger, that's dope, or whatever, but I'm still kicking your ass, fam. And Vegeta can't really do too much against Moro. Moro's kicking his butt for the most part. Then the tides slowly start turning, right? Vegeta starts throwing hands and it's like, what the hell's going on? And bam! The reveal is here of Vegeta's new power. And I gotta say, in terms of creativity, of giving the Z Warriors, or, you know, the Dragon Fam, whatever you want to call these people, some new abilities and shit like that, this feels one of the most unique and little more complex type of abilities than we've ever had. Like, you know, you look at Big Bang Attack, just a giant blast. Kamehameha, giant blast. The Spirit Bomb, giant ball of energy blast. Like, so this in particular actually felt very suited, especially considering when you go back to what the people on Yardrat taught him about splitting things and all of that jazz. He used that, which Vegeta, the tactician that he is, and the talented person that he is, which funny stuff. We're going to talk about how he shitted on Goku later in the chapter, whatnot, but he used his knowledge to combine all that shit and make an attack or make an ability that is suitable against somebody like Moro. So I gotta give nothing but props in that regard. The technique that he learned, forced spirit fission, I believe that's what it's called. Really dope stuff. No complaints from me there. I thought that was awesome. I really appreciated seeing a difference in the approach of taking out a villain. And I also thought it was pretty cool as well, like you see the energy leaving Moro's body. Eventually he reverts back into that older form, which also starts to separate things, because I've compared this arc time and time again to the King Piccolo arc, right? But difference is, King Piccolo used the wish to regain his youth. Moro used the wish to regain his strength. So even though he regained the strength, when you lose your strength, it makes Moro kind of revert back, which kind of reminds me of, like, in a way, if you think about it, like some Cell type of stuff. Like, remember when he spit out 18, was it 18? Yeah, it was 18, and then he reverted back. Kind of reminds me of that in a way. Obviously it's a bit different because it was due to Vegeta's ability that he was able to make him revert, opposed to Gohan, RIP, the great that he once was. You know, it was actually due to Vegeta. He made him revert back, and I like that design better. I really like the old Moro look with the beard and everything. And when it went away again in the chapter, I'm like, oh, it's because you don't want to draw that shit. Keep it real. And we see, due to Vegeta's ability, the energy that Moro had that is getting sucked up out of him is returning back to the planets that they came from. And basically we find out that the ability is to split apart anything that is done via fusion or absorption, which I believe that this technique is going to prove very vital for future arcs of the Dragon Ball Super manga, assuming that it continues after this, which I don't see why not. Like, why do one more arc after the anime, right? I believe that they're going to implement this to where, you know, if they use fusion again at some given point, bam, he knows this technique to automatically separate himself. If Piccolo wants to get Kami out of it, if they for some reason want to bring Kami back into the fold, which that'd be terrible. Like, do not do our boy Piccolo like that. We already know from history that it was meant for him and Kami to, you know, fuse and whatnot. And he even tells Piccolo, hey, I could get rid of those Namekians in your body if you want. Like, you think about it, in a sense, Vegeta looks down on Piccolo for having those extra Namekians, because he says, like, he's not a fan, even in the chapter of, like, using fusion. I mean, he's used it a couple times with Goku, but he don't really like it as a desperate measure. So he kind of looks at Piccolo like, oh, you like staying like that? Yeah, you punk scrub. I can imagine that's the way he looks at him, because, you know, Vegeta still has his ego there. It's not gone. He's just, you know, a better person. And I love when he threw some shade at Goku too. Like, again, we're gonna get to some of the disappointment later, but I love when he was like, yeah, we went under the same training, except I'm more talented than you, fam. And that's a fact. Like, Goku may have natural ability to constantly grow and shit like that, but when it comes to strategy and learning and shit like that, Vegeta, that's his whole life has been that way. So Vegeta, yeah, in certain regards, he does have more talent than Goku, especially in instances like that of learning and shit. Like, there's no question. This is one thing where I liked the outcome of it because it played into Vegeta's character development, but I thought that it was complete bullshit. And that's that when the energy is returning to the planets or whatever, we get Elder Paibara, I believe, from Yardrat, and they're talking about reviving people, and they're saying, well, people that have been dead for so long, you know, it's not going to bring them back. However, people with potent energy will be able to return. And we look at Namek, and all the Namekians are getting up because they got their energy back, and I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. But then it did hit me like, hold on, a lot of time has passed since they died, right? Why haven't their bodies, you know, started withering away? Like, how is this possible? And when we get the explanation, the Dragon Balls must have protected us from rotting away. Shut up. Shut up. That is so fucking dumb. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, that was stupid. That was dumb. Like, I'm even gonna lie. Like, that was strike one in the chapter that had me like, what? Like, I was glad of the outcome, because again, it goes into Vegeta's character. We'll get into that in a second. I was glad that at least it meant something other than reversing that all of the Namekians died. Also, I don't want Namek to be dead. I feel as though if they were going to do that to begin with, just blow up the whole planet or don't do it at all, because Namek, like, they've been through enough already. Like, why are you still gonna, you know what I'm saying? So I wasn't a big fan in a certain regard of Namek taking that beating that it did and everybody dying thanks to Moro sucking up their energy and shit. But yeah, it's like, it's bullshit that they were able to survive, but it led into something else where we get the conversation between Piccolo and Goku. Probably my favorite moment of the chapter. Yes, the dialogue. The fight is cool and all that. I like seeing punches, but the dialogue where Piccolo starts talking to Goku about how much Vegeta has grown. And of course Goku like, oh yeah, you know, I didn't think he'd be able to do all those techniques. And Piccolo's like, no fam, no moron, listen to the Namekian when he talks. And he says, yeah bro, like look, he came to Earth at one given point to destroy it. He was a space pirate, essentially. And look what he's doing now. He's trying to even atone for what he did. Because let's not forget, Vegeta was a cold motherfucker. At one given point, he killed people on Namek. He was a monster. He even killed people when he was Majin Vegeta, when he blew up half the stadium, you know, the World Martial Arts Tournament and shit like that. Vegeta was a cold dude. And we're seeing the difference now. We're seeing, if you think about it, in a weird way, in retrospect, that was almost like a midlife crisis for Vegeta. When he let Babidi take control and did that shit, it's basically like, man, I'm old. Shit is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck it, I want to be a bad boy. Like, that was why Vegeta went Majin. But anyway, I'm derailing. It just showcases how much he's grown. The fact that he's even thinking back to the horrible shit he did on Namek, that he wanted them to get their lives back after what Moro did. I'm wondering, when the conversation goes down between Vegeta and Moro about going to hell, and Vegeta's like, I've long since accepted I'm going to hell, you know, but greet me when I get there. I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't think that King Yema would completely send Vegeta anymore to hell. Maybe at most he might send him there with a time period or something, like okay, you know, you could spend 5 years in hell and then you get to go to heaven or some shit like that. Yo, he's doing a lot even at this particular point. Right now he's responsible for reversing a lot of the damage that Moro has done, especially to the entire planet of Namek. So you got to give him his credit. And again, when Vegeta dies, maybe he can go to the afterlife with Bulma and Trunks and all of them when they get there as well. Like, I like that redemption for Vegeta's character. And I think that, granted, it was bullshit how the Namekians' bodies survived after months of decay and shit like that due to the Dragon Ball. Whoa. But it was worth it for Vegeta's character. So I guess I can forgive it for that. I mean, because you even get to see Vegeta's character development as well, where, you know, even probably earlier in Super, he wouldn't have asked Jocko, like, yo, you want to take him in or do you want him dead? Like, he wouldn't have done that. He would have just been constantly going for the kill. I think going back to Resurrection F, he wasn't worried about taking Frieza in or anything like that. No, you die, sucker. You gonna die. He's asking Jocko, like, yo, you want to capture him or you want him dead? And because Jocko gave him the okay, like, no, we just kill him. Go ahead. That's when he says, all right, I'm gonna do it. Again, showcasing that Vegeta's not this monstrous, hungry for just hurting people person that he used to be. So, again, props to the Prince of All Saiyans for that, because a lot of people, they don't like, and they haven't liked, to be honest with you, since the inception of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta's character change, where he's goofy now. He'll do anything for his family. Yes, when a man has a family, he will do a lot of shit out of character to protect that family that he loves and cares about. So I completely understand it, and I'm not mad at all at Vegeta getting character development. But all of that jazz is stopped short when Moro says, hey fam, have you still forgot? I got plot protection thanks to Goku being the hero. And he blasts off and he goes back, which this means that this was definitely not pulled out of their ass. This was planned, of keeping OG-73 alive and the other dude. He goes and fries one dude and then absorbs OG-73, essentially using him as like a backup generator, a battery in a sense, to regain his abilities. And he returns somewhat to his youthful form. Obviously he's clouded in smoke or whatever. Vegeta goes up there, and all of our hopes and dreams about Vegeta getting the win are dashed. And there's a back and forth. People are saying, but Vegeta did get the win. You seen? He beat him until... That's like saying that Vegeta got the win, or Gohan got the win up until that point where he beat Cell and made him smack out 18. Like, no, he didn't get the win, because eventually Cell blew the planet up, or blew up, King Kai's planet, and Sengoku died and came back. No, Gohan didn't get the win at that point. He got the win later on, but not at that point. And Vegeta did not get the win. Yeah, he kicked the shit out of him. Yeah, he outmatched him for a long time, but he's still alive. Moro's still around. The whole point, this was a fight to the death. He even asked Jocko, want me to kill him? Yeah. He didn't manage to kill him, and it sucks to see Vegeta there all fucked up in a pile of rubble. It's like, why Dragon Ball Super? Why does it always have to be Goku? And I hope, because I know people are going to come back to this video, I hope I eat my words. I hope that they eventually set it up to where maybe Goku has a bout with Moro. Obviously, he's going to tap into Ultra Instinct, the mastered version, and then Vegeta gets up eventually, and it's Vegeta that delivers the death blow, using that power once more to take away the fusion that is going to allow Goku to finish him off, something like that. But still, it's like, why couldn't Vegeta just be the hero? I think once we started seeing a little bit of the cockiness, him talking shit to Piccolo, him talking shit to Goku, that's when we should have all knew collectively, like, oh yeah, Vegeta's gonna lose, because he absorbed OG-73 and got a new character design. To be honest with you, he looked like a created character from Xenoverse or Ultimate Tenkaichi. Yeah, I don't know, I was looking at him like, oh god, he looks like something even out of like a shitty Dragon Ball Heroes look, like his combination of him and OG-73. Like, please Vegeta, even if you gonna take the L, right, can you just get back up real quick and suck up enough of him so he goes back into his old design? Like, I'm just saying, like, at that design, it looks like a created character like Toyotaro. What the fuck? Who told you to do this shit, fam? Like, yeah, it looks kind of clean in terms of the art, but it just, like, no. And yeah, Moro is back up once more powerful than ever, and who knows how it's going to be stopped. Honestly, it's either going to be a couple different methods now. If they brought Broly into the fold, that would be hype, and we got Broly, Goku, and Vegeta taking on him. That'd be cool. I don't see it happening. We haven't had no setups for Broly to return, so that's one option. Goku going to yada yada Master Ultra Instinct, kicks his ass. Okay, call it a day. Like, that is so boring of a plot line if they go with that, to be honest with you. Like, Vegeta being the hero felt exciting. Vegeta learning this new fission technique, that was exciting. Goku going Ultra Instinct mastered or whatever and saving the day, that sounds like one of the million DBZ films from back in the day that at the time I loved them. I still rewatch them and love them, but I don't want to see that shit in 2020 in a new story anymore. Absolutely disappointed with what they did to Vegeta. Absolutely disappointed that it looks like once again Goku's gonna have to save the day. Like, I love Goku to death, man. Childhood hero. Love him to death. But come the fuck on. You give the man Vegeta his redemption. You show all of this shit. He's doing great deeds. He's turned into the man he needs to be. And you still can't give him the fucking win. Toyotaro. And in case you can't tell, I'm a little bit pissed off. But there was some good stuff to the chapter 2. Obviously, if you've been following this review, you see that I gave a lot of praise up until the points, the two main factors of the Namekians being revived, stupid as hell, their body should have decayed. Don't tell me about Dragon Balls. The allure of the Dragon Balls. Like, no. And Vegeta taking the L. And I guess Strike 3 OG-73's combination with Moro's design just looks like a creative character bullshit. So, yeah. Curious what you guys think, though. How do you feel? Do you feel happy that Vegeta took the L? And how are they going to stop him? Again, Fusion been ringing off, so who knows? Maybe they slap Vegeta up, put a bean in his mouth, tell him get the hell up, and then they put on some earrings. Or maybe Broly. If Broly shows up, okay, Broly helping out, that'd be hype. I'd be excited. I don't see anything else other that they could do with right now at the level that Moro is that would be exciting, other than, oh, Goku has to go into Mastered Ultra Instinct, or like, dare I say it, hey, Gohan actually becomes relevant, but he's far too weak even to make a difference at this point. So yeah, how is this all gonna play out? Your thoughts? I think Vegeta was the best thing to make this exciting, him taking the victory, and the fact that he isn't, it's disappointing. It's BS. I don't like it, but that doesn't mean that I hated the entirety of the chapter. But there was a couple of big BS moments, and I gotta call it as I see it. Like I always say, I always gotta keep it real no matter what. Even though in the last 2 spoiler videos for Dragon Ball Super. In fact, I want to even argue maybe the last chapter or two of Dragon Ball Super. I've been a little critical. I've been pretty critical of the series, and to be honest with you, I truly felt everything I said regarding the franchise. I was a bit jaded from it. I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on with this story? The last few chapters just really had me like, I don't know how to feel about Dragon Ball Super right now. It just really was feeling very formulaic. It felt very like, oh, okay, I see where this is going. It felt like it was just the same thing we've seen constantly, and I gotta admit that when we got the full chapter for Dragon Ball Super chapter 62, this turned everything around completely. It raised the stakes once again. It made everything feel like a genuine threat. It threw the series on its backside and said, yo, we're going in. Because it's one thing if you're gonna make it feel like, oh, it's the Goku show, let's embarrass Vegeta, you know, that's par for the course. But if you're going to go like what they did with chapter 62 of Dragon Ball Super and just say, screw it all, we're going to just decimate everybody, anybody that thinks they're about to do something, it's curtains for them, I have to do nothing but Toyotaro, I'm glad you really stepped it up with this chapter and said, no, 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 my friends, I am going to kick major ass, because this chapter, Dragon Ball Super, you could argue the beginning felt like, oh, but once you get it all together and you see where everything led up to and how dangerous this feels, this felt like, this chapter reminded me of a feeling you would get in Dragon Ball Z, where it felt like, oh shit, this is really hopeless. This isn't just a skirmish. This isn't just like something like, who cares? This felt like a true and genuine chapter of greatness, of action, of carnage, of like, yeah, how the hell do we get ourselves out of this mess now after this chapter of Dragon Ball Super? I gotta give praise where it's due. I gotta keep it real no matter what. Let's talk about it. So the chapter of Dragon Ball Super, of course, kicked off from where the last one was, with Vegeta basically being bamboozled by Moro. Moro was able to take up his powers. He grabbed him by the back of the neck. It was a lot of like, okay, wow, Vegeta is getting embarrassed, whatever, which at the time, again, like I said early in the video with the spoilers, it was like, this is ridiculous. Now seeing everything and how of a destructive force Moro has really become and how out of control this battle has turned into, it made sense to do that, because again, Vegeta, he gets his ass handed to him, no denying it. He gets his own freaking attack, Big Bang hit at him before Moro even talks shit and says, oh, just this energy ball, like that's what you consider like a big bang attack. So it is what it is. Vegeta got his ass handed to him, and then once you start involving like, yo, Dende feeling like he needs to take up a role, and it's not just hey, I'm gonna watch from upstairs anymore, like that's when I start feeling that DBZ feeling. It felt like how you felt at a certain point or certain portions of the Buu saga. It felt like how you felt in certain portions of the Cell saga, where it's like, shit, what the hell do we do? When Dende is stepping down and saying, yo, I gotta do something, that's when I'm like, yes, people, we actually are making some waves. This is not the same shit, because now you know that it's desperate. It's not just that Goku has this one in the bag, he's about to get up and slap him around, because we also know that fusion isn't really an option anymore. Moro actually gets to keep a bunch of the abilities that he had. So he has Piccolo's ability, he has Vegeta's ability, he has a lot of the abilities that he swallowed up from OG 73. He now retains them permanently, which definitely, there's no denying that Moro feels absolutely broken. I'll admit it there, but it still nonetheless showcases like, fam, we really stepped into it this time, which again gives me those Dragon Ball Z vibes, gives me those Buu saga, Super Buu, where we're waiting on a 7 and an 8-year-old to save the day, except who the hell is gonna save the day? Well, we find out at the end of the chapter seemingly, but yeah, we'll get to that, because everybody got their asses handed to them. I was like, holy shit, where you see like, cause it was just non-stop action almost throughout the chapter, even when people are trying to get involved in this shit. Like Piccolo thought he was about to self-detonate, that didn't work out. The androids, he hit them with like some behind the back shots. I was like, Moro, you savage, you absolute savage. Like, yo, everybody got their teeth kicked in. Gohan tried to do some shit, he got dusted off. Goku got absolutely impaled, which, let's be honest here, as shocking as it is, and as like, oh my god, is Goku dead, ain't nobody really like going absolutely nuts of like, no, how could you kill Goku? Because even if he died, there's still several several different sorts of Dragon Balls in the universe, whether it's the Super Dragon Balls, the Namekian Dragon Balls, because now the Namekians have been revived, Earth Dragon Balls, assuming Dende doesn't die. Like, there's many ways to bring Goku back, but that was still pretty impactful to just showcase that it's not going to be that easy of Goku getting up, getting mad, getting into the moment, going Ultra Instinct and taking him out. And I really, really appreciated that, because to be 100% honest, that's where everybody, including myself, thought it was going. We thought that now that Vegeta's down, bam, Goku's getting up and it's all over for Moro. And the fact that everybody, the androids, Piccolo, everybody involved got fucked up and decimated and put down, and then Goku gets impaled on top of it all, that made for a hopeless situation that you just, like, yo, what the hell do we do? And I ain't gonna lie, for a moment there, I even felt bad for Jocko, because I kind of put myself in his shoes, and like, I get anxiety even talking about it, like, yo, what the hell would you do there, where every single person that you thought really was going to have your back and hold you down during this is down now, and it's like, it's up to you. But I gotta give credit to Jocko that he didn't bitch out, he didn't try to, like, maybe I could run away or something. Like, he actually said, yo, Earth is my domain, this is what I'm supposed to do, like, I gotta be here, I'm gonna ride or die with this ship, I'm gonna go down with it. And I gotta give props to Jocko, because he showed a lot of cowardly ways throughout Dragon Ball Super, but in this chapter he actually stepped it up. And even though, like, let's be honest, Piccolo, it wasn't gonna work, like, because Moro set up the barrier to make sure nobody enters, because then they makes a silly move of trying to communicate via telepathy with Piccolo, which, to be fair, he doesn't really know exactly what's going on down there. So it's like, it was a mistake that he didn't really know. It's like a oopsie, like, how the hell was he supposed to know? But when he tells Piccolo, I'm coming down there, I'm gonna heal people and all of that jazz, and Moro's like, oh, word, you think you're about to do that? Yeah, I'm gonna create this gigantic barrier, which, to hold a barrier like that and create a giant barrier for God knows how many miles, like, again, Moro, his feats is unreal right now. But Piccolo saying, oh, word, bet, I'm about to just blow shit up. He's about to take a page out of Vegeta's book there. I'm like, really? Like, even if you did that, like, remember what happened when Vegeta did it to Buu, and Vegeta was way stronger probably than you are right now, and Buu was way weaker than Moro is right now. Like, really think that was gonna do something, Piccolo? I mean, I gotta give you got the cojones to do it, fam, but but regardless of what, he was stopped because he got hit with his own freaking attack and gets knocked the hell out too. Like, just everybody, it was massive carnage on the battlefield. Then suddenly an opening in the barrier shows itself, and we see what appears to be an angel holding a staff. And at first I'm thinking to myself, and I'm still a little bit like, huh? Because that allowed Dende to go through, and, you know, now he's going to be able to heal everybody, hopefully, which will make sense where, okay, everybody's going to be able to get back up and the battle's going to be able to continue or whatever, unless Dende gets killed or some shit. Like, imagine Moro kills Dende, even though, again, he can be healed. It's Dragon Ball, we know. I will say this, I was kind of questioning, who was that at that particular part, right? I mean, we know at the end of the chapter, obviously, that Merus is here now, but was it potentially, because Merus he showed up in his, at the end of the chapter, in his Galactic Patrol attire. He wasn't in, you know, the angel attire. I mean, I guess he could have showed up as an angel and then, you know, changed when he got into the barrier, but what if that was actually Whis that somehow was allowed to drop him over there, and we showed up and dropped Merus there, and that's how things went? Because right now, there's a big question mark over all this, because we know the angels are not allowed to get involved. So why and how Merus did this? Well, you got a question like, did Merus just say, screw it all, if they kill me, they kill me? Or, well, did he have a deliberation with them and say, yo, can I just not be an angel anymore and just work for the Galactic Patrol? Like, can I just be a mortal from here on out? That's a possibility, because if not, there's going to be hell to pay for him doing what he did. And, you know, the wrath could go a long ways, because you're not allowed to meddle in affairs as an angel or you die. So I'm wondering, again, if that was Whis that came with him, teleported him there, and then allowed him to get into the sphere or whatnot, it could very well be that they've already had an arrangement, like, okay, you're not an angel anymore, or, okay, you want to do this, we're gonna have to kill you afterward. Which, again, I don't see that darker part. We haven't had to be subjected yet to the angels getting murdered for no reason. I mean, I guess during the Tournament of Power, but everybody got revived and shit like that. So I don't think it's going to be that route. I think more than likely he gave up his ability of being an angel. They had a deliberation, and he said, yo, I want to work for the Galactic Patrol, which is still technically in the realm of keeping up the laws of the universes and shit like that. So maybe they made a deal, or again, he just said screw it all, which mighty balls to do that, fam, because they're gonna Hakai you out of existence. Because then at the end of the chapter, Merus shows up and Moro's like, wait, you're not supposed to be doing this, you're an angel, what the hell is going on? And honestly, Merus showing up, that was really dope. Again, a good twist, because we all thought it was, again, going to be Goku. So the fact that everybody got knocked out, Dende had to get down from his, throne, so to speak, and try and do things. Piccolo trying to self-destruct, Goku getting impaled, the androids getting dusted off 17, Vegeta, of course, getting knocked out, Gohan, which Gohan fans, I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't even a part of the malarkey this time of thinking, maybe Gohan, like I seen some people like, hey, this could be Gohan's time to shine. We gotta hang it up. Just like the Vegeta fans, we gotta hang it up. It's not happening. As much as we would love it, it's not happening. And the chapter leaves off again with Merus there saving the day, but how much he's going to be able to do to this powered up Moro now that he has all of these abilities. He had, OG-73, he has Vegeta, he has Piccolo, he has a lot of things going for him right now. I don't see how Merus is going to be able to do this. I mean, technically, he was really, really strong, because if he was training Goku to do Ultra Instinct, that means that he has to be on another level. Also, the angels have been showcased to be on another level, so I'm guessing that maybe he'll be able to throw hands, but again, I don't see Merus being the big hero that actually slays Moro. More than likely, it's going to be one of the Z Warriors or the Dragon Warriors after they get healed up by Dende. But nevertheless, this chapter, Dragon Ball Super, really changed the narrative of what the fandom was thinking about the series up to this point in a major way. Now again, next chapter could fall back into the same bullshit, but as it stands right now, we done good. Toyotaro, you done good, because I was looking at the series like, come the fuck on, bro. This does not feel like a threat right now, and it's supposed to. Now it truly does. Like, everybody got slaughtered in this shit. We have to get an angel seemingly potentially breaking the rules of the universe to come in and help out. Like, it was crazy. But I'm curious what you guys thought about this chapter. Do you feel as though this chapter really changed what you were feeling and how you thought about Dragon Ball Super's Moro arc up until this point, especially the last handful or so of chapters? Do you think that it's actually going in a better direction? Did it feel like you were reading a chapter of like Dragon Ball Z, where everything felt like, what the hell are we gonna do? The stakes were so high, like, against Super Buu, Kid Buu, Cell. Like, did it feel, I got that vibe with this one, I'm not gonna lie. Seeing everybody getting fucked up and shit like that, it gave me those feels. And where do you think all this shit is going to go now that Merus is on the battlefield? Again, Merus will not, I could say that confidently, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but Merus will not be the end-all be-all for Moro. It's going to be one of the Z Warriors, again, more than likely Goku, but now I don't feel as bad, because not only did Vegeta get his ass whipped, but Goku got his ass whipped as well. So if Goku gets up and goes into Ultra Instinct after getting healed, even though technically, like, wouldn't that be like a Zenkai boost, and aren't Zenkai boosts dead for them because they've maxed out their Zenkai boosts that they could do Goku and Vegeta? But I guess Ultra Instinct isn't really in the same realm, because it's more of like a feeling. It's not actually like a power-up per se. So again, it's going to be interesting to see your thoughts and expectations on that. What do you think is going to happen with Merus? Do you think he came to an agreement with them? Do you think that was Whis that actually dropped him off, or was it he came in his angel uniform and then switched up before he got to the battlefield into his Galactic Patrol attire? Do you think he's going to have to be eradicated, or again, now he just completely dedicated his life to the Galactic Patrol? Did you gain some brownie points of respect for Jocko in this chapter, considering he was stepping up? How did you feel about Piccolo getting ready to detonate and pull a Vegeta on us? Do you still feel upset about Vegeta getting disrespected? Again, he wasn't the only one, him and Goku. In fact, now I want to say, maybe aside from like Frieza back in the Frieza saga and shit like that, but I don't remember any villain that gave Goku and Vegeta their asses handed to them 3 times. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 3rd time that they tried and failed against Moro. So you got to give Moro his props, man. Moro has really been showing out. Maybe it felt in certain portions like, oh, we could change this and that, but now I'm on Team Moro again. Like, he's doing his shit. Still not the biggest fan of the design, but he's feeling like a mix of Cell and just that Dragon Ball Z vibe that I miss, and I'm liking now where we're headed. And your overall thoughts and expectations for Dragon Ball Super's manga with chapter 63 and beyond. It's gonna be a long wait to see how all this plays out when the next chapter drops, but I'm on board, baby. Okay, people, I gotta keep it real. I gotta be honest here. I gotta keep it 1,000 with you people. Dragon Ball Super chapter 63, hands down, best chapter of Dragon Ball Super's manga of 2020 and of this arc, the Moro arc. Like, just bar none, the most emotional chapter of Dragon Ball Super's Moro arc. Probably one of the most emotional chapters of Dragon Ball Super, period. Like, there's some emotional moments out there, but this one right here hits a lot harder, and we're gonna get into why it hits a lot harder. But I ain't even gonna lie, for a character that, honestly, for the most part, I was never the biggest fan of Merus. I was never like, whoa, Merus, Galactic Patrol dude, but what he did in this chapter, how he did it, the moments, the reaction that Goku gave, just everything about this chapter, man. Like, yo, the 2 manga that come out in this magazine that I review every month, Boruto and Dragon Ball Super. I'm a huge Boruto fan, and the last few months I've been giving it like, yo, Boruto had, better chapter than Dragon Ball Super, but hands down, Dragon Ball Super won this round for me by leaps and bounds, because, yeah, Toyotaro, I gotta give praise where it's due. If I'm gonna shit on you, then I gotta also give the, oh shit, this was greatness as well. And this chapter, at the very least, was absolute greatness, and I loved it, and it hit the fields. Let's talk some of that Dragon Ball Super, baby. Let's do it.
How it be though.
Okay, people, so from where the last chapter left off, we pick up Merus versus Moro. Merus putting in work, and I gotta give massive props to Merus. To be honest with you, throughout this arc, we've seen time and time again, like, yo, Merus and the Angels are on another level, and I would love to see more combat. I would love to see whether if we enter another tournament at some given point or something there where we get to see the Angels really throw down, because like just seeing what Merus was able to accomplish, and it's not like Merus is, the top of the top, like the Grand Priest, to my understanding, would kick his ass. So seeing what he's able to do to Moro, even in that powered up OG-73 Vegeta technique absorbed form, and Merus is still putting in work, like, these Angels, bro, what is going on with them? They are strong as a motherfucker, and if they decided to rebel or some shit, we had a war like that, which I would love it. I'm just throwing the idea out there. Toei, or Shueisha, or Toyotaro, or Toriyama, or whoever the fuck is doing this shit. Yeah, there you go. And while Moro and Merus is throwing down, Dende's like, yo fam, let me sneak over here real quick, and he starts healing up everybody. He heals up Goku, and Goku's immediately able to get up, which it's kind of funny. They're like, oh, it's gonna take some time to heal up and bring Goku back to health, and it's like within a panel, like Goku's like, oh, I'm back, y'all, which thanks to Gohan's relentless triumphant moment, his real shining light of a moment of saying, no, I'll stay here, go ahead, get my dad, you could get me last. Just shut up, Gohan, just shut up already, you goddamn failure. I don't give a fuck no more, just shut up. How dare you, ForneverWorld, you fucking piece of shit. I love Gohan. Ah! You heard that sound? Hold on, let me play that sound again. That's the sound of slapping some ass, because Gohan's character has become straight up rabbit cheeks. Anyway, this isn't a Gohan rant. What am I doing? ForneverWorld? Yeah, no. ForneverWorld, I'm telling you, shut the fuck up and keep going with the goddamn chapter. We're a little zany today. Well, anyway. Beerus and Whis are also here on Earth, and apparently, even though it was still technically, I want to say, Merus' robe that we saw in the last chapter, they're the ones that actually brought Merus to Earth. So we was kind of both right in a way in the big argument that people were going back and forth regarding, was that Whis that brought Merus to Earth? Technically, yeah, Beerus and Whis did bring Merus to Earth, but that was actually, I still want to say, Merus' clothing and cloth that we saw, and he just switched into his Galactic Patrol gear, because you think about it, like we find out in this chapter that essentially Whis pulled the wool over Beerus. He basically said, yo, let's go, I'll go pound Bulma, we'll get her to make us some food, like we'll have some crazy ass time, and let's just bring Merus along. But all along, it was to trick Beerus, and to be honest with you, I don't really think that they tricked Beerus. I think a lot of that is to save off Beerus' pride. I think Beerus, for the most part, be cognizant of some of this stuff. It's just that he's the god of destruction, and like, how dare a god of destruction care and feel this way? Because I think Whis was in cahoots, like, and Beerus was in cahoots with it as well, in terms of bringing Merus to Earth and allowing him to do what he did. Although I will say that it is a bit heartless, and the text that we got at the end of the chapter makes me question regarding, is Merus really gone? And that's a whole other conversation, but the way Whis was talking, I'm just like, fam, that's your brother. That's your brother. Like, what did he fuck your bitch or something? Like, why are you kind of heartless? Like, yeah. And within the battle of Merus versus Moro, seemingly little by little, Merus starts to slowly disappear. He's kicking Moro's ass. Moro just is like, whoa, holy shit. He's really throwing down with him. And before he even brings out like the angel powers of using the staff and shit like that, he already starts to notice that he's kind of hollow and see-through and shit like that. It's pointed out, so to speak. So definitely you can see that the more he fights, it you know, makes him disappear. But I think one of the biggest things, and we see later in the chapter, I mean, it's not completely confirmed, but it seems as though when he started using his angel powers is where it really just started sucking the life out of him, so to speak. Because like when he was just using normal combat and kicking, you know, Moro's ass and whatnot, it was like, okay, little by little it was happening. Then all of a sudden, once he used his angel powers, he completely started disappearing. And I'm curious, what the hell was that? Because it's clearly, it wasn't Beerus, it wasn't Whis, unless the Grand Priest was watching through a crystal ball and made it happen. It seems as though it's like a written law that when you get involved, it's just going to happen to you, whether it's like a cognizant thing or I don't know exactly what it is, because you know a lot of this angel stuff in Dragon Ball Super is still kind of a mystery, but it seems as though it was just happening by itself. Like you get involved, it happens. And Merus is able to break 2 of the crystal things on Moro's hands, which, man, I gotta give props to Merus. Like we seen Goku and Vegeta, all that worthless training of Vegeta in particular, shit, they couldn't really do that. Then all of a sudden, well, Vegeta did, he got tricked, whatever, same shit with Vegeta. We're not gonna get into that, we're not gonna dive into that. We already ranted on Gohan, fam, let's not do it again. But Goku's like, yo fam, I don't want you to disappear, I got this. He goes into his Ultra Instinct Omen or Sign form, and he's like, fam, let's do it. Which, by the way, really dope art. The one picture of him when he went straight into the Omen or the Sign form or whatnot, but definitely looked like somebody else drew him. I don't know, unless that's just like Toyotaro's actual art style when he's not trying to mimic Toriyama's art style. It looked really sick as hell, but it just kind of looked a little bit different than the, you know, Toriyama-esque Dragon Ball style for Goku, and I liked it. I'm not even gonna lie, it looked badass. But Goku throws down with Moro, and he ain't really able to do shit. Moro is just completely out of his league, and it's just like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Because before, the Sign form was a little bit helpful against Moro, but he's obviously since then powered up. It kind of reminds me in this particular form of like, you know, the Buu situation. Like against Fat Buu, Goku was kind of able in Super Saiyan 3 to throw down. Once it was like Super Buu and Gohan Buu and all that shit, it was like, no bueno, not happening. And Goku just, yeah, he ain't been able to do shit. He gets mollywopped out and is like, well damn, what do we do now? Which forces Merus to once again jump in, and he says something that is clear as day why he did what he did. And it kind of also contradicts what Ultra Instinct really is about, but he says, okay, one last push should do it. And he jumps in once again into the battle with Moro, and this time clobbers him, busting the crystal in the middle of his forehead. And I don't know why that felt so freaking satisfying. Maybe it's because of the countless ass whippings that Moro has handed Goku and Vegeta throughout this arc, but when he busted that crystal that he stores their powers in the middle of his forehead, I was like, Merus, I love you, god damn it, you freaking angel. Like, it was awesome. And getting the flashbacks, like, cause it starts getting emotional from there. Like, it was already a little bit emotional seeing him slowly being hollow and shit like that, like you could see through him. But then once you get to this point and we get the flashbacks of him and Goku and the time they spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, which I believe the anime, whenever this adapts it, when the anime returns in, you know, 2000 and a million at this particular point, when that returns and they do this stuff, there's moments to add extra things like those details of when we see Merus and Goku in the hyperbolic time chamber and they're talking, and Goku kind of makes Merus understand even more what like a human and a mortal feels about this galaxy, this universe, and what makes him fall more in love with the idea. Because you got to think he's already spent a decent amount of time being with the Galactic Patrol, but then getting Goku's answers to this of like how he competes to get stronger so that he could beat the villains, and hopefully those villains will turn into good guys. And it's kind of a parallel and a similarity to what the Galactic Patrol do, basically reforming bad guys into good guys. And he was just like so fascinated by it, and it was like emotional to a certain degree. Obviously, again, like I said earlier, I've never been the biggest Merus fan. He's like a newer character. It's like, okay, whatever. But there was something about the way this chapter was handled that Toyotaro did a great job with Merus' character. At this particular junction, I gotta say, this chapter in particular made me care. It made me like, this is sad. This is sad. And then following that, Merus starts to completely disappear. But before he does, he says one last thing to Goku where he's like, I've come to love this galaxy filled with love. Please protect it. And he disappears, and man, for a character that was just introduced in this arc, it hit. And I'm gonna tell you why I think it hit more than an average thing in Dragon Ball, because like the last chapter was just kind of shocking, but there's still so many variables of like, well, you could bring the Z Warriors back this way, that way, that way, that way. It was kind of more so implied, and I don't know if it was outright said, but it was definitely implied that if an angel disappears like that, there's no bringing them back. They cease to exist. Now, maybe the Super Dragon Balls, because they have such incredibly godlike powers, can bring him back. And I mean, it is Dragon Ball Super, so there's the potential there. But to be honest with you, it just seems like it's a little bit more permanent than the average death in Dragon Ball, and I think that's why it hits 10 times more. Also seeing this like stranger, this alien to this whole concept of being immortal and shit like that, seeing it and the time he spent with Goku and the time he spent in the Galactic Patrol and all that, getting the change in him, it was dope. And again, I think the anime adding more, like, you call it filler or whatever, anime original moments of him and Goku in the chamber training and shit like that, it'll get us to feel that much more about the character. And I can see, if I'm emotional just a bit reading this chapter in the anime, it'll be great, and I can't wait for that day. And like I said earlier in the video, Whis says he was always an awkward little brother with like a straight face. Like, yo fam, I'd be crying my eyes out, that's my brother, what the fuck is wrong with Whis? Like, Whis, I don't know, comes across as an asshole a lot. And we get that final shot of Goku's back, which honestly, this whole situation reminds me of when Goku went Super Saiyan for the first time, when Krillin was killed by Frieza, where you see like his back and then you see him charging up and he's angry and screaming like that, which again feels like the opposite of what Ultra Instinct has been kind of described to be. Ultra Instinct is not about like, you know, inducing anger or heartbreak to, you know, bust open this chamber of power. It was more so just this ability to move freely without thinking about like your next movement and shit. So how is that correlating? Are they going to try and rewrite the rules of Ultra Instinct? I'm not sure how that's going to work, to be honest. That doesn't sound that great of like, hey, we're rewriting what it originally was. Like, I don't know about that, but either way, this chapter was really good for Dragon Ball Super. Especially, this was the best one of 2020. Pretty freaking emotional with Merus, seeing that this is potentially leading, this is more than likely the catalyst to Goku finally unlocking and being able to use Ultra Instinct moving forward. Very curious what you guys think about all of this though. For starters, how did you feel about the battle between Merus and Moro and breaking those gems? Do you think that Goku's now going to be able to unlock Ultra Instinct? Is it reminding you of when he went Super Saiyan at the hands of, you know, the death of Krillin versus Frieza and shit like that? What do you think about Whis' response? Do you think that is a possibility that it's because there's a way to bring Merus back so he's not that sad about it? Do you think Beerus was in on their little plan to bring Merus here to begin with? I think he was. Like, it's not no coincidence. He's not freaking completely oblivious to the fact that Whis says, hey, let's go get food from Bulma, who is probably going to be preoccupied by the fact that the fate of Earth is in jeopardy. And the overall thoughts of this chapter, again, pretty freaking sad. It was a sad one, and yeah, Dragon Ball Super, Toyotaro, my hat's off to what you did and how you pulled it off with Merus. People, we've been waiting a long time. We've been waiting for the return of the Ultra Instinct form, and I ain't gonna lie, this chapter of Dragon Ball Super, like a lot of chapters dropped at the same time today. Black Clover, My Hero Academia, of course Boruto, Chainsaw Man, a whole slew of manga dropped at the same time. But Dragon Ball Super, minus one or two of them that I'd say is on even playing fields with the latest chapter, Dragon Ball Super was up there. Dragon Ball Super had one of the best chapters this round of manga, cause man, the action, the intensity, these are the chapters that I'm like, boy, when it's time for the anime, when the anime comes through, this is going to look so good. But I gotta admit that it seems as though with the final page, Goku might be making one of the biggest mistakes that is going to extend to something even further. And we're going to get into that because, like, yo, this chapter, the action, the intensity, Goku doing something that, like, yo, it's about damn time. It's been a long time coming, baby, but we here. Let's jump into some of that Dragon Ball Super, baby, chapter 64. Let's do it. That's how it be, though. So like I said in the intro, people, this chapter, it was hype. It was lit. It was gas. It was, yo, what we want from a Dragon Ball chapter. Now, admittedly, yeah, a lot of familiar elements. Goku got the upper hand. He achieved the transformation. The villain is cowering. A lot of that shit. But I can't deny that this chapter, there was something about it. It's hard to exactly put my finger what it was, but this is the shit that reminds you of why, like, yo, all these years later, right? We're talking about Dragon Ball came out in 84. Dragon Ball Z, you know, late 80s, early to mid 90s and shit like that. And it still feels as though Grandpa has to show up and show the younger shonen, yo, this right here, this is that next level battles. Like, cool, y'all fighting on that city level and shit like that. Let me show you planetary battles. Let me show you shit that is gonna rattle your mind when Goku and Moro go up against each other. So the chapter starts off with something that I still to this point, even after the spoilers and shit, hold a little bit ridiculous when Goku says that he's not fighting alone. And I'm just like, I've watched like about 20 fucking movies of you with the Z Warriors. Like, I watched hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of episodes of, you know, Dragon Ball Z, GT, whether you want to call it canonical or not. And I guess technically GT hasn't happened yet. If it is going to happen, whatever. But I've seen so much Dragon Ball for Goku to say some shit like that when he's seen time and time again, even when he was dead, his friends got up and helped his son defeat Cell. Like, we've seen time and time again, you're not fighting alone, fam. You're not. So for him to say that, it felt like, I don't know if Toyotaro meant something different. Maybe Goku forgot along the way, or sometimes it feels like the battle is so intense and so otherworldly that none of his friends are on that level, that it makes him forget sometimes, like, yo, it's not just me. It's not just the weight of the world is on my shoulders, or technically the universe at this point. We even passed just the world or whatever. So maybe that's where he was going with it, but I still felt like, that sounds more like a younger shonen character saying some shit like that, opposed to like this OG of vets upon vets that Goku is at this point. And you see in the beginning that Goku is visibly struggling a bit to stay calm, because he's right now in that transformation or intermission between the transformation point where it could go either way. Like, obviously the path to Super Saiyan is going buck wild crazy, like, Ultra Instinct is a little bit of a calmer approach of being able to control your emotions despite what you're feeling right now, because obviously seeing Merus wiped out of existence in front of him after he just spent a decent amount of time training and getting to know him and shit like that is bugging him out. So I like being able to see that process, because Ultra Instinct and Goku getting to the point of mastering it has been one hell of a ride getting to that point. That's been one of the premise of this show for a long time now. So to see it come to fruition and see that very moment where Goku's hands is trembling, where Goku's facial expressions is, you know, kind of conflicted, because you know that he wants to bug the hell out, but he's controlling himself. And I like the detail that they gave showcasing those moments leading up to the Ultra Instinct form. And then following Goku saying that Merus didn't do it for him, he did it for the universe, and you know, him kind of name dropping like, yeah, Vegeta did it, Dende helped me, all these people helped me and whatnot. Goku manages to calm himself, and that was the breaking point right there, where it was like, okay, he got it unlocked, he figured it out. And if you think about it, I like that with everything we've seen historically with Dragon Ball, of like people raging, and the rage is what they use in order to fight and shit like that. It's a lot harder, and it's a lot more traumatic, if you think about it on the mind, to be able to watch something as traumatic as somebody you care for die right in front of your eyes, and then being able to calm yourself and stay calm enough to not freak the hell out, right? Like Goku, nowhere in Z, for good portions of it, would have been able to do that. When he saw Krillin die, for example, in the Frieza saga, which was a defining moment in Dragon Ball history of him turning Super Saiyan, he bugged the hell out. He wouldn't have been able to stay calm. So seeing it does give you an example and a showcase of what a next level thing, because we got to think that Dragon Ball is riding on a ginormous legacy at this point, right? It's not like a up and coming shonen. It's not like, you know, anything of that sort. This is a legend, OG. So it has to try and do things differently, opposed to what the average shonen does, of like, yo, the anger being, you know, the anchor to where you want to go and shit like that. It's the exact opposite. It's almost like the maturation of Dragon Ball and Goku, and, you know, the Super Saiyan transformation of where it was of just, you know, harnessing anger to getting, you know, stronger with it, to harnessing the anger and turning the anger to it's okay. So if you even think about it, and I'm not trying to give Naruto points at this point, it's almost as if you go back to when Naruto conquered his anger in himself and he gave himself a hug without the like corny cheesiness of it. It's something like that, but I just feel as though it's just doing so much more for Dragon Ball's legacy, and again, going a different route opposed to the transformations we've seen prior to this point. And then he goes and asks Jocko like, yo, why you joined the Galactic Patrol? Jocko says it was to save the universe, and also because the uniform looked cool, and Goku's like, yeah, Merus said that, which I still don't think, like, I don't remember Merus saying that. I mean, I guess maybe off camera he's like, yo, this uniform is lit, fam, I ain't gonna lie, I feel like I'm fresh to death in the Galactic Patrol gear. But the universe part, I'm pretty sure Merus did say. I mean, we've seen a little bit of that in the flashback. And then Whis says it seems as though he's perfected the Ultra Instinct form, and we see the awesome art. Like, if anything, this is one of the best drawings of the Dragon Ball Super manga in recent years, at the very least. Like, the art in this chapter, from the time we see Goku go into the Ultra Instinct form, the, you know, mastered, perfected, whatever you want to call it, all of that, it just looked great. It was great, like shot after shot, it looked awesome. And seeing that form, I'm like, yo, it's been a while. It's been a long while since we've seen it, but I'm excited and happy to see it. And while Moro is scared, he starts to attack. He obviously can't land a punch on Goku. Goku is toying with him, playing with him, showcasing that, yo, we're leagues apart. And to be honest with you, it does show to a certain degree, in my opinion, the difference between, because I gotta go back to Jiren, right? And Jiren was somebody that I think even when Goku went Ultra Instinct, he still wasn't able to completely just body Jiren. So I would throw the argument out there that Jiren is somewhat underrated. Jiren probably, if we would have thrown him at Moro, depending on the circumstances, might have been able to throw a decent fight against Moro. I would argue that Jiren, strength-wise, is better than Moro. Maybe Moro had more dastardly techniques and he was evil and he did some shady shit and did whatever he could to, you know, keep on going. But if you're looking at it in the scale of things, like Ultra Instinct Goku versus Jiren, and maybe Goku has surpassed where he was. Obviously, you know, he's had some training and shit like that, so maybe there's a difference. But when Goku went Ultra Instinct against Jiren, there was still a little bit of a fight that was being put up. Moro was outclassed clearly, and it's dope that even while like Goku has him outclassed and shit like that, Whis and Beerus comment that, oh, he's still fine-tuning the technique. He's still, as he's having this little squabble right there, still learning, still tweaking it and whatnot. So it's showcasing just how much of a genius Goku can be, especially when it comes to combat and shit like that. And it's just funny, like this chapter, it just like kind of turned Moro around. Like Moro, when he had the upper hand, it shows how much of a coward of a villain he is, because when he had the upper hand, he was talking massive shit. And this one, once he sees Ultra Instinct, he starts getting scared, and then when he realizes like he can't do nothing against it, you know, he powers the hell up, like, you know, he took 1,000 milligrams of steroids up the ass or some shit, and you know, he's there like, I'm gonna do it, and clearly can't do shit against Goku, because even after he charges full power or whatnot, Goku just stops him on some, he looked like Bruce Lee or some shit, and was using some weird key technique to like just hold him in mid-air. I thought that was dope. Like, I don't really remember Goku doing things like that, so that was exciting to see something again a little bit different, shaking things up, opposed to just like big ki blast versus big ki blast. But again, it's just clear that Moro can't fuck with Goku. And then we get probably the best looking panel of the entirety of the chapter, when Goku keeps him up, you know, floating there, and gives him an uppercut to the gut that shakes the entire freaking world. You literally see the planet, you see Popo in the lookout shaking and shit like that. That's that otherworldly, that's that, you know, global universal strength that I'm talking about, that separates Dragon Ball from, you know, a lot of its, I don't want to say contenders, because ain't none of these series contending with Dragon Ball per se, but you know, a lot of the other shonen, like they're fighting on city level at best and shit like that. Even if they get to global, it's still like, this is a universal fight, because that was just one, you know, uppercut that shook the world. Imagine if Goku really flexed, you know, all he can do. Universe is gonna shake, fam. And I think we actually seen the universe shake when he fought against Beerus. So just imagine Ultra Instinct, what the hell that could really do. And it's crazy that even Beerus, one of the, you know, Beerus don't play that shit, and even Beerus is giving respect. He's giving him props. He's like, yo, he tells Whis that that's perfectly done, and I gotta give respect where respect is due, and Goku is doing shit right. And there was a couple of really good memes in this chapter of the things that Beerus said. Like, he says, yo, he's fighting godlike. I was like, yo, you know how many times I say that shit in different battles and whatnot, and he's literally fighting godlike. Beerus really means it, because, you know, he's fighting on the level of a god. Then after Goku realizes that Beerus is there, we get more of Moro just raging, like, you know, he just can't accept the fact that he got his ass kicked, which again, it feels classic Dragon Ball villain-esque, of them just being cowards that are mad once they start taking the L and they realize that there's no hope of winning, a la like Frieza back in the day, and just so many others, that he just can't accept it, and he just keeps on freaking raging. You see like blasts of energy hitting everywhere, because he can't accept it, and Goku just kicks him in the fucking jaw, sends him flying into a giant mountain of rubble. It's like, yo, it's looking ugly out here. Goku really putting in the beats on Moro's ass. Moro probably thinking at that point like, yo, I done fucked up. I should have just stayed in the galactic prison for all this shit. And then after the big rubble collapses on Moro, he starts begging for his life. Please help me, don't kill me. I'm just like, yo, wasn't you just talking all that talk? You starting to like, I don't remember King Piccolo sinking that low, the way like he's just begging like keep sweat up in this bitch. Like, yo, Moro, have a little bit of self-respect, just a little bit. You starting to throw all that shit out the window, fam. I get it. It's looking like a L is being slapped into your face, but relax, chill, fam, just chill. And here's where Goku probably made one of the biggest mistakes yet again of his entire life and fighting career, or whatever the heck you want to call it, because after Moro begs for help and begs, please don't kill me, Goku looks at Jocko and says, yo fam, he got a death sentence, right? And if it was Vegeta, Vegeta would be like, oh facts, I'm about to just, handle this shit right here. But Goku rips off the Galactic Patrol symbol from his uniform after Jocko says, yeah, like, you want to do the honors, get rid of him and shit like that. And Goku says, no, I want to fight as a Earthling from here on out, meaning that he is going back on that peaceful shit. And we've seen this before. We've seen this before where it's more than likely going to go, because the chapter ends off with Whis telling Beerus, oh, he quit the Galactic Patrol, and Beerus saying, I got a bad feeling about this, which more than likely means Goku is doing something that has cost him dearly in the past. And this is where I'm starting to think that Ultra Instinct ain't going to be the answer. I think there's a possibility that Moro is going to use something underhanded. Now, I'm not sure about the absorption technique, just because what Merus did with smashing the jewel on his head and on his hands, I don't know if he's capable of stealing techniques anymore. But if he is, it's going to get real deadly, because if Moro is capable of stealing the Ultra Instinct technique from Goku, we are in beyond big trouble, because where do you go from there? You got fusion after that, you got maybe Broly showing up after that, or Beerus stepping in or something, because remember, Beerus wants to eat and this is starting to piss him off. So there's a few possibilities. I always feel as though if Beerus steps in, it does feel too cheap. It feels like, oh well, he's been there all along, he could have done it. So I'm curious to see where this is going to go, because the last thing that Beerus said is what's making me feel like it's going to cost Goku the match, and possibly who knows what else. And I mean, with all that being said, the fight in and of itself, aside from the final page, everything else was like golden. Everything else was easy to understand, very epic, great art. The tables have turned finally on Moro. He's getting his ass kicked. Ultra Instinct, long time coming. Greatness right there with Goku achieving it. Like, all of that good shit. It's the final page that is questionable. I'm not going to say it's necessarily bad, but it's questionable on where this is going to go, because it does seem like it's going to be that Goku gets bamboozled and Moro uses that, please help me, and he's going to absorb that shit, and then where do we go from here? We're going to be really screwed. So interested to see where that goes. Curious what you guys think about this though. How did you feel about Goku going Ultra Instinct in the fight against Moro? What did you think of the way it happened? Do you like it? Did you like the chapter as a whole, the battle, the combat? What do you think about that final page? That's the most important thing. Was this Goku's biggest mistake he's made so far? Because seemingly Moro could turn the tables on him, because Moro's acting like a cowardly villain, and with his technique, he's gonna need Vegeta if Goku loses his Ultra Instinct right there, if, like, it gets sucked out of him or whatever, the ability. I mean, obviously he'll still be able to, I guess, use it. It's not like it's gone, but Moro having access to that is a whole different story right there. I mean, your overall thoughts and expectations for the future Dragon Ball Super's manga with chapter 65 and beyond. I got a bad feeling, just like Beerus said, the last panel says it all. My opinion, maybe I'm off. And Toriyama's like, and then we'll have Goku give him, you ready for this? A sensu bean. Like, am I right? Am I right, Toyotaro? Toyotaro's just there like, this motherfucker's serious right now. Okay, people, so Dragon Ball Super Chapter 65, after all of the leaks, all of the mind-blowing... yeah, mind-blowing is also correct in this instance, people. Spoilers that we got for this chapter. The full thing is here in its glory, to say the least. Like, I'll keep it real. The chapter as a whole, in totality, is not as bad as the small increments of spoilers that were released leading up to the chapter. I'll give it to that credit. But my gosh, fam, like, the recreation of the Cell Saga, and even a small instance of the Buu Saga in this chapter, Toyotaro. Like, is Toriyama, like, giving you these ideas and say, yo, this is revolutionary. Are you ready, fam? Are you ready for this? You ready for this? And then proceed to explain the plot of Cell and throw in a little bit of Buu. Like, is that what's happening here? Because we got in that interview recently where it was told that, like, oh yeah, they agree on everything. So, like, is Toriyama just telling the plot of the Cell Saga and plot of Buu Saga, like, not even realizing that he's self-plagiarizing, essentially? And Toyotaro's like, revolutionary, fam. Revolutionary, dog. Like, yo, that's never been done before. My gosh, people. Let's talk some Dragon Ball Super after chapter 65 and the battle of Goku Ultra Instinct versus Moro. Let's do it.
That's how it be though.
So the chapter starts off with Krillin saying, oh, okay, Goku, fam, you that buff now? You don't need no sensu? Bet, no doubt, fam, you strong as shit. Forgive me if I joke around with this one, because, yeah, it was funny. Goku blasts the boulder that was holding down Moro, which, like I said in my spoiler video, why is Rocks holding down Moro? I mean, yeah, I get he's beat up, but this is like a galactic monster. But alrighty then, and Goku orders him, yo, get up, fam, get up right now. I'll be honest with you, throughout this chapter, Goku felt like 12, okay? He felt like 12 throughout this chapter, and I'm not talking about Android 12, I'm talking about the boys, Po 9. Is what Goku felt like in this chapter. He snatches the sensu from Krillin, the sensu beans, and I'm just like, well, goddamn, like, yo. Although you could argue because Goku is an Ultra Instinct that his body is moving and doing these things without his mind telling him to do it. So there's that argument there of like, because you think about it, like, since when does Goku go and snatch shit from Krillin? Wouldn't he just say, yo, throw me the beans, or hey, can I get one? Like, he just straight up yank. Give me them shits, you little bald motherfucker. And the worst, horrible, pathetic part of the chapter where Toriyama started, hey, idea one. Yo, why don't we do some crazy shit, right? Like, after Moro is defeated and all messed up and shit like that, Goku just got to this next mode and, he, you know, Moro's down for the count or whatever. What about if Goku decides, yo, you know what? Hey, if you be a good boy and go back to your cell, I'll let you go. It'll be cool. You just gotta promise not to break out, fam. So, oh, okay. And Moro's like, yeah, Bean Daddy, of course. Whatever you say, Big Daddy Buff Bagwell. Like, what? And Toriyama's like, and then we'll have Goku give him, you ready for this? A sensu bean. Like, am I right? Am I right, Toyotaro? And Toyotaro's just there like, this motherfucker's serious right now. But Moro takes the sensu, heals up. I think it was everything except like the crystals on his forehead and his hands. But he's, for the most part, healed up. His horns is back to normal and shit like that. And he's like, yo, I really appreciate it, fam. Thanks. You a good dude, bro. But I ain't going nowhere until you take these hands. And he throws a punch at Goku, and Goku, the Ultra Instinct, as Whis is narrating throughout the chapter here and there, the Ultra Instinct form is so freaking superb that Moro's hand essentially breaks and gets destroyed after trying to punch Goku in the chest, which shows like Goku did it on a cocky way, which is again hilarious because his 9-year-old son during the Cell games, when he went Super Saiyan 2, had to learn that hard lesson of, hey, just finish him off. Don't give in to anything else. Just get rid of him. And Goku starts to give him the same spiel he'd give any other villain, despite this guy being a multi-million-year monster that has killed and destroyed planet after planet. Like, yo, Goku, just a thought right here. I know you're selfish and you're thinking about how you feel at the moment and what you think is right. How do you think the millions upon millions, possibly billions, trillions of lives that were taken, how do you think those people feel in the afterlife looking at this and saying, oh, this son of a bitch is actually letting him rock? Like, wow. Because Goku says, hey, you're a coward, fam. Like, you can't beat me at my level. Have you ever trained? And starts giving him the spiel of, hey, you know, maybe if you train and this and that. And Moro's like, yo, fam, we don't train around here. Which Moro giving a little bit of like that Frieza vibe of Frieza never thought about training up until like the film. All of a sudden he's like, yo, I'm gonna go train, motherfucker. Moro just shits all over it. Like, training is for losers. Training is for people that want to use that shit as a clutch. We don't train around here, fam. And Goku tries to, I'd love to fight you again someday after you train, to which Jocko comes in as like the conscience of like, you know, the average reader saying, Goku, not everyone can change, shut the fuck up and kill him. And to Goku replies, I know, I will, just let him get to the point where he can overthrow me and defeat me and blow everyone up, okay? I did find it interesting when Moro gave a little bit of a dive into, or just mentioned at the very least anyway, he didn't really dive into the Saiyans, when he's like, yo, to think that I'd be defeated by a tribe that just showed up a few million years ago, which that's interesting. And I'm assuming he's talking about Saiyans, right? He's not talking about Earthlings, which, okay, Saiyans have been around for millions of years at this point, although to Moro, that's nothing. That he was in the Galactic prison for what, 10 million years and shit like that. But that was a cool little reference. I hope we eventually get to see more of Planet Saddle, where Caulifla and Kale and shit, like I want to see more of that, and their king and all that shit. But yeah, that was a cool reference. And then when Goku says, you'll never be free again, you'll never have freedom, come quietly, or the bad, like, yo, Goku sounded like one of the good cops or some shit. Like he was a good cop right there. Like, come quietly, this can end badly, or like, fuck you, Goku, you piece of shit, you put us in this predicament. Like, I got no sympathy for Goku. Like, from the universe survival, you know, tournament of power, putting everybody's millions and trillions of lives at risk, to this, like, no sympathy. Then Goku goes back into his UI form because he had left it for a moment, just like for whatever fucking reason. Like, hey, let me get weak, maybe he could tear my head off for a moment there or whatever. But Goku reverts back to his Ultra Instinct form, to which Moro starts asking him about Merus, and Goku's like, hey, let me give you all the details in case there's anything that you could do with this information to flip the tables. Let me tell you, that was my teacher, he could use this form, like, let me give you all that. To Goku's credit, obviously he's thinking to himself like, well, there's nothing he could do with this information, he's defeated and beat down, you know what I'm saying? So I'll give Goku credit there of like, he's not gonna think that, hey, that hand is still sitting around there or whatever. To which I gotta, you know, apologize for my spoiler video. I did say something like, oh, what the hell, how is he getting Merus' powers, the Merus return or whatever. But if you go back to the chapter, which just shows a flashback, Moro did for a split second actually get a hand on Merus' neck, and that hand was cut off, and that hand was still sitting around. So that power, Merus' power, was still sitting in the palm of Moro's hand, which, to be honest with you, straight up, that gave me vibes of when Super Buu was having, you know, his little gunk, his antenna, his tentacle sitting around, and he used it to absorb Gotenks, and he used it to absorb Gohan. Like, that was straight up what it gave me vibes of. Again, this is Toriyama. Hey, Toyotaro, so like, yo, get this shit. This never been done before. Never, ever. It never happened. Yo, I'm gonna have that hand, you know, that body part of Moro, we're gonna have it just sitting around, just like, you know, somewhere, and then eventually he's gonna spring up and reattach it, and eventually he's gonna take them by surprise and get even stronger than he was before, and nobody's gonna see it coming. Brilliant, right? Toyotaro's like, somebody help me. And Moro reattaches his hand, and Ultra Instinct Moro is born. He grows a lot of fur, which is to indicate like the white hair, which makes me wonder, was Merus always in Ultra Instinct? Are all the angels always in Ultra Instinct? That's why their hair is white? I think all the angels' hair was white, if I'm not mistaken. So makes me wonder, like, is Ultra Instinct like a byproduct of it? No matter who you are, what you are, is that white hair? I mean, obviously Ultra Instinct Goku, he went into that, but I thought that was more like a Saiyan thing. But this is even different from like a Super Saiyan. It seems as though anybody that has Ultra Instinct, their hair turns white, because Moro grows like all that white fur and shit. And at this point, Beerus should just Hakai Goku, like, you idiot, this is your fault, screw you. But we got a pretty epic clash, I will admit. It did look nice. It was a double spread of Goku and Moro clashing with each other and shit. The art was pretty sick. So we got something cool out of the blunders of the Cell Saga remixed with a bit of Boo in there. Like, yeah, there was a cool clash, and I liked seeing it, although they were basically evenly matched. Because think about it, Goku has harnessed this, he's, like he said in the chapter, honed it, he understands the power, he's been training in it. Moro just got it right now, so he's not gonna have a handle. If Moro had time to train, he'd probably be 10 times stronger than Goku, although he even says in this one that, hey, at the very least, on top of this, I got my magic ability. And the powers and the clashing is so crazy that Whis has to create, like, you know, a key bubble essentially to protect Krillin, Jocko, and just throw Beerus in there so he don't gotta do shit. Like, why not? And Goku, to kind of get Moro away from there and, you know, protect the earth, so to speak, lures him away, which, hey, you're thinking now, good job. And they go on some speed test throughout the world, which just shows that they're on a whole other level. I remember at the end of, I want to say it was at the end of Z, Goku's talking to Pan, and he's like, oh, cool, you went around the earth once or twice and shit like that. They probably went around a billion fucking times the earth in this little speed race or some shit like that, which, again, didn't make much sense why Goku was trying to race him. And okay, whatever, but Goku hasn't been thinking this chapter. He's been thinking about himself, so why not? It's like, hey, I let you get stronger, stronger, which very eerily similar to Vegeta letting Cell get stronger. But yeah, let's go on a race, fam. Then Moro thinks he's Luffy Gear 3rd and makes his arm get really big and tries to hit Goku with it. Although I think that was actually like a byproduct of like the god key that he had in him from Merus. That angel power is ridiculous to control, but I do think to a certain degree some of that was him. Again, that wasn't really unclear in terms of him buffing up his hand. After a certain point, his whole body started getting big and it was explained, but I wonder if that first attack with the big hand was due to like Moro doing it himself or him not being able to control. Probably a bit of both, I'd imagine, but more so maybe the losing of control little by little, to which once Goku kicks his back in, is like, Toriyama yet again. Okay, this is my most brilliant point up until this point. You ready, Toyotaro? You ready? You're not gonna believe this one. I'm gonna throw you out of your chair with this one. Essentially, I'm gonna set it up to, after all is said and done, Moro, he's gonna start getting really, really big. His form is gonna kind of like, almost like a reverting if you think about it. He's not as crafty anymore because his form is just too big to handle. And he's essentially gonna become like a human bomb. And thanks to the senzu bean that Goku gave him and the trickery of his, you know, extra body part coming out of nowhere, he's gonna be even more of a threat. You know it. Don't lie. I see it in your eyes. Just kill me. Just kill me. And Goku warns Moro, you better abandon that body. You can't control it. The power from the angel from Merus is too strong for you, because his body is like swelling up and he's looking again like semi-perfect Cell or whatever, just really big. Like, remember when Cell was like, I'm going to turn into a bomb to beat you, and like he gets like, that's kind of what happens with Moro. But Moro, instead of listening and heeding Goku's warning, continues to attack Goku without any thought of like, hey, you know, you're gonna blow up. Your body can't handle this, regardless if you think I've eaten millions of planets. Like, it kind of also is an indication of like this angel key and this angel power is next level shit. It's nothing like, you know, you can have 1 billion lives or 1 billion people's energy and shit like that. It's not gonna amount even closely to what these angels are capable of, which makes sense why, you know, Merus was as strong as he was, stronger than Goku and Vegeta, because the angels are just on a whole other plateau. But eventually Moro does realize he needs a bigger body to house this power rather than get rid of the ability. As he's staring down at Earth, Goku is getting ready to blast him because Whis is like, yo, I'm telling you, kill him now, which I'll give credit to Goku here as well. It seems as though he's willing to do it, despite earlier he's kind of like dragging his feet to do it. At the very least now, which again, too late, once again, Goku, you still got lessons to learn. He readies himself to kill Moro, and then all of a sudden, yeah, Moro merges with Earth, and it is explained that essentially if you basically to kill Moro, you have to blow up Earth, and because of all of that angel key, it'll wipe out the galaxy, because Moro has merged with Earth. He used his technique to, I don't even understand it, like what power, which one of those in his arsenal was that to be able to merge with Earth. But yeah, essentially going full blown into the semi-perfect Cell, I'm a bomb, I'm going to blow up Earth scenario. Toriyama just like, if there were ever self-plagiarism, Toriyama just mastered it. But one of the silver linings of this all means, more than likely, in my opinion, that Vegeta's spirit fission is going to be very vital and integral to taking him down, basically separating him from the Earth. So there's that. Vegeta will have a cool moment, although I don't think he'll still have the deciding factor, the defeating moment or whatever. But yeah, this chapter, I kind of summed it up with, it was a Cell Saga remix with a little bit of Boo in there, and just kind of like, art was cool and some stuff, fights was okay. Goku was at the very least willing to make the decisions. He just really is still stuck on stupid of, you know, oh, not everybody. Like, no, some motherfuckers, they don't care. Like, look what Goku Black did to Chi-Chi and Goten and shit like that. You still haven't learned, so Goku's still regressing. This chapter was just like, it was... Toriyama thought that he made a masterpiece when he made shit filet mignon. He took like big piles of chunks of shit and put it together and was like, voila. But yeah, there was some cool moments of this one. It's definitely, again, remixing old ideas in terms of like, well, Moro's merged with Earth, so I guess that's kind of cool in terms of like, it's not going to be a hand-to-hand combat, although I probably would have preferred just that. Although I guess technically we got that in the battle that they had leading up to it, of Moro being, you know, Ultra Instinct Moro versus Goku. I thought that was kind of cooler, but yeah, we're I don't know. I feel as though I'm really ready for Moro's arc to wrap up. Let's get Vegeta to use Spirit Fission and separate Moro from Earth, and then have one final blast and get rid of this dude. Like, enough is enough. But I'm curious what you guys thought of this chapter in its totality. How do you feel about how things went down? The catastrophe that is Dragon Ball Super Chapter 65. Like, there was some cool moments. Was it redeeming in terms of like the outcome of it all? Like, no, like, honestly, the ending of the chapter is like, hey, he's a big monster bomb, similar to Semi-Perfect Cell. Goku didn't learn lessons that he should have learned 20 something fucking years ago when the Cell Saga came out. Like, no. But again, some of the shit looked cool, so there's that. And maybe the anime will do this a lot more justice and make it a lot more enjoyable. Like, who knows? I could honestly see myself, because I know people are going to call me out 2-3 years from now, you hated this shit in the manga. If the anime does it better, anime gives more logical explanations, anime fleshes it out more, doesn't make it feel identical to the Cell Saga and shit, maybe it'll wow me. But as it stands right now, it's just like real meh and real like, why? And your overall thoughts and expectations for the Dragon Ball Super manga with chapter 66 and beyond. How will Semi-Perfect Cell be stopped? Okay, people, so Dragon Ball Super chapter 66 has finally arrived, and seemingly the conclusion and the climax to the Moro arc has finally shown up. It has finally happened, and I gotta be honest with you guys, like, all my criticisms that I've had in terms of this arc have still been valid. There's definitely been a lot of issues with this arc. Some of the times the spoilers would be a little bit misleading in terms of what we actually got in the end, but still a lot of problems with this arc. But I gotta say, there was some positive things regarding this chapter once we got it as a whole, so I do want to be fair in terms of, yeah, there was some bad, but there also was some good. So we're gonna dive into everything that happened, the introduction or reintroduction, I guess, or just showing him yet again, Oob, in Dragon Ball Super's manga, Dragon Ball Super story, because I believe we saw him, what was it, at the end of the Tournament of Power? We seen him at some point in Dragon Ball Super as well. I think it was towards the end of the anime. So we got that in there. We got Beerus and Whis setting up, in my opinion, for the next arc, assuming that the manga doesn't end after this, which I don't think it will. So we got a lot to cover. I guess without further ado, people, let's talk some of that Dragon Ball Super, the conclusion to the Moro arc, chapter 66. Let's do it.
I say we gon' do what we do, no matter how you move, make your move. That's how it be though.
Okay, people, so the chapter opens up with the Z Warriors alongside Earthlings, regular people as well, noticing that their key is being stolen because the Z Warriors, obviously, they've gotten up since their last ass whipping at the hands of Moro. They all have gotten up and they're noticing that their key is getting sucked out. Humans, regular people are noticing like, yo, why do I feel heavy? What's going on? I'm feeling lightheaded, so to speak. And of course, it's because Moro is in full effect, draining everybody's key. And I love Vegeta's reaction. I love Vegeta's reaction when he's like, oh, god damn it, Kakarot messed up again. What the hell? I loved it. I imagine his voice in my head when I'm reading that dialogue, and I'm like, yeah, I know Vegeta's pissed. I don't blame him. He got cheated out of a moment. And I'll be honest with you, before we move further, this whole Moro arc in general has been an amalgamation and just in general a combination of a good chunk of the big Dragon Ball Z sagas that we had throughout its story. Like, if you just think about it, it took a little bit of Cell. Earlier on, it felt like Frieza when he went to Namek. This chapter in particular definitely felt like the end of the Kid Buu fight. In fact, there was some Kid Buu references, but it clearly felt like the Kid Buu fight when they were trying to power up Goku to throw the Spirit Bomb and all that shit. Like, it definitely felt like they really wanted to hit on certain aspects of nostalgia when it came to this chapter of like, yo, remember this, remember that. So I could definitely see it, again, especially towards the end with Goku and Vegeta and what was going on. But we got Goku, he's blocking Moro because Moro is just on a rampage at this point, and Goku, like, he's still an Ultra Instinct, so he's still able to, like, you know, defend himself from it. But you could definitely see that he's clearly, like, in the beginning of the chapter at a loss of like, well, what the hell do I do? Like, you know what I'm saying? This dude is out of control. With Whis telling Beerus and them, there is one way Goku can defeat him, but I'm not sure if he's capable of it and whatnot. And I'll be honest with you, I said it in the spoilers, and I'll say it again. When Beerus was like, alright, I'm gonna have to step in, you know, the other gods are gonna look at me a certain way, let me just, you know, take care of this situation, I was like, oh shit, you know, because again, Beerus's job, he rarely does it. He just sits back, eats pizza, eats food, and relaxes and watches and shit like that. And it almost feels like Beerus and Whis, if you think about it, it's kind of like Toriyama and Toyotaro just watching the plot after it writes itself, so to speak. So it was interesting to see that Beerus was actually going to step in. But then, of course, due to what happened with Merus, the Grand Priest calls in and summons Whis and Beerus immediately. So Beerus has to say Ixnay, which, again, if you're going to have, and I said this with the spoilers, I think even with the rough drafts, if you're going to have a reasoning behind taking Beerus out, because like, okay, he stepped up, he said, I gotta do what I gotta do, just like when he went up against Zama's all those chapters ago in the Goku Black, you know, arc and all that stuff. Like, okay, he's gonna have to step up, but if you're gonna have him dip out and shit, at least make it make sense. And again, I'm satisfied with how it was done with the Grand Priest calling in, because yeah, Merus just seemingly died. He's going to want an explanation, and we've already seen it's been showcased time and time again that Beerus is really scared of Zeno and them, so he's going to say, screw it, I'm out of here, I gotta go, which it felt realistic for his character. But not without Whis still being an instructor. It feels as though the entirety of Dragon Ball Super, Whis has been like the Master Roshi, or just, you know, Goku Sensei, because even before he leaves, which it's hilarious because Moro is throwing like, you know, haymaker punches, and Whis is so strong, which showcases just again that even with Ultra Instinct, Goku is not nowhere near on the level of like the angels and shit, because with one finger he is stopping Moro's punches while he's explaining to Goku like, hey, if you want to beat him, that crystal in the middle of his forehead, which the way Dragon Ball Super with the introduction of Beerus and Whis from the very beginning has been, it's just very different. It's very interesting that you have these two gods, essentially, an angel and a god of destruction, that they have the keys to stop all of this whenever they want. Like, you see that, I mean, they're not supposed to or whatever, especially Whis, he's not supposed to get involved, but whenever he wants, if he wanted to, he could immediately stop the threat. You see, again, like, he has the power with one finger to stop Moro's punches. They could end it all, and on top of that, giving tips, like, hey, the crystal in the middle of his forehead, you got to do that, that's how you win. It's interesting. It's something different than what we had with, like, and I guess that also separates from, like, Dragon Ball Z, aside from the writing, but that's a different story. It gives it a different twist of, like, yeah, at any given time, this could all end. Which I guess if you think about it, there never really is a threat in Dragon Ball Super, if you really want to say, because like Beerus and Whis really have the power to stop shit. But Beerus and Whis dip out, they go over, you know, they leave to the Grand Priest, and then Vegeta shows up and he's like, fuck out the way, Kakarot, you a pussy ass motherfucker, and you don't know what you're doing, get out! And he immediately hits with a Spirit Fission punch to the floor, and he starts popping out the crystal from Moro's head because he keeps like sucking it in so Goku can't get to it, and he's like, yo, I'm giving you the time, go do what you gotta do, let's finish this motherfucker off. And I'm glad to a certain degree, like, because with the spoilers and everything we've been seeing, yeah, it does feel like Vegeta was cheated out on a lot of different things. It still feels like that. Even with the end of the chapter, I feel as though this was a perfect opportunity for Vegeta to have moments. But once you get all the context, it feels like while Goku gets the end game blow, these things right here wouldn't be possible without Vegeta. Vegeta's strength is pivotal. This chapter, it showcases, and of course it pushes forward, yeah, Goku is the main character, but Vegeta is not so far removed from being the secondary main character. Like, he's still there. That Spirit Fission, if it wasn't for that alone, there would have been no hope to begin with. And Moro's body starts deflating with Goku headed towards him to attack the crystal yet again, but he doesn't have enough god power. He is stopped by Moro's giant, like, you know, at this point it became like a video game. Like, I feel as though the ending of this whole battle, like the last chapter to once Moro merged with Earth and shit like that, it's going to make for a great, an amazingly fun boss battle in a video game, because that's really what it felt like. And then Goku getting stopped, like, it feels like quick time events and all sorts of shit. Like, this would be great for a video game. It's when it comes to a manga, like, it's cool, it's not like horrible or anything like that. Again, spoilers always make it feel like it's worse than it actually is, but it's like, oh, okay, you know, we need a little extra things to happen, which again leads into a lot more of that ending of Kid Buu stuff with Goku getting stopped and he's weakened and he needs more help. And then Jocko heads off because he has an idea, which you could only imagine that, okay, it's going to help out with the plot. I wish he would have said something to Krillin like, oh, I got an errand to run. What fucking errand you got? The whole universe is about to get blown to bits. What errand do you have to run, my friend? You could have just told him, yo, I got a great idea right now. Come with me if you want. I don't know. I'm out of here. Like, something like that. Like, I got an errand to run. Shut up! But then Goku loses the UI form. Obviously, his ki has been sucked beyond belief. Like, Moro is a great sucker. Pause the motherfucker. Then the Z Warriors show up and they're like, yo, we got a big brain idea. How about if you could do Spirit Fission one way, can't you do it in a reverse way? Take our ki and give it to Goku. Essentially, like, doing a lot of Spirit Bomb. Like, again, you know, thinking about it, the Spirit Bomb was a very heavy influence for a lot of this thing. Like, Moro's technique of absorbing shit is a Spirit Bomb thing. Now this, it feels as though it's like turning it into, in a weird way, like a Spirit Bomb, but to give ki to Goku for a Spirit Bomb in a way. So again, that's more adding to that whole feeling like the ending of Kid Buu type of vibe, with all the Z Warriors saying, yo, give him the ki. And then eventually it's the Z Warriors that are there, everybody on the lookout, and Goten and Trunks, which, hey, they exist, and seemingly they're at 17's, you know, island, because they're wearing, like, it looks like 17's shirt and shit like that. So that's what Goten and Trunks have been doing. I'm imagining whenever we get the anime back, there's going to be more scenes with them, but they've been irrelevant over there with 17, like, hey. But it's not enough ki because Goku can only go blue and he still can't reach. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, I just thought of the most perverted metaphor of what is going on here, of Goku not being able to reach the crystal. Oh my god, but I'm gonna leave that up to you guys' imagination, because that shit is fucking hilarious. And Jocko reaches the lookout and asks where's Majin Buu so he could help out. And I'm wondering, because it seems as though there was like a couple of panels that were maybe cut out. Like, why didn't we see Jocko go and wake up Buu or something? Because it seemed as though he was going to ask Buu, and it seems as though it was Buu that led into what happens with Oob. So I don't understand why have Jocko go to the lookout, and maybe I missed it, whatever, but I didn't see no pages of Jocko talking to Buu. We just cut from that to all of a sudden the Grand Supreme Kai with Oob, which I think that's just an inner monologue into his head. Then we just cut to the Grand Supreme Kai down there with Oob, and I'm just kind of like, so we just missed the scene or something? Like, I was a little bit confused there. Like, was that an inner monologue, or did Buu turn into him for a moment and went down there to Oob? Like, a little bit confusing there. And I ain't gonna lie, for a moment there I had like no sympathy for Goku when he's there being squished up and shit, and he's like, I'm sorry guys, this is all my fault. No shit, Sherlock, no fucking shit. Maybe you should have learned your lesson, huh? You should have learned your lesson, sonny, the last time you gave us Senzu Bean, and when Cell blew his ass up and almost killed Earth and everything. Like, you should have learned then. Yeah, it is your fault. No sympathy, fam, none. And then you got Yamcha there like, yo fam, dog, like, why don't we go get those big old Dragon Balls in space, bro? Like, we got time, right? Like, Yamcha, shut your irrelevant ass up. Nobody asked you a goddamn thing. Just shut up, you two, motherfucker. Like, nobody cares. But of course, you know, they don't have no time for any of that, because Moro's about to blow any second, and Moro has gone insane. And I'm not even gonna lie, Moro's expression, he's like, ah! I'm just like, this is him. This is the Yao King, fam. This is the final villain. He's just absolutely brain dead at this point. Oh, like, what in the blue? Okay, alright, whatever. And it's wild that all the Z Warriors there essentially accepted death. They knew that they would, like, you know, Vegeta's like, there's no other way, this and that. They're like, well, if we're all gonna die, let's not let Goku die that way at the very least. Let's go pull him out of there. Like, they legitimately were about to pull Goku out of Moro's hand, or out of Moro's clutches, just so they could die there together, so that he don't die like that. Like, that was wild that they actually genuinely gave up hope. And if it wasn't for this final last second edition, it would have been all over, because they genuinely, like, we lost. And if that would have went down like that, oh my god, imagine Dragon Ball, which obviously it wouldn't have, because they got to keep going, but that would have been horrible. Then some mysterious ki gets sent to Goku, God Ki at that, not just regular ki to turn him into blue. Some God Ki heads towards Goku, and we see the Grand Supreme Kai holding Oob and instructing him to put his hand there, which in my opinion, this was all a major, huge setup to make Oob relevant for the end of Z, because you got to think about it like this, right? Them having him have God Ki and making it connect, a lot of this actually fixes and really more so squeezes Dragon Ball Super back into continuity with Z, because Oob, up until this arc, right? Oob has just been looked at like, oh, he's the reincarnation of Kid Buu. Who cares? We're like 10 billion times stronger than that at this point. He's nothing. He's worthless. Like, no one cares about him. That makes the ending of Z feel worthless. But the fact of this arc introducing the Grand Supreme Kai, or not reintroducing him, and how important he was to this battle with Moro, and the fact that he was reincarnation into Oob, so essentially Oob had God Ki, and Oob giving the God Ki to Goku, it really just fixed that problem, that issue of squeezing Dragon Ball Super into the continuity between the ending of Z, of, you know, the time to beat Majin Buu, and the time of the ending of the tournament and shit like that. So it kind of made it a little bit more acceptable. I still feel as though, like, can we please disregard GT? And I wouldn't even be mad if they disregarded the ending of Z, but this solidified that they're not disregarding the ending of Z, and in fact they found a great way to fix that issue of Kid Buu feeling absolutely garbage and relevant to the story. And why is Oob so important if he's just the reincarnation of some weak motherfucker that we killed a long time ago? But Vegeta passes the God Key to Goku, and Goku decides to create a Susanoo. Naruto fans know what I'm talking about. Basically makes this giant Goku energy looking thing, which is like wrestling with Moro for a second there, which I don't know how or why, because isn't Moro like brain dead at this point? But like, he's there wrestling with him, trying to take him down, while the little actual real form of Goku charges in, blasting the crystal down, ending Moro, end of the Moro arc. We get a thumbs up from Goku at the end of like, hey, it's all over, because Moro crumbles and shit like that. End of it all. I gotta be honest with you now. The final verdict of this, and seemingly the wrap up of this arc, because Moro is seemingly done. I think next chapter we finish off this arc completely, like, you know, the little aftermath, and set up for the next one. Overall, this arc had a lot of problems. I think that this chapter was good. It wasn't horrible or anything like that. Again, compared to the spoilers and shit like that, it was not that bad. It felt very, again, nostalgic and reminiscent of certain aspects. It felt like it squeezed in a lot of the ending of Kid Buu, a remix of it, so to speak, with this. So it wasn't as bad. It feels as though the Moro arc in general was a huge homage to just like majority of the stuff we've seen in Dragon Ball Z, like, you know, Cell, Goku given the Sensu Bean, the final struggle to take down, like a lot of different things. It really felt like it was remixing stuff that we've seen in Dragon Ball Z. But this chapter, I wasn't mad at it. I was actually happy that they fixed that problem with Oob and his relevance to the ending of Dragon Ball Z, considering in Super, again, Kid Buu is irrelevant and garbage. Still upset and pissed off that it wasn't Vegeta that had the final win, but it is what it is. Goku really didn't even have the final win. It was everybody together, kind of pushing forth that Shonen Jump friendship shit of like, you know, everybody that worked together is how it was defeated. If it wasn't for everybody's efforts, they would have never defeated Moro. It was cool to see Oob again, like I said, and yeah, as a whole, it wasn't as horrible as I thought it would be. Is it great? Is it, oh my god, no, but it was okay. It was like a cool ending to a very controversial arc, to say the least. I'm very curious what you guys think about this. How did you feel about the ending of the Moro arc? How did you feel about the inclusion of Oob with the Grand Supreme Kai? What did you think about that? How did you feel about Goku's giant form fighting against Moro? How did you feel about how it was handled with Ultra Instinct? What did you think about Whis and Beerus dipping out? And your overall thoughts of the Moro arc as a whole? Again, I want to say that with Whis and Beerus headed toward the Grand Priest, I'm imagining that's going to set up for whatever's going to happen next, whether maybe the Grand Priest is upset, very angry, and that's going to start the following arc after he lectures them, or something along the lines of that. I think that's set up for the next arc. But yeah, Moro arc, yay or nay? I felt as though there was a lot of nay, a lot of especially from like late midway towards the end. But Moro, it had some good to it. I'm not gonna completely dismiss the start, especially the start. Like the starting of Moro, the first half of Moro was great. Him whipping Goku and Vegeta's ass, a lot of it was great. It was the later half that it was just kind of like, I didn't think they have it planned all the way. And of course, teasing that Vegeta was going to be the Omega, the Grandioso, and it was just like, hey, you know, Vegeta, hand me my wallet, hand me a cup of water, I'm trying to finish this, Goku said to Vegeta. No? But yeah, and your expectations for chapter 67 with next month's chapter, the ending of Moro's startup of a new arc. Looking forward to seeing where it goes. Maybe the Grand Priest is angry and he decides to do something and we gotta rescue Beerus or some shit. That'd be crazy. But yeah, that's all I have for this one. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you liked anything I had to say or enjoyed the video, drop me a like. I'd greatly appreciate it. And if you want more from me, make sure to subscribe. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram. Hit that bell to get all notifications. And if you want to follow any of my other social media, links in the description below. I'm ForneverWorld, and as always, people, have an awesome day. And remember the golden rule: anime and manga for life. Bye. Have an awesome day. Peace in. And yeah, that was the Moro arc. It's over. Kind of thankful that it's over. No, have an awesome one, people.
It's nights like this, and times like this,
What's that?
that I can give another hit. But I've got this inside true blue.